comes on the board to Nick Brown. We've got 4 slips in place as Leach comes around the wicket from the Hayes close end. Good judgment from Cook. Didn't go by the off stump by more than a couple of inches. And through to Cox. And so Essex winning the toss and batting here at the start of this new season. 5 for no wicket, and the one shot of note was just a force off the back foot from Brown with very little backlift, but perfect timing.
Yes. Overcast. There's the odd patch of blue sky. I'm looking for some flags. There are the Essex flags are not fluttering particularly fast.
Leach is in again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Cook was playing at that, and it left him off the pitch there, coming from around the wicket. Very good delivery from Joe Leach, and score remaining at 5 for no wicket. It would be a tremendous breakthrough from a Worcestershire point of view if they could get rid of Alistair Cook this early in proceedings. Of course, his last innings for Essex was a quite magnificent 172 at Lord's, which I was lucky enough to see as Essex took on Somerset in the Bob Willis Trophy final last September on an even colder day than this one at Lord's, as Leach is in again and bowls to Cook. Cook comes solidly forward, plays it to mid-off, there's no run.
We've seen in the 8 balls bowled by the captain, Joe Leach. He's a great leader, good leader. He's got excellent communication skills, but he bowls wicket to wicket. He's an old-fashioned virtue bowler. He bowls at the timbers. He tries to get bowled and caught behind, and in particular LBWs. He gets a high percentage of his dismissals through LBW. He's a decent, if unglamorous, performer, but a good leader for Worcestershire.
Wholehearted bowler as he comes in again, bowls, and Cook nudges the ball to point, and there's no run, and the score remaining at 5 for no wicket. Essex winning the toss and batting, and perhaps the only real surprise in the Essex lineup is the inclusion of Ben Allison. He's been a substitute fielder in Championship cricket on many occasions, but I think this is his first team debut.
Yeah. But who did he play for? Gloucestershire. Ben Allison played a Championship match for Gloucestershire.
Oh, on loan.
On loan,
yeah.
I'm sure he did. Yes, I'm sure he did.
Good point. Here comes Leach again. Bowls to Cook. Cook, a little bit inside edgy here, but perfectly safe. Along the ground, goes to wide mid-on, and there is no run. And as Don has been saying, it has been incredibly dry in the area after a wet winter generally, but the last month we barely had a drop of anything, just a few flakes of snow the other day, and things really are, you can see as I go on my walks in Constable country near Colchester, there are huge cracks in the ground already, so the groundsman has certainly got his work cut out to produce this pitch today. Stuart Kerrison, excellent groundsman, as Leach is in, bowls to Cook, who comes forward, plays it down to mid-off, a maiden over, so Cook yet to get off the mark. Brown has the 5 runs on the board, and after 3 overs choosing to bat, Essex are 5 for no wicket.
Yes, 3 quietish overs. The county championship this season. It was, Paul, it was a delight to see you this morning, and it was a delight to see the smiling Kevin Howells, BBC Radio 5 Live. He's Mr. County Cricket, really, isn't he, in many respects. And it's always nice to see his smile, his dulcet tones.
Well, it's great to have Kevin here, and that will tell you that our commentary is shared with BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, going out also online for Worcestershire and Essex listeners.
Dylan Pennington running in, big strapping lad. He bowls the ball, and this time it is left alone by the Essex opener. Through to the keeper Ben Cox, who's recently signed a new deal at Worcestershire, which is full of enthusiasm, because there was speculation that would he be interested in other counties, but he signed for Worcestershire for the Pears, and that is a huge boost to the Midlands county.
Very good wicket-keeper batsman.
Very good, actually, yes. Very good hands. One of the best keepers on the circuit, along perhaps with Ben Folkes, as Pennington comes into bowl. Short of a length, left alone by Brown, goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Still the score remains 5 without loss, and we welcome you all today, wherever you are. It's great to have your company, and I'm sure you, like Kevin, like Paul, like myself, are just so excited. It was a bit like Christmas Day, waking up this morning. I couldn't wait to get to the ground. It is freezing though. It is very cold here at Chelmsford. Pennington, on his way in away from us, goes through to the keeper. It's well left. It's a good ball. Bit of bounce there from this very tall, blonde young man. Strong man, Paul, Dylan Pennington.
Yep, so it would appear. I don't think you can actually survive in county cricket if you're a weak man. You know? They all have to be pretty tough, particularly in these conditions. But as you say, he's built well enough to be a pretty decent rugby player as well. You can sort of see him in the three-quarter. Well, I was thinking more three-quarter line. Yeah.
Yes. I think he fancies the hard work of being in the second row. As Pennington on his way in, right arm over, bowls outside, bit of bounce there. Through to the keeper, very well left, but I also have to say I thought that was a cracking delivery which made Cox jump as it had an extraordinary bounce with that new ball.
Yeah, it really did hurry up. Yes, I think he's hardly the shape for a second row, Don. He's slim of build, but nevertheless he's quite powerfully built with it. And as I say, he certainly fit well in a good three-quarter line. He can move pretty quickly.
Pennington, again, up the hill from the river end at Chelmsford, bowls a little bit on his legs, a bit straighter, which is clipped by Brown to square leg where there is no run. Good shot from Brown, good delivery, intriguing proposition for the day here. Essex chose to bat. They believe this surface, and I spoke to the groundsman early this morning at socially distancing from a balcony down to the ground level, and he confirmed this is the driest wicket he has ever experienced here in his career in April at Chelmsford. It's got a hint of a little bit of grass, but it's dry, so Essex have decided to bat and get runs on the board. Pennington in, brings Brown forward, he fields off his own bowling. I thought that was a terrific over. The score remains after that maiden at 5 without loss.
Been a good start from the Worcestershire attack here. Joe Leach and Dylan Pennington very much on the mark, and Alistair Cook was beaten by 1 from Joe Leach, who's in the bowl over number 5. He beat him in over number 3. Dylan Pennington, for a young prospect, right on the money so far, getting some very good pace. He's certainly quicker than many an opening bowler in county cricket, and has the build for it as well. He'll be about 6'3". This will be lively. Important season, I feel, for Nick Brown, who's a thoroughly good county cricketer, but has just perhaps slightly failed in recent seasons to score the volume of runs that he would like. The centuries have become a little bit few and far between. He'd love to score a few this season for sure, as Joe Leach comes around the wicket and bowls to Alistair Cook. Cook gets solidly in behind this and just plays defensively up to mid-on. There's no run there, and we're in the 5th over. I'm Paul Neaton, with me is Don Topley, and we're delighted to be joined in the box today by 5 Live Sports Extras Kevin Howells, who will be joining us in 20 minutes or so from now, perhaps fewer than that. It's 5 for no wicket. We're in the 5th over, Essex having won the toss and batted. One thing that particularly pleases me is that Ryan Tenderscarter, already 40 years of age, is going on for another year here. He's in the team today. Around the wicket comes Leach. Cooks dabs the ball to the outside. Slight misunderstanding between the two batsmen, but they decide against the single in plenty good time to get back to their respective ends, and the score remains 5 for none in the 5th.
Yes, the Essex team today, well, Cook and Brown are out there. Next to come in at 3 is Wesley, the newly awarded test cap of Dan Lawrence is at 4, Paul Walter at 5, Tenderscarter at 6, Wheat at 7, Harmer 8, Allison 9, Cook 10 and Porter 11. And after Paul's description of the next ball, I'll give you the Worcester team.
Leach is on his way. From the Hayes close end, bowls to Cook. Cook plays the ball down to a wideish mid-off. There's no run there. Here comes the Worcestershire team.
Darryl Mitchell, Libby, Fell, Roderick, D'Oliveira, Vessels, Cox, Bernard, Captain Joe Leach at 9, Dylan Pennington, and bringing up the tail is Charlie Morris. So lots of young, decent bowlers. No Moeen Ali, clearly that could be rather a disappointment for Worcester, but that means Brett D'Oliveira, will be doing the part or the spin bowling.
Leach around the wicket bowls, and the Cook plays this ball straight out to the man just in front of the square leg umpire, and again there will be no run. Cook yet to get off the mark. All the 5 runs on the board have gone to Nick Brown, who took a single from the last ball of the first over from Joe Leach down to long leg, and then around about the 4th ball of the second over, a beautifully timed push, really nothing much more than the defensive push that went all the way to the extra cover boundary as Leach comes in to complete this, the 5th over of the Essex innings, having chosen to bat, and again it will be a dot ball as that one's just played out into the covers. Still 1 ball left of this over, in fact, and so far Alistair Cook yet to get off the mark. 5 for no wicket.
The only crowds watching cricket technically, Paul, will be the people who are lucky enough to live in the flats overlooking county cricket grounds, isn't that right? We have some flats around here. There's a couple of people peeping over the high wooden fence at the opposite side of the ground to us at the retirement flats. But I can give you a little story in a minute from Bristol.
Leach is in, bowls to Cook, and Cook hits this for 4. That's a magnificent straight drive, and he just lent on that. No great backlift, and just underlining what a magnificent player he is. We saw plenty of that at Lords in that 172 in the Bob Willis Trophy final on September the 25th, 2020. Well, that's 9 for no wicket. Cook gets off the mark in handsome style, magnificently timed. It was only just past the bowler, not a hope in hell of stopping that. And so Essex are 9 for no wicket after 5 overs.
Well, I've had a message and some tweets and texts from people around the country who are listening to us, but in particular there's some boys from the Knoll Cricket Club, the Golden Hill Cricket Club and the Oaklands Cricket Club in Bristol. They're hearing us loud and clear on 5 Live Sports Extra. And what's interesting, that they are staying hopefully socially distanced in the flats overlooking Bristol, and they're watching Surrey, who were put into bat by Gloucestershire. So hopefully they're going to have a cracking day watching some cricket. They're saying that they've been looking forward to this moment for months. So go well, fellas. Enjoy your own cricket in the West Country, in the club cricket around Bristol. Thank you very much to Courts and his friends who are on the boundary, but just above the boundary on the balconies of their flats in Bristol. Go well. Dylan Pennington to continue what will be the 6th over of the morning.
We're getting is very echoey. So
yes, so quite a gap actually. You haven't missed any action while Don was reading out that news, because Alistair Cook's straight drive has taken quite a while to retrieve. Of course, no crowds in, so it meant that someone had to come from some way away to eventually retrieve the ball. But Dylan Pennington is now about to bowl the 6th over of the innings, 9 for no wicket on the ball.
He turns a good 25 metre run up. He comes in, right arm over, clipped off the hips by Brown. Brown would just take the single. So Cook is to face. Brown comes down to the river end here at Chelmsford, the end. Dylan Pennington, who's had a terrific pre-season. Only took 6, I think, for 21 against Kent in a pre-season match against down at the St Lawrence ground, Canterbury. So he's in a bit of form, taking some wickets. Ricky Vessels has got a couple of hundreds for Worcestershire in their pre-season games. So I think he scored 96 out of his 100 in boundaries at Taunton against Somerset in the pre-season game. That takes some effort.
Yeah, fantastic.
Pennington passing the umpire Milnes, I think it is, as it goes through to the keeper. A decent ball to Alistair Cook, but he left it alone, and it's a dot ball. 2 umpires today. Neil Mallender, I think, is at square leg. And the bowling umpire, or the umpire at the bowler's end, is David Milnes. So we've got 2 seamers who are, when you look at them, they are so wrapped up. It really is, it's freezing. You just don't want to be in the slips on a day like today, as one of our division boards comes crashing down. Pennington bowls. This is a good delivery, played on the back foot by Sir Alistair Cook. where there is no run. There are 3 slips, a gully, backward point, wideish mid-on, the captain Joe Leach at mid-on, and then there is a mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket, and the conventional fine leg. Various challenges here today for us media, but hopefully we'll resolve them and you're hearing us all loud and clear. Pennington in bowls, nicely watched by Cook on the front foot, good delivery by the Worcestershire opening bowler, played out to captain Joe Leach wearing his Worcestershire cap proudly, the captain, a good leader. Very grey, quite high cloud, the odd gust of wind, clearly no crowd with the odd person peeping over the fence as Pennington comes in bowls. This is a good delivery, but Cook withdraws his bat inside of the line as it goes through to the keeper, Ben Cox. So it's been a comfortable start by Essex, but it's been quite a good start by Worcester. Haven't bowled many poor loose deliveries.
No, I mean, I suppose the 2 boundaries weren't poor deliveries at all. Very good shots from Nick Brown in the second over and Alistair Cook in the 5th.
Pennington, past umpire Milnes, bowls, good delivery, just comes back slightly. I would suggest that's just gone slightly up the slope here to the left-hander at Chelmsford. There's a slight slope towards the pavilion from the middle of the square. So I thought that was a cracking ball, a cracking bit of cricket, because it was a good calculated leave, and that was a good over by the tall blonde bowler. Pennington's bowled 3 overs 5, 1 maiden, and those figures are identical to Joe Leach, the captain. So Essex at the moment are in good shape, having negotiated the first 6 overs. They are 10 without loss.
Yep, it's been a good start all round in many ways. Essex just looking to bed in here, having won the toss and batted. They've been given few generous offerings from an excellent Worcestershire opening attack, with Joe Leach about to switch to over the wicket now to bowl to Nick Brown. And comes in, bowls, and Brown forces this one through the covers. A good shot. It won't quite go to the boundary. They'll get 2 for sure, and may even entertain a third. I think they're going to settle for 2, and that takes the score to 11 for no wicket. And Nick Brown moves along. In fact, it may be 12, and I'm just waiting for the board to update. It is 12 for no wicket, with Brown on 8 and Cook on 4. 2 runs there.
Yes, we've got the 2 scoreboards here. The electronic one, the large one, which incidentally, Paul, which is great news, they're about to launch a new ablution area behind the old, what I call the large scoreboard here at Chelmsford.
Leach again to Brown, shoulders, arms, and taken low down there by Ben Cox, who has been taking the ball anything but low down when keeping to Dylan Pennington at the city end here at Chelmsford. Chelmsford, the city status nowadays, so we used to call it the town end, or even river end. There's all sorts of names it can be called, but the score remains in the 7th over, choosing to bat Essex 12 for no wicket.
When did you first commentate here?
1987 in Peter Edwards' office. Essex v Hampshire, Benson and Hedges Cup.
What round?
Hampshire won. It was fairly early doors. It was a zonal round game as Brown plays the ball down to mid-on. There's no run. It's 12 for no wicket.
Great days back then, wasn't it?
They certainly were.
What year was that?
87.
So right, okay. So Essex have already won a couple of trophies then.
Well, run them all in a couple, yes.
Yes.
Benson and Hedges in Championship in 1979. They won 2 John Player Leagues by that stage. In fact, 3 John Player Leagues, 81, 84 and 86. 81, 85 and 86, I should have said. Here's the next delivery, and this ball is just played to backward point. There's no run. Having said all that, in case Worcestershire are tired of hearing of Essex's triumphs, they had a pretty awful season in that year when I first commentated on them here in 1987. Graham Gooch, by his standards, had a poor season, and Goochie always reckoned that when the year ended in a 7, it wasn't good news for him either in 77, 87 or the season he retired in 97.
I was just checking up on a few of the trophies won by Worcester.
Reaches in, bowls, and that ball goes through outside off stump. Well, Worcestershire, of course, were also having a splendid time in the 80s. Of course, they won the title when Essex got penalised 25 points at Southend in '89.
I played in that season, but Worcestershire were champions, county champions in 5 times, 64, 65, 74, and as you just highlighted, 88 and then 89 when Essex were deducted 25 points for that wicket at Southend.
Well, that was then, this is now, as Leach comes in from the Hayes close end and bowls to Nick Brown. And Brown drives handsomely, 4 runs, a valiant attempt to cut it off at mid-off, but it was just timed so well, it scorched its way to the boundary there. And it's been quite an interesting start from the point of view that the ones that have gone to the boundary have really been struck magnificently, but they're almost the only time the batsmen have been able to get off the leash, as it were, because most of the time Messrs Leach and Pennington have kept things very tight indeed. But after 7 overs now, Essex choosing to bat a 16 for no wicket with 12 to Brown and 4 to Cook.
Yeah, super shot. It was a dive at mid-off, just evaded him. It was interesting, the Essex lads from some of their colleagues are wandering around the boundary like they do in a club game. And the ball went right beside 2 of the players in their tracksuits, but they obviously didn't dare pick the ball up or do anything. The fielder had to walk across the best part of 30 yards to go and retrieve the ball. The first bowling change of the morning. I think this is Charlie Morris replacing Dylan Pennington, who bowled a good first spell from the river end. It is Charlie Morris, right arm over, bowls the ball, a little bit outside off stump, well left by Sir Alistair Cook, who's wearing a jumper. Nick Brown isn't wearing a jumper. There are no bobble hats now, there are 2 sun hats. Not that there's sun today at the moment. Cox and First Slip have sun hats on, the rest looking around the park. Every man is proudly wearing his Worcester green cap, cricket cap. Look very smart, they do. Charlie Morris, his second delivery. He bowls. There's a cut, it's a Chinese cut! It misses the keeper as it goes to the boundary, just to the left of the sight screen for 4 runs. A Chinese cut by Sir Alistair Cook, who is known throughout the world for his cutting prowess, but this one was the inside edge. Slightly lucky, fortuitous in a way. 4 runs to Essex and Brown, the score 20 without loss.
Yes, you could say a little bit more than slightly there, actually. Anything but what the batsman intended. But Essex going on to 20 for none, and Alistair Cook there just a little bit fortunate to get that one wide of the stumps.
Morris on his way in, bowling to Alistair Cook, leaves it alone through to the keeper. The 3 slips all converge and have a chat. Charlie Morris is, well, I think he's thought of very, very well. He's quite a tight bowler. Was probably in his younger days a bit more of a tearaway. He traditionally has a bit of a way shape, so to the left-hander he will be looking to bring it back in, and generally speaking these days he tries to create and build some pressure. Good virtues that. Morris is in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. So Alistair Cook leaves it alone.
Yeah, it may turn out to be a great move to bring Charlie Morris on at this point. I was a little surprised, Don, after the way Dylan Pennington bowled for the first 3 overs. A little bit surprised that he's taken out the attack so early. Of course, he may be going to be switched to the Hayes close end, we'll see. But certainly there was nothing wrong with the 3 overs he sent down. I was impressed with his pace.
Morris on his way in, away from us, again another good delivery. Slightly exaggerated follow through with his arms and his flourish of arms as he follows through. So, no, nothing wrong with that. It was a good delivery, well watched by Sir Alistair Cook. How many times have we said that during his career? I've got an update just in a moment. Hopefully they'll come through into my cans to tell me they're ready and waiting in BBC Hereford and Worcester. You're listening to BBC Essex and also on 5 Live Sports Extra, and in a moment we will, after that update, be introducing Kevin Howells to the commentary team. Another good delivery, good tight over from Charlie Morris. He's gone for the solitary boundary, which was an inside edge through to the sight screen. So a good over, 5 very good deliveries by Morris. Accurate, 20 without loss, and that is after seven overs.
Thank you to Don, who's about to do his update. So I'll be joined by Kevin Howells in a few moments' time. Thank you, Don.
Hopefully I can do the updates. If the world in the grim... there we have a bit of a feed. Yes, and a very good morning and welcome back. It's 20 without loss. That's Essex because they won the toss on this particularly dry surface. They haven't lost a wicket. Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook are there. Brown has 12, Cook has 8. But I do have to say, Worcestershire have bowled very tightly in this first sort of 8 overs, 8.1 overs now. And I think they can be very proud of what they've achieved. But they haven't created any serious chances. It looks a good batting wicket, and Essex have got first use. So the score at the moment after 8 overs is Essex are 20 without loss.
So Leach to continue from the Hayes close end. And down to just the 3 slips now. There were originally 4, 20 for none on the board. Leach is in, bowls and gets a little bit of life out of the pitch there, but was left alone by Nick Brown, and score remaining at 20 without loss. Apologies if you're picking... good, it's just getting a little bit anxious in case we weren't going to have the music cut off in our headphones. 12 to Brown, 8 to Cook. Quite a good first delivery this over from Leach, where Brown was looking a little bit anxiously as he didn't get the ball out of the middle of the bat, but was relieved to see it was going all along the ground out to point. Here's Leach again, who's now bowling over the wicket to the left-handers. Ball's clipped off the pads by Brown. It goes in front of square leg, and there is no run. As in a moment or two, we will welcome Kevin Howells to the microphone for the first time. And so, honours even, I would say, at the moment. Essex have elected to bat first. It's looking a good enough decision, but that's not to say there haven't been moments when the batsmen have had their little moments of good fortune. Cook in particular with that Chinese cut. Virtually Charlie Morris is the first ball. And as he reaches in, bowls to Brown, keeps low, as the pitch is inclined to do here at Chelmsford for all the good lift that Pennington in particular has been able to get. That one kept low and just kept out by a watchful. Watchful being his watchword. Worcestershire will be hoping that Essex's moderate record in first games of the season continues here. Kevin, it's absolutely super to see you. Welcome.
We've all got a moderate record with our first games of the season.
Don't mock. It's Leach is in you. I'm very sensitive in these matters. This ball's taken down leg side, and wicked sense of humour Kevin has got, a delightful sense of humour, I would say as well.
There's always one thing that you've forgotten to put back in the bag that you took out in October. Always one thing.
Yes.
And for me at the moment, I think it probably is just a lack of pains, which hopefully I will be able to cope with.
Oh, I can lend you one.
But I think otherwise I'm quite pleased with myself.
Do let me know if you'd like me to lend you a pen. I've got 5 in the bag here, without wishing to be any more boastful than I naturally am. And Don has nipped him with an interception and provided him with one. As this ball goes through just outside off stump. I missed the signal of a no ball in this over, so that's my, well, some would say it's not my first mistake of the season. If you want to be really wicked, you could say coming here at all, but it's 2 runs onto the board from when you last heard. 22 for no wicket, 12 to Brown, 8 to Cook, and 2 for the no ball.
I think I had Basil Dolavira playing here at 2 minutes to 11 this morning, so that was my first one of the season. At least I thought that's a good mistake to make.
Well, wouldn't that have been lovely if it really had been Basil Dolavira?
We'll take Brett, he's a good player.
Yeah. Leach is in, bowls, and this ball's played down to mid-off. 22 for no wicket. A good solid over there from the skipper, but Worcester still looking for the initial breakthrough, and Essex choosing to bat at 22 for none after 9 overs. Kevin.
I can't get over just how big a smile, how genuinely on my face at the start of the season. We make the mention of the fact that we haven't got any spectators in. That's a massive ingredient missing from the game. Hopefully over the next few weeks they'll still be able to set the scene, still be able to do everything right for you, listening wherever you are. And watching the stream, of course, that's massive. You're able to watch the action. So wherever you're doing that as well, at the start of this next over, it's bowled, and almost cuts in the half, or just flying through to the keeper. But until that happens, and hopefully, just maybe get some sort of guidance over the next week or so as to when the people will be allowed back in.
Well, certainly, if things go to plan, by June the 21st, there will be no restrictions left, and normality will resume. Certainly, one thing that's gone very well is the vaccination rollout, although, of course, there are all these queries now about the AstraZeneca, but I've had one, it didn't do me any harm.
Morris is in and bowls. That one keeps a little bit low. Cook, who manages to fend it away onto the onside. Yes, so that isn't right, and we're at one of those grounds actually where you notice it perhaps more than others,
yes,
shall we say, because there's always a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere for championship cricket here. And even on a day like today, people will be wrapped up. I know, of course, everyone will be wrapped up nice and warm, although it has been colder this week, and I believe it will be colder even still at the end of the week. But it's Morris in again and bowls a little bit shorter on the leg stump and held on its way there behind square on the onside. And that's, I think, coming off with the paddle. That's 5 wide. So signals are laid by anyway by umpire David Milnes. So it's umpire Milnes at this end, and by my reckoning, although it's very difficult to see, he's so wrapped up. He's umpire Neil Mallender.
Yes, I mean,
squarely.
He's already known as the Ghost, but he looks even more ghostly than ever.
Well, this is the second time I've seen Neil this season. As we again see Morris in and bowls, and that's first time past the off stump through to the keeper and go into the ground. And I'm going to guess, because I can't see why it wouldn't be, the thing that he's most proud of in that gear, and he's got a lot of gear.
Yes.
He's very wrapped up. He can see enough, hopefully. It really is peeking through all sorts of scarves and hats. Underneath the white cricket hat, if I can put it that way, sort of more a cap effort, there is a beanie or a woolly hat that Morris is in and bowls again, full and driven. Doesn't get the timing right, does Brown, but before fielded by Leach, just down in front of us. That's mid-off. But that hat he proudly wears these days because it's a Leeds United beanie under there, and if you were to say, well, no, you look ever so right, he's like, yeah, but look at this. He has to insist on lifting it up so you can see the Leeds United emblem upon a big Leeds fan. I think he actually lives in South Yorkshire, but he's a big Leeds supporter. Morris is in and bowls, and again just back on length, and again a little low on the off stump to the left hand of Brown, and he works it onto the onside, and that completes another over, and you can just almost feel the relief of the fielders out there. Good, we can run, to warm up a little bit at the end of the over, just to find a new position. But at the end of that over, it's 23 for no wicket, the start of a brand new season. I think, Paul, we need to perhaps just remind ourselves, as well as those viewing and listening, about the structure of the season, which is just a little bit different.
Yes, indeed.
As well this year. It does take some keeping up with to follow, but it's when you start to hesitate is when it starts to get confusing. So I shall try and do it with gusto and full confidence.
Right.
As to how it will all operate this year.
So Leach coming around the wicket, pays close end, bowls to Cook, thick inside edge, goes out to man just in front of the square leg, no run, 23 for none, Essex choosing to bat. Just to finish off that, or to add to the point about Leeds United that you mentioned, that both Kevin and myself have spent a good amount of time in Leeds. We first met at Headingley. I'm not implying that we married, but we first met.
It was a beautiful moment. I'll go as far as saying that. Yeah.
I think you bought me a sausage sandwich, if I remember rightly, and Just mentioning Leeds, sadly 2 of the Leeds United greats died in the course of the winter. Norman Hunter and more recently Peter Lorimer. So the next ball is crashed away without timing by Cook. It looked as if it was going to speed to the cover boundary, but in fact just came off the bottom part of the bat and goes into the covers for no run. 23 for no wicket. But certainly Neil Mallender will have felt sorrow at the parting of 2 of the wonderful Don Reilly side at Ellen Road. Leach, meanwhile, just got slightly more overcast and not quite as bright as it was a few minutes ago. Balls to Cook, and Cook places pleasantly out to a diving mid-off, and again there will be no run. So 23 for no wicket, and 12 to Brown, 8 to Cook.
I've done.
Ball, if anything,
Finding
is
out
kept
from-
low when the bowling's
They're going
been
to come and
from
bring
Joe
them.
Leach at the Hayes close end, and
Yes.
a good few have lifted quite sharply when the bowling's been from the river end. I'm Paul Neat, with me Kevin Howells, Hyde Live Sports Extra. My colleague Don Toppy is also with us and will be joining us again just after midday. There's 2 runs here as the ball is deflected away backward square leg, and the man at forward square leg has to run to within about 10 yards of the backward square leg boundary to retrieve, and Cook with those 2 will move along to 10, the score to 25 for no wicket. It's been a no ball which is worth 2 runs and a leg by in the extras column.
On your telephone.
All sorts going on just at the moment. Bells going off in
Hang
the
on, I'll stay
background.
with us.
Is this Trevor?
No, Owen.
Leach in again. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, long leg.
Did you hear that?
And Cook plays this forward to backward point. No run.
And then we're going to
Score
read
remaining at 25 for none. We're in the 11th over here, Essex having won the toss. Ken Allison making his Essex Championship debut today. He did have 1 championship game when on loan to Gloucestershire. But
Yes,
this will
we
be his
do,
Essex
urgently.
debut, a tall, quickish bowler, sort of
It's
fast medium.
3 pin from the socket into the back of an ISD and
25 for none in the
But,
11th over.
but you're going to do that straight away.
And here comes Leach.
But could you read?
Balls to Cook. Cook deflects again to backward point. Again there will be no run.
Apologies, but due to early season technical issues, we are going to go off air, but only temporarily. So for anybody listening on 5 Live Sports Extra and anywhere else around the world, and also the streaming service as well, just to say that we will be going off there and we'll be coming back just as soon as we possibly can, but hopefully before the time next over.
It's coming.
Now, why does it have to be this? Can it not be this kit? Can we not dial in on this kit?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yeah, so we can dial in. Why can't we dial on that
That's
one?
only for BBC Essex as they've got it at the moment, not without letting them
But
know,
we've
Okay.
just been on that.
Okay.
because it was switched over, you see, so that we could go on to AM.
That's a 0, is it?
Yes.
Hopefully now we are back and we shall stay with you. I have to admit, whilst I was busy under the desk, I think 3 screwdrivers, I've never used 3 screwdrivers before, but you were watching what was going on, so you can now fill people in and we count.
Well, the sight of you disappearing under the desk with 3 screwdrivers rather distracted me, if I'm honest. But no, our listeners, hopefully you're now hearing us again. You've missed nothing actually of note. 3 dot balls have taken place, and here's Charlie Morris bowling again.
And to me back on commentary without any screwdrivers, and pushed into the offside. And there should be no run. Tell you what, although my eyesight, of course, was somewhat altered by going under the desk for a second. So I think it's maybe just getting a little bit dark out there, but
It
fingers
is.
crossed, we're going to be okay. There was one delay, as I saw earlier on at Lord's, Middlesex versus Somerset right at the start of play. Although it would be rude of me to say I have no sympathy for the players or umpires out there in the cold, if we can have it dry, that's the main thing. As once again Morris is in balls from the river end, and this is testing stuff here, but he's able to leave it through to the keeper at the moment is Brown. He's not the tallest of figures, Morris, but he's asking a few questions at the moment. He's one of those bowlers who tucks his shirt firmly into his trousers and therefore has a little bit of a industrious look about him. Although I have to say that perhaps during the winter time those trousers maybe have shrunk in the wash, because they're up above the ankles as Morris is in and bowls and played defensively by Brown into the offside. I always myself find this amusing when I start to talk about people wearing clothes on the grounds that I'm no fashion expert myself, and it's very easy that I could be walking around with trousers that maybe don't quite go down to the areas they should, around the boots. Morris is back to his mark. But now hopefully we can just give a little bit more context to the competition this season and also this game. Let's just put the context of this game right as well if we can, as Morris is in bowls and not too far away from the off stump and through to the keeper. And I'll do this bit first to start with, because one of the reasons I'm intrigued by this, I mean we should be intrigued and full of anticipation at the start of the season anyway, but was for the fact that Worcestershire, having had a horrid time in 2019, in a shortened season, and with batting in August, it's a little bit different to April, I'll give you that, but it really looks as if maybe they were showing signs of much improvement within the red ball game. And here, first up, at the start of April, up against a team, of course, who've been really quite dominant in red ball cricket. So this is a real good early season test for Worcestershire, how they're going to get on. There's a lot of games still to come, but I'm really anticipating this.
No, absolutely right. I think we all are, and as I referred to earlier, Essex, despite all the success they've had in recent seasons, have not generally been at their best in the first match. Now, when they got back into Division 1 in 2017, it took a monumental innings from Dan Lawrence to save them from a very, very heavy defeat to Lancashire in the first game. Jimmy Anderson was captaining Lancashire at the time, and Essex was set 400 and goodness knows how many to win the game, and Lawrence batted for 7 hours 7 minutes, faced 333 deliveries and made it quite magnificent, 141 not out. Pennington back into the attack from the Hayes close end, having bowled his first 3 overs from the City end. First ball played back to him by Alistair Cook, 25 for no wicket, Essex winning the toss, were in the 13th over. When Lawrence came in, I mean, he was literally shepherding the tail all the way, and Essex clung on in the final hour. Lawrence at the time was only 18, and it was a phenomenal innings from one so young. Then in 2018, they didn't get off to a good start, didn't win the first game. In 2019, Essex only lost once, as Pennington's in again. 2 slips and a gully, and Cook this time has played the ball, hurried into the shot there, but he's got it away past square leg, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. Nothing more than a late nudge from Cook has got the ball to the square leg boundary. He moves up to 14 and for the first time overtakes Brown, and it's 29 for no wicket in the 13th over. Yes, in that 2019 championship winning season, Essex were absolutely thumped down at the Aegis Bowl against Hampshire, lost by nearly 300 runs. And this in spite of a very fine century from Ravi Bopara, but that was Essex's only highlight then. They never looked back after that, but that was their one poor game of the season. Here comes Pennington again, and bowls to Cook. Cook nudges the ball, this time straight to the man forward at square leg, and there's no run, 29 for no wicket in the 13th. And last year, they did win the first game. It was in August, of course. It was against Kent. But they shouldn't really have won it. They had Kent 22 for 3, whereupon Ollie Robinson joined Heino Kuhn in a partnership of about 170 at very rapid pace. Kuhn was 140 not out at the end of the day, and Kent were about 340 for 4. Whereafter Essex kept the deficit down to just under 100 on first innings. Pennington's in, bowls, Cook taken on the pad here, they're going to scoot through for a leg by, That'll make it 30 for no wicket. Might have been an inside edge as well as pad, just waiting to see if there's a signal from the ghost, but no, there isn't. That's umpire Neil Mallender. 30 for no wicket, the single goes to Cook's credit, inside edge into pad, 15 to him. He has half the runs on the board. In the end, Essex scrambled home by 2 wickets, having needed 32, I think it was, at the fall of the 8th wicket to eventually win the match, as they had succeeded in dismissing Kent very much more cheaply second time around. Here comes Pennington. Balls to Brown, a lead outside off stump. It's 30 for no wicket in the 13th over. But as I say, Essex usually take a game to warm up.
Literally.
Yes, it is almost literally, isn't it? Alan Richardson walking around the ground there just in front of the pavilion. I think the Worcestershire players actually, not for COVID reasons, not anybody. Yes, no, there is somebody up in the normal changing room area, but Worcestershire otherwise I think in the hospitality box a little bit further around the ground.
Pennington again, bowls to Brown. It's a good delivery. Brown was sort of playing his percentages there and sort of deliberately playing inside the line in case the ball should come back late, but it didn't. It goes through to the admirable Worcestershire wicket-keeper Ben Cox, recently signed a new contract, and 13 overs have now been completed. Just the 1 run off the Pennington over. He's made an impressive impression here. First time I've seen him. He's bowled 3 overs from the City end, and that is first from the Hayes close end. Very economically, gone for just 6 runs from those 4 overs, and with Cook on 15, Brown 12, Essex choosing to bat as 30 for no wicket after 13 overs.
And it's Morris again to continue from the river end. He comes in past umpire Milnes, right arm in the bowls, and a lovely delivery which hits the bat of Cook and through to the keeper. We are watching the only game in the country where a wicket to have fallen so far in over 54 minutes or so of the season. In terms of calamitous wickets falling, well, there are 1 or 2 which are catching the eye, perhaps no great surprise at this time of the year, but it'd be nice to go through I'll go through all the scores and then we'll tell you how the groups are all divided up. There's Morris comes in again to bowl, and one has to be played by Cook. He tries to whip it, use of the wrist, whip it away and find a bit of a gap on the onside, but can't get it away. Kent at 26 for 1 against Northampton. That's steady enough. Sussex 13 for 2 in their game away to Lancashire. That game was supposed to be played at Hove, and then a very strange occurrence took place where something got into the turf at Hove and spoilt the ground, and therefore they decided to play up in Manchester instead. First the fixture, next delivery. Oh, LBW appeal, and he's out! And the first wicket has fallen here now, and Cook has gone. So wicket for Morris, leaning forward, and it's the first time that umpire Milnes has to raise his finger as the umpire this season, and it sees the end of Alistair Cook. Cook is dismissed, and he's out. He's gone for 15.
Yes, it didn't look from our position, which is quite a good one. We're sort of looking over mid-off's shoulder. Didn't really look to do a great deal. It was fairly well pitched up, and Cook just missed it for whatever reason. And not trying to say it wasn't a good delivery. It obviously had the virtue of being straight, but a little bit surprising to understand why Cook would be beaten by that particular delivery.
Yes, I suppose so. Actually, be very generous and say, early season, 55 minutes out there. I mean, he's going to get something wrong. But yeah, that's a wicket for Morris, and obviously will give them great cheer, and it does mean now that everywhere up and down the country see a wicket fall. Yeah,
you see, I'm sorry, but I have to hold you responsible for that. You talked him out. Classic case, your first victim of the new season.
Oh, I hope to get you. Think I'll get 50 for the season. That's all I need. That's all I need. Sussex are 13 for 2 in that game. I was just talking about Lancashire. Middlesex versus Somerset. Somerset and Essex, great rivalry between the two teams. We'll expand on that over the next day too as well. Middlesex are 45 for 1 against Somerset. Hampshire 45 for 1 at Leicestershire, and Surrey 34 for 2 against Gloucestershire. There are other matches where lots of wickets have fallen. Derbyshire 11 for 3 against Warwickshire. Durham are 30 for 2 at Nottingham, and Glamorgan 31 for 3 in the game against Yorkshire. Yorkshire being tipped by quite a few people as being very strong candidates of the Championship, and I should add, not just by people within the boundaries of Yorkshire, outside of those boundaries as well. So, we now have the new batter at the crease, and it's the skipper Wesley, and that first delivery, shoulders arms, is past the off stump and through to the keeper, being bowled by Charlie Morris, who's got a victim for the season, one next to his name already, and we'll be delighted with that, and particularly as it is the removal of Sir Alistair Cook, who has departed and made his way back to the pavilion area. So we approach the first hour of the 2021 season, and if I can just quickly to go through the fact that we've got 3 divisions or conferences. There are 3 groups of 6 teams. Morris again is in and bowls. Oh, it's one with pads. Tries to work it away, Wesley. There's second ball, but just looks a little bit jumpy out there at the moment. So you've got 3 groups, 6 teams. The idea being, if you want to be crowned county champions at the end of the season, during these 10 matches to be played over the earlier part of the summer, you have to end up in the top 2 of your group. The top 2 will go through to Division 1, and those 6 teams in Division 1 will play out in Super September, which I believe it's being coined by some, to become county champions, and a defensive shot required by Wesley, back up to Morris. There should be no run, so it's 30 for 1, the score here at Chelmsford. So yeah, you've got Division 1 of 6 teams, the top 2 from each of the conferences go through to that. If you finish in 3rd or 4th position, you take your place in Division 2, and then if you finish in 6th, you take your place in Division 3 for the matches, the Red Bull matches, the first class matches to be played at the end of the season. So to be crowned county champions, you have to finish in the top 2 of your group, and then you get your chance in Division 1. The top 2 teams in Division 1 at the end of it all will then also play out for the Bob Willis Trophy, and the final to be played right at the end of the season. So there is a chance here for a team to win 2 Red Bull trophies this season.
As Pennington comes in and bowls, and Brown has worked this ball down towards the 3rd man boundary, they're going to come back for 2, and in fact they're going to take a 3rd as well, as that ball is only just kept from going for 4, and that'll take Essex to 33 for 1. Cook, the man to go, who's gone LBW to Charlie Morris for 15, and score is 33 for 1. Don Toffee is briefly coming in to, in fact I think it makes most sense if Don stays where he is, and I will make way for Kevin after Don's done his update. The score is 33 for 1. Brown has moved along to 15. Wesley yet to get off the mark, but he's got his chance now as he's facing Pennington for the first time. 3 slips. Good delivery from Pennington. Leaves the batsman off the pitch, but well left by Wesley. No run there. 33 for 1. Due in next for Essex, Dan Lawrence. You could say mixed fortunes out in the subcontinent during the winter, but I think more good than bad from a Lawrence point of view. I was very glad that he got his chance to come back in the final test in India. He was certainly, I think, not helped by starting off where I think he should be at number 5, then put up too high at number 3, and then too low at number 7. The next ball is driven nicely back to the bowler by Wesley to Pennington, 33 for 1.
I thought he showed great temperament. Yes, he scored some runs. Yes, he has a slightly different technique, but temperament-wise, he ticked all those boxes.
Yep, now that's well put. He did, as he's a bit inclined to do, Don, a couple of his dismissals, he tried to hit the bowling too early before he'd had a chance to get his eye in, but made a very good start in the first test of the winter, and a good couple of innings in the last test in India. So Wesley is played down, placed his ball down to mid-on, 33 for 1. I'm Paul Newton, with me is Don Topley, and in just a moment or two when Don's done his update, I shall make way for, in fact at the end of this over, I shall make way for Kevin Howes to come in, and we'll be doing our distancing, which in terms of microphones means that when anyone crosses over we have to keep to our own individual microphones for obvious reasons. Pennington, long run up from the Hayes close end. Bowls and leave outside off stump from the Essex skipper nowadays, Tom Wesley, 33 for 1.
Judging by the look of us all, we've obviously had our jabs.
Right, I'll try and work on that one while I'm off the air.
Yes.
I never even felt my jab.
Didn't you?
No, I wondered whether it was a bluff.
The one who did mine, she took a run up.
Oh no, mine didn't need a run up. She was an excellent lady, a very tall lady, and I had to say to her, "You haven't done it, have you?" And she said yes. So I wasn't looking at the time, so I have to take her word for it. As here is Pennington in bowls and thick inside edge into pad, no run. Another good over from Pennington. Essex are 33 for 1. Cook LBW to Morris for 15. It's 33 for 1 in 14 overs, and I shall now make way for 5 Live Sports Extras, Kevin Howe.
How lovely it was to see him climb the stairs with a smile. You've just taken me out.
I've been wanting to do that for
You've just
ages.
taken me out. Yes, I'll do it for you, Paul. There we go. Let me just bear with you. You've silenced me. There will be thousands who will be happy. Morris, the wicket taker, on his way in. This time it's driven by Nick Brown out to mid-off where there is no run. The wicket taker so far this morning. Charlie Morris is bowled tight. He angles the ball back in, and I'm pleased to say soon we'll do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Yes, very good morning, and Charlie Morris has got the first-class wicket for Worcestershire this season, and it was no one less than Sir Alistair Cook. He was LBW to the Worcestershire seamer for 15 runs. So first punch to Worcestershire, who were asked to go into the field. Essex chose to bat, and the score after this first wicket, and indeed 15 overs of play, Essex are 33 for 1. There's your quick update on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Essex and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. We're delighted to bring you live action in a little bit of sunshine as Charlie Morris comes in, drags Nick Brown forward onto the front foot, played in to the offside. A good delivery and a good looking forward defensive shot by Nick Brown. A very, very good morning, and can I publicly say
Yes.
a huge thank you for your assistance this morning. You are the ultimate pro. What else do you have in your car?
Don't. I love the first mornings.
I do.
But everything that's happened this morning has been brilliant for a first morning.
Morris in, right arm over. This is clipped through the leg side to mid-off where the captain Joe Leach dives and stops the ball with a rather forcibly good-looking shot by Nick Brown for no run. 33 for 1.
I feel like the player, and you will have experienced this. I haven't. But, you know, that's worked so hard on my game for the last 6 months to make sure it's just right for the start of the season, and it doesn't matter how much work you put in, something goes wrong.
Morris in bowls, driven again into the leg side, this time to a little squarer to square leg, probably a little bit more of the bottom hand, the left hand of Nick Brown that was played into the leg side. There is no run. I understand that. If I said to you, did you sense that I was quite calm above the surface, but I was like a swan underneath? I was panicking.
No, you were panicking on the surface as well.
Well, yeah, thank you. Okay. Yes, you must. We're live on BBC Live, the 5 Live Sports Extra, as Morris comes in through to the keeper. A little bit wider, I've got to say, I thought that was a good over. Well bowled to Morris, a maiden, so the score remains on 33 for 1.
And overall, what about the bowling this morning?
It's been tight, it's been good. I can't, an inside edge for 4, driven down the ground for 4. There's not too many poor deliveries being bowled, and I think the captain Leach, Worcestershire, will be chuffed with the way they bowl. I do think it's quite a good surface, and I do think Essex have one small advantage, that they're going to have the first opportunity on this good surface.
So it looks that way. Pennington coming in now from the Hayes close end in bowls, and honestly a step from 2 to the keeper. No run at Wesley. In place of no real changes to the field, obviously still attacking as you might rightly expect this time of the year, and this time of the day as well. Tell you, there was one question which I'm still going to ask, because it's the sort of thing that I think might tease and annoy people that they can't think of the answer to, even though the fellas out, and that is Sir Alistair Cook. Because obviously just doing a little bit of research and just looking things up, as Pennington comes in and bowls and defensively played onto the onside. Just thinking about Sir Alistair, who, and again, our age comes into play here, I suppose, Don, for the fact that we don't know how many more years Sir Alistair is going to play. Deep down, we are hoping it's going to be another 2 or 3, if possible. But that will be his decision, and rightly so, what it's going to be he decides to make it. But for the fact that he is at that stage of his career, because it seems like he's been around for 5 minutes, and his debut was back in 2003. And it made me think, 2003, who do you be playing alongside then? As that one is a little wider, too wide. Actually, quite an interesting bounce and lift away through to the keeper on that delivery. And I thought, I just wonder, it isn't, for most of us, it doesn't seem that long ago, 2003, when he made his debut. It was a game against Nottinghamshire, and I was thinking to myself, well, how many people would be able to name the batter that Alistair Cook opened with for Essex back in 2003 in September? And I don't give the answer.
You don't want me to say?
I don't want you to say. I just wonder if it is a tricky one or not.
I'm going to write it down.
As Pennington comes in and through to keeper Cox, there will be no run. Other players in the team were Andy Flower, Mark Bettini, Ronnie O'Rani, James Foster, Graham Napier, James Middlebrook, Jonathan Dakin. That's the thing that excites me most. No, it's not that one. No. Is when you look through these names, and names like Dakin, for example, players that
Worcestershire,
players that you, I know, hopefully Jonathan, you look at some of these names and think, oh yes, I remember. Mohamed Akram, Andrew Clark, another name. He played well in that game with Clark, and this next delivery is wide of the off stump and
who was that?
To the keeper. Called Andrew Clark.
Andy Clark, yes, yeah. Long hair, very long hair.
So it is one of the, I mean, we've had 6 months to be doing this and looking back through some of the old cards, but I just did this just the other night. And because we haven't got a prize to give away, I don't want people even, you can tweet if you want to get in touch, but just something perhaps to think about, as long as you remind me, Don, that before I go off at 12:30, 12:25, 12:30, we give the answer, but just something to think about wherever you're listening or watching us at the moment. Who actually opened the batting alongside Alistair Cook that day in September back in 2003? This next delivery played away just past the diving fielder there at square leg, and because it's got passed in, it means it's going to go, because there's nobody else out there in the deep, over the boundary, because he did timed it well. Lovely shot. Gone all the way for 4, and it takes the score up to 37 for 1 now.
If you ever thought of Tom Wesley playing a shot, that would be it. A clip off his hips. Yes, it was a little too straight, but it was a super shot, something that Tom Wesley is known for, his leg side play. Dylan Pennington, that was probably the worst ball of the over. There was a ball that you talked about on commentary just then, Kevin, where it showed you a little bit of bounce from wide. It did jump, but alas, nothing from straight jump. It looks a good wicket, this does. As Charlie Morris, the man who's got the wicket this morning, LBW, that of Sir Alistair Cook. It will be one of his proudest wickets, I would imagine, that in his longevity of his career, or when he becomes a father, he will tell his children and grandchildren of. Morris is in, bowls, brings Cook forward, but he gets an outside edge leading down to the vacant third man. They run 1, 2, they look for the third, but Wesley turns it down. It was a good chase by backward point, and indeed the gully that have gone down to the floodlights beside the executive suite here at Chelmsford. So nothing wrong. It was a good delivery, very good delivery again by Morris, but 2 runs to Nick Brown.
Thomas, I'd like you to share with me and everyone else what I've been picking up on social media over the last 24 hours, and certainly last night as well, where players and some former players have been talking about the nerves ahead of the first day of the season.
Morris on his way in, past umpire Milnes, bowls a quick single out to wideish mid-on where there is a single. 1 more run to Brown, 1 more run to Essex. The score moves, I'm waiting, and it's moved to 40 for 1. Yes, you must felt like it's a bit like Christmas. I certainly did. I've been so excited as each day has built up. I noticed one tweet from a distinguished player, Chris Nash, formerly of Notts and Sussex. He said, I used to have sleepless nights because I was worried as hell about getting a first ball up. Morris is in, bowls, and it's a good looking delivery to the right-handed Wesley, no run. He was worried because he would get a first ball, but he would panic because the umpires would start the game at 10:58 and not 11 o'clock. He used to have sleepless nights because of that.
So the nerves they're feeling, because you'd think, well, it's a little illogical because it's such a long season. It doesn't work out for you. This morning, you'll have other times, other occasions, but it doesn't matter.
Morris is in, bowls, back of the length there to the right-handed Wesley, who gets tall on his toes, plays it to the floor, and there is no run. Yeah, I think you must be nervous. As a bowler, you just know that as long as you bowl okay, you're going to come back for more overs and more overs and more overs. As a batsman, I suppose you could always get a dodgy decision, a great delivery, or you play a bad shot, and you might have to wait a little while for your next opportunity.
And then you've got to drop a catch.
And Morris is in. This time it's too straight. He's asked it to do too much. And like in the last over, Tom Wesley, the right-hander who played international cricket against South Africa a few years ago, has driven that through the leg side with a big bottom hand, and that is 4 gorgeous runs. And I just know as a bowler, Charlie Morris will be thinking, oh, why did I ask it to do too much? Why did I just bowl it too straight at Wesley? He will regret that for the rest of the over, because so far this Worcestershire side have bowled tightly this morning. It's been impressive. There hasn't been too much in the wicket, but they bowled impressively. 44 for 1. What can he do? Wesley waits. Morris is in, outside off stump. He gets it outside off. It carries on away to the keeper for a dot ball, and 44 for 1, and that indeed is the end of the 18th over.
So a reminder of that question, which I've just thrown out there, I think it's nice to have a bit of a quiz question every now and then, is just to Alistair Cook, who was already out, he's been dismissed this morning, but his debut back in September of 2003. Who was his opening partner in the Essex team on that day? They've taken on Nottinghamshire. Topless has already had one incorrect guess, which I'm going to mention, not because he got it wrong, but for the fact he mentioned Jason Gavin, who just happened to play for Nottinghamshire in that game.
Did he? Thank you for that.
Darren Bicknell, Chris Reed, Russell Warren, Kevin Peterson was in that Nottinghamshire team, Chris Cairns, Bilal Shafiat, Paul Franks, Paul McMahon, Stuart McGill and Charlie Schreck. The start of this next over, and Brown works that away, they can't get it past the fielder out there at mid-on.
Kevin, did you know, you were talking about Sir Alistair Cook, that obviously Paul's talked about his 100 and plenty in the Bob Willis Trophy final, but there were only 2 centurions by Essex in the Bob Willis Trophy, showing how important Sir Alistair Cook was. And he scored both those centuries.
Well, there was high up on the rankings, of course, with Worcestershire batters as well in that Bob Willis Trophy. That was on the rank and lead through to the keeper.
Jake Libby.
Yeah.
Second highest. I've got it here. I think Alistair got something like 563.
Correct.
And Jake Libby, who's played previously for Nottinghamshire, was it Leicester or Derby? Yeah, and he ended up on 498 as the second highest aggregate batsman.
Followed by Tom Lammonby, who's an exciting talent from Somerset, Ben Slater at Nottinghamshire now, and Will Rhodes as well. Next delivery, bowls, and that's 4, and that's past the off-stump through to the keeper. I just want to give up to Jim a mention for that on Twitter. I think it's important to credit people where they put out a tweet just a couple of days ago after Jim did that one, so I thank him for that. But for me, the Bob Willis Trophy last year, Toppers, was interesting because the fact that supposedly it's a reasonable time for batting. It was also a shortened season, so there wasn't necessarily the problems over the depth of squad, which I think has encouraged virtually all 18 counties to think they made progress last year.
Because they had to play their own.
And there was that as well. So let's see how they all get on this time. Pennington drives Edders Brown to mid-on, and again there will be no run. But just talking around over the last few weeks to some of our colleagues in the commentary box,
Cheers,
but also
thank you
some
very
of the
much.
coaches, of whom you would expect nothing other than we are optimistic about the season ahead. We think we're well placed. And they genuinely felt, a lot of them, that what they saw last year from their players, a lot of young players, as you say, given that opportunity, made them genuinely feel as though perhaps they could be moving in the right direction. And I think they will again. It's another one which Brian can touch.
When you say moving in the right direction, if you were a coach, and I have been a coach, you're often thinking, hey, that lad Kevin is looking good, he's got a great temperament, he's got the ability, whereas you might say, hey, the lad Paul, sadly, he hasn't got quite the temperament and struggles with a bit of pressure, his technique has been exposed. Do you know what I mean? That's actually a positive thing. I know it might find out that one lad isn't quite good enough, but you found out. That's the important, it's the opportunity for them. Sorry about the examples.
Well, I was going to say, I was quite happy with mine, but I think you could have made up another name for the one that we, Ted or
Albert.
Harvey or Albert, yeah. Anyway, the end of that over, 44 for 1, just the one wicket to have fallen here.
Another maiden, most notably, another maiden, so I'll have a look at the figures actually, just to see what's happened, because I do like maidens. As a bowling coach, you like maidens. Leach, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. Pennington, I think, has now bowled 2 maidens in his 7 overs for 17, and Morris 5 overs with 4 maidens, 1 for 4. And I might add what I said earlier about Morris, he bowls quite tight. He has a little bit of a way swing to the right-hander, but generally speaking will bowl quite tight. And we've got another bowling change. It's going to be Ed Barnard. And can I ask you in a minute a question, Kevin? Ed
Barnard in bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. You can ask me a question, because I want to talk about Ed Barnard, because he's Shrewsbury born, another Shropshire lad.
Answered the question. I was going to say, what is the connection between Ed Barnard and Kevin Howes?
Joe Leach. Yes. Now, you see, this is where I don't want to go into this too bit. I'm prepared to call it Shrewsbury School, but I'm not prepared to call it Shrewsbury Town. Or Shrewsbury Town, okay. But Shrewsbury School is fine. And Joe Leach, also a pupil of Shrewsbury School. Barnard's in the bowls, all an edge, but it's well low and short of slip. Dylan Pennington, we mentioned that earlier as well.
And it's not their chairman, I think it's not a head of cricket pathway, but an official at Worcester.
Paul Pridgeon.
Go on, introduce him. What a great name.
Paul Pridgeon, he's part of that Pathways project. There's big connections. Kevin Sharp, who of course is also director of cricket or cricket manager there at Worcestershire, he's got massive connections with Shropshire as well. Next delivery, he's on the pad, maybe got back on it. Onto the onside. But real strong connections between the two counties. That's terrific. Because of course, you could feel a little bit left out of things in Shropshire when it comes to this sort of thing. But they've tied up and tied in with Worcestershire as opposed to Warwickshire, which would have been another option, of course, neighbouring on into the West Midlands as well in that direction. But there's a great connection, as I say, between Shropshire and Worcestershire. That's the off stump, and it's a decent leave in the end. It wasn't a bad ball through to the keeper, 44 for 1.
You've said something there which I think is quite important, and we're going out today on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Essex, but the minor counties, perhaps years ago, were thought of as a bit like little brother, you would tolerate them a little bit. But minor counties cricket is very important. These minor counties are
Barnard, bowls, Little Fuller, driven. Stop there.
Up that way, Shropshire, Staffordshire, Cheshire, very important if you think of Norfolk, Suffolk, around here. Cambridgeshire, people like Nick Knight, Nadeem Shahid, Mark Eilert was Hertfordshire. Okay. The pyramid system within the ECB, the minor counties today are still very, very important in producing these youngsters.
You mentioned Staffordshire. I think Staffordshire is sort of a bit split. Some go Derbyshire way and some go Warwickshire way from that part of the world. Next delivery, that's too wide. That's not really going to trouble the batter, but it's 44 for 1. That is the current position. Tom Wesley is on 8 not out, and on 18 is Nick Brown, and Alistair Cook has been dismissed already. But Barnard there with that maiden over. Can I throw back to yourself, just one more repeat of this question.
Yes.
Who opened with Alistair Cook? Sir Alistair Cook. Who opened with him?
How are they going to get in contact?
They don't have to.
They
It's
don't
just their own pride of knowing they didn't cheat, listening to us or watching today, and just thought to themselves, straight away or not, they were able to. I mean, I'm going to give the answer.
Am I allowed to have a guess? You said
At the end of this over.
End of this over. Okay. I've had one and I got it wrong. I'd ring a friend if I had one, but I
And
haven't.
I'm certainly not giving you £1 million.
Dylan Pennington continues from the Hayes close end. Good delivery outside off stump, which Nick Brown is happy to let go. Through to the keeper, 44 for 1. We have a bit of sunshine. The cloud is moving slowly, I think, eastwards, and we've got a little bit of blue sky to our right behind the pavilion here at Chelmsford, the Cloudfm County Ground. Not much has changed, but I certainly would like to introduce what has changed at this wonderfully historic county ground here at Chelmsford. In a moment, it's Dylan Pennington bowling, just short of a length to Nick Brown. He plays with a straight back. Nick Brown last year didn't always play first team cricket. In fact, he was left out the side occasionally because Paul Water, who's batting probably at 5 or 6 today, opened. So he'll be revelling in the fact that he's chosen to open the batting for Essex, and with Cook gone, he's going to lay down the anchor. Pennington at the far end of his mark, coming in good 30 yards as he charges down the slope. He bowls, drags Brown forward into the covers for no run. Good looking delivery. Well, the lights have changed most notably, and they were actually put in last summer, Kevin, and they used to have 6 here, or 8. Now they've only got 4, but they are bigger, they're
They look
brighter.
good. They look very different.
You wait till you come here for a T20. You can have colours in them. They're what do they call them? LED lights with colours. They can make numbers in them. So when you hit a 4, a 4 comes up.
No.
6s comes up. Different colours. Pennington bowls, driven down the ground, very straight. Misses on his follow through. It's dived by mid-off. Well stopped. There is only the quick single for Brown, which Wesley is now on strike. Score 45 for 1.
Don't tell me that one can make up the symbol or the shape of the duck. Please don't tell me you can do that. One day.
I'll tell you, I think they can flash. They can have all colours. So I think you might be right.
Well, I was thinking
And you can have noise coming out of them as well. Actually, what? Seriously, these are ICC approved lights. Pennington bowls a little too straight, which comes off Wesley's hips. He takes a single, and it's well fielded down at fine leg because he stops the second run, does the Worcestershire fine leg. Well fielded, and there is one more run, 46 for 1. Left hand, right hand combination, so the fielders and the umpires have to move across.
I think they're grateful for that opportunity to get the circulation going. Move from one part of the ground to the other. I reckon this is alright.
Would you like to feel it would slip today?
No, I'd like to see someone have to run.
We used to have those tea bag hand warmers in your pockets on days like this. Pennington on his way in. 2 slips and a gully awaiting. This time it's off down to fine leg for the left-handed Nick Brown. He hits it off his clips it leg glance down to the Tom Pearce stand where there is 1 run for the end of the over. He will retain the strike, and the score now after 21 overs. Essex chose to bat and are 47 for the loss of the single wicket of Sir Alistair Cook,
who opened with Will Jefferson in 2003.
Yes, big, tall Will Jefferson. Huge man.
So Alistair made 13 first innings, 69 not out in the second. Already signs of what made him
On his debut.
his first class debut. What was his debut?
He looked so young in those days, didn't he?
We all did. We all did.
I
That
wish.
maybe. Barnard coming in now, in and bowls, and leaves that. Yeah, this is very good from Worcestershire. Can I just say, for obviously those watching on the stream as well here today, hello and welcome to you. If you are listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, if I may just give a little bit of a plug, that's between 1 o'clock and 1:40 today, we'll be looking at the season ahead, and we'll be looking with Anthony McGrath, who joined us, basically the 3 teams who currently hold the trophies. So what we decided to do is on our bowls and push defensively up towards Leach or no run. So the 3 defending champions, Essex, Nottinghamshire will not because of the T20, and also Somerset for the 50 overs back in 2019, but they are the current holders there. So Jason Curran, of course, from Somerset, Peter Morse, from England coach, as well as Nottinghamshire head coach, Mags, and then Jonathan Agnew joins us as well, BBC cricket correspondent. And we'll be hearing that recording of that programme as Barnard bowls and driven. So he's driven that straight off the field, and good stop! Good stop from the skipper, Leach, diving down. You may be regretting that in a few moments' time, but he's going to bounce straight back up. And interesting that part of the programme you may have already heard is in the podcast. Jonathan Agnew quite forthright about his views over what we may or may not get this forthcoming summer, which hasn't yet been broadcast. So that's all part of 5 Live Sports Extra at lunchtime today. One on bowls and pass the stuff through to the keeper. All under the banner headline these days, and I don't bang on about this too much, but just trying to explain, 9 wickets down. It's a programme title we're giving. It's also a social media account now. So it's just really giving a little bit of identity to some of the features, some of the things we're doing during the intervals, whether it be lunch or whether it be tea time. The stuff really that doesn't involve the live action. You can follow that on Twitter at 9 wickets down and listen to the programme coming up at 1 o'clock today. Next delivery, and again he's trying to beat the fielder, and again Lee gets a dive to it, but can't quite get it cleanly enough to prevent them from going through for a single. But that's his 3rd attempt there from Brown to try and find that space, and still Leach put in a great dive, but still got a single, and the score moves to 48 for 1.
Well, that was leading by example, and I suggested earlier that Joe Leach is probably not renowned as a glamorous cricketer. He's a hard-working, bustling bowler that bats. He bowls wicket to wicket. He's an LBW, he bowls for LBWs, but he fielded brilliantly twice there.
Barnard bowls defensively played by Wesley into the offside for no run. So if I can also just before I move aside and ball come back in here, just to remind again of the fact that there's a new 4-year deal which has been struck, which is from our point of view fantastic news, which means that the BBC again will provide every ball of every game of domestic cricket, men's cricket. We'll talk more about the women's game actually over the next day or two as well, but the first day of the men's championship today. And that was just terrific news when we got that just a few weeks ago, and you can follow it on the BBC website, get yourself there, and of course we've got the streaming services, we're involved with those as well, so much to look forward to, and I look forward to being back with you again. Sports Extra listeners at 1 o'clock and the commentary a little bit later on today, but Paul will come back in and replace me in a second.
Kevin, great to see you, great to have you here, and once again thank you for all your help this morning. Welcome to all the listeners, and if you do have an opportunity to... Hello? No, something's happened. I'm back in. Now Kevin's taking me out. We're back live here. We're seeing the first opportunity for spin in this county championship season. It's going to be a name that will ring a bell with many. It's going to be a D'Oliveira, Brett D'Oliveira. There is no Moeen Ali here to bowl for his off spin. It's going to be Brett D'Oliveira bowling his leg spin around the wicket to Nick Brown, who bowls. This is slow turn as it goes into the leg side, and they take a quick single. Libby can't stop the single at mid-wicket, so one more run to Nick Brown. He moves to 22. Tom Wesley on strike on 9 not out. This will be an interesting passage of play because of the left-hand, right-hand combination, which will trouble some of the Worcestershire bowlers, because that's the sad reality of a left-hand, right-hand combination. which we saw often in the winter. D'Oliveira over the wicket, good delivery to Wesley, drags him forward, plays into the offside, into the ring where there is no run. So D'Oliveira's loose now. He's got his 2 deliveries for just the 1 run. That of Nick Brown, he played it into with the spin into the leg side, but Wesley's right-handed. There's a slip waiting. Mitchell is driven back off the back foot to D'Oliveira on his follow-through where there is no run. We've now got a decent bit of sunshine, so that's and we're going to have decent sunshine, I think, for the rest of the afternoon, looking away behind the pavilion here at Chelmsford. So
Not according to the forecast, Don.
what, today?
Suggested it might cloud over even a bit of rain about 4 o'clock.
Really? That's not what I've seen. Really? What site was that on? D'Oliveira bowls, driven into the leg side against the spin, but safely. There's going to be 1. Wesley comes back for the second, where deep square leg has to move a good 30-40 metres to go and collect the ball. It was never going to go for 4, but it did trickle nicely over the used net square of the wicket here. It really does look like a bit of a beach in the nets. Yes, good afternoon here. It's 50 for 1. That's Essex. They won the toss and elected to bat. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Sir Alistair Cook, who was LBW to Charlie Morris for 15. It was a cracking bit of bowling and he will be pleased to get that wicket. But since then it's been quietly Essex's bit, because they haven't lost a wicket. They've just carried on to 50 for 1 with Nick Brown on 22, Wesley on 13, but the pick of the bowlers for Worcestershire has been Charlie Morris. There's the update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Welcome to our BBC Essex listeners and also to 5 Live Sports Extra. And I've listened to the Kevin Howells, this 9 Wickets Down podcast. I listened to it because I do. I'm a cricket badger and I enjoyed it. And listening to what I call 3 stalwart and hardened coaches, as in Anthony McGrath, Peter Moores, who incidentally was a roommate of mine on the ground staff at Lords, and the third one is Jason Kerr at Somerset. Now Jason Kerr is probably not particularly well known.
As we see the next over begin, and this ball is turned just in front of squared leg, and Barnard in the attack, and the dot ball there, 53 for 1, Essex choosing to bat.
And of course Jason Kerr, together with a chap called Andy Hurry, who was a serviceman actually. That was his proper job for many, many years before he became a cricket coach. Andy Hurry is the cricket director down at Somerset, and they've had a good couple of years. So that's a great podcast to listen if you're about at lunchtime.
Barnard in again, bowls, this ball's guided into the offside, that goes to point, there's no run. 53 for 1. In answer to your question, the forecast I heard for today was on both BBC television last night and radio this morning.
Right.
And it did suggest that there was some sort of fairly heavier cloud making its way from sort of northwest down to southeast sort of direction. Might be the odd shower in later afternoon. I think we'll probably avoid that with any luck. Here's a nice off drive, cover drive from Nick Brown, goes all the way to the boundary, and he moves along to 26 with a 4 penniless and score to 57 for 1. We're in the 24th over, so it's been fairly sedate going from an Essex point of view. The shots that have gone to the boundary have been very easy on the eye. There's been a lovely straight drive with which Alistair Cook got off the mark. Nick Brown has played a couple of handsome boundaries as well, and one to Tom Wesley, who's on 13. But for the most part, the bowling's been very accurate and giving Essex a few chances to really take advantage of the toss that they won. Here the ball is played to mid-on for no run, and the score remaining 57 for 1.
Talking of the weather, it's been particularly dry, certainly in Essex and Suffolk and East Anglia, but I think it's been quite dry, generally speaking, throughout the country. So there should be some pretty good wickets. They're not going to be damp green seamers, one would suspect. And after this ball, Paul, I'll do some scores.
Barnard is in, bowls, and It's very well taken, and the covers there, the fine catch, and that is the end of Nick Brown, who attempting to repeat his shot earlier in the over, caught the ball well, but just inches off the ground. Very well taken indeed, and Brown departs for 26. That 4 was his last contribution to Essex's score, which at the moment 57 for 2.
That was a cracking catch. Brown will be rather disappointed perhaps with the end product of the shot. Meanwhile, what a good catch. I think it was by Libby at cover, and I must say he dived and caught it well, but Worcestershire will be up over the moon about taking that wicket, because things have been a bit quiet, and in some ways the Essex opener might have given his wicket away, but from Worcestershire's angle they've applied a bit of pressure. They haven't got any, there's not a gremlins in the wicket. It's a good surface, it's a good first day service for the first game of the season, so Essex have got first opportunity to use this surface, and to give the wicket away, just maybe Worcestershire will be over the moon to have got that wicket. And how long are we? 20 minutes from lunch?
Yes, I mean, obviously it's a great breakthrough for Worcestershire. Brown hasn't really looked in a great deal of trouble at all. Played with considerable assurance in reaching 26. Just got possibly a bit over-ambitious there. Possibly Barr might just have held the length back very slightly from the previous delivery that he got before. In any event, Brown, another handsome shot, but just not quite to the pitch of the ball, not getting over it. And a very fine low catch, as you say, taken by Jake Libby there. And Essex lose their second wicket with a score at 57. There's Cook, LBW to Charlie Morris for 15. Then the score was 30. And now Brown, very well called in the covers by Libby, of this man Ed Barnard for 26. Barnard's in. Bowls to Dan Lawrence. And Lawrence playing with assurance to Joe Leach at mid-on. That completes the 24th over of the innings, a successful one for Worcestershire, and Essex choosing to bat at 57 for 2.
Well, you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Live Sports Extra. And a quick look at around the grounds. Well, Nottinghamshire Durham are 74 for 2. Warwickshire Derbyshire are 28 for 3. Gloucestershire Surrey been invited to bat was 64 for 3. Leicestershire Hampshire are 77 for 2. Middlesex Somerset at Lords, Middlesex are 93 for 2. And the last and final, Lancashire Sussex are 40 for 4 as D'Oliveira bowls, and this is played out to a sort of short third man or backward point where there is no run. And the last one to mention is Yorkshire. Glamorgan are 69 for 3. So D'Oliveira to bowl again. His second ball of the over. Right arm over the wicket. A little bit quicker, shorter. Wesley plays into the leg side where it goes out to square leg, but in front of square leg on the boundary where there is a single. The man is at square leg, but in front of not behind square leg, but in front of square leg. I suggest he's there because the wicket is quite slow. It's a good wicket. It's not a green seamer. It's a good wicket so far. There are no gremlins in this. 58 for 2. Wesley has 14. Dan Lawrence to face. Well, he's facing a spinner. He's faced a lot of trial by spin as Dan Lawrence, one of the latest England players to make his Test debut. Bat aloft, watches it, places on the back foot, back to Brett D'Oliveira, who's not a tall man, so he won't extract much bounce. He's bowling at the end that has Neil Mallender under a white cap. D'Oliveira bowls, and this time it's played on the front foot by Lawrence into the leg side. There is no run. Dan Lawrence, last year, well, he scored 144 runs in the Bob Willis. This time he plays into the offside, leg side. There is no run. He had an average of 28.8, and in his last championship season back in 2019, Dan Lawrence scored 725 at 38, so he had a healthier 2019 than 20. Lawrence gets off the mark, plays it into the leg side off the back foot. He waits, and just tucks it round the corner into the leg side for the single. He's off, up and running. Score is 59 for 2 at the end of that 25th over. Essex won the toss and opted to bat. So there's no uncontested tosses this year. It's going back to the old days of you have a proper toss with the umpires and then you decide, having won the toss, what you want to do.
Yeah, of course, there are 8 points for a draw this season, raised up from 5. The ECB want games to last longer and the draw to mean a little bit more as Barnard's in, bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump. Score remaining at 59 for 2. Of course, I think when Essex won the old county championship title in 2019, Essex, they won all their 7 home games and only one of them, I think I'm right in saying, went to a 4th day. So the groundsmen have been asked to prepare pitches, not to the batting paradises, but just a little bit more towards the batsmen than they have been recently, as Barnard's infamous City end bowls. This ball's handsomely driven, and this time it beats the despairing dive of
Straight to you there.
Joe Leach, and goes to the long on boundary for 4, and that was vintage Dan Lawrence there, just came forward and leant on that very strong wrist indeed, beautifully played, just eluding the attempted grasp of Joe Leach, who stopped a couple from Nick Brown in that position, except to the left-hander. He was mid-off, here he's at mid-on, and the ball travelling just that little bit more quickly into the onside. Sees Lawrence move up to 5, the score to 63 for 2, and Barnard comes in again and bowls to the outstanding Lawrence, who bears more than a passing resemblance to the Graham Gooch of old, when Gooch had a spell where he'd raise the bat up high and stand very upright as the bowler approached. This one goes into the covers for no run, and Lawrence remains on 5. Essex, who won the toss, at 63 for 2. So 8 points for a draw this season, worth reiterating, as here is the next delivery from Barnard. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls clipped off the pads here. Nice shot from Lawrence, very stylish player indeed. They're just going to get the 1 run to long leg, and Pennington does the retrieving. Strong arm on him, good throw. 64 for 2, Lawrence 6.
I think we've mentioned the 2 major changes, and the 8 points and the toss of the coin.
Yes, in quick succession.
Don't think the points, bonus points, have changed.
No, I don't think anything else has changed much. As Wesley will now face Barnard. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, and this ball played back to the bowler. So in terms of the first 4 Essex batsmen, Worcestershire have dismissed the 2 left-handers who opened the innings, Cook for 15 and Brown for 26, and now do battle with 2 right-handers, both of whom have played for England in the last 3 seasons. Tom Wesley, who had a few games against South Africa a few summers ago, and now Dan Lawrence made his debut in the subcontinent during the winter, led by here onto the board. I don't think there was any bat in that, although I'm waiting for a single in vain, it would seem, from David Milnes. Must have been a little inside edge there into the pad, and score up to 65 for 2. Wesley has 15, Lawrence has 6.
D'Oliveira to continue from the Hayes close end. It was interesting talking ball to the groundsman. He was suggesting this is the driest first class pitch that he has seen here at Chelmsford in his entire, not necessarily by design, but it's, we just haven't had the rain. And the entire square here, we're playing probably 3 or 4 from the middle of the square, but D'Oliveira is in, and the Hayes close end bowls, good delivery, outside off stomp played by Wesley into the offside. But when we look across to the netting area, which was the old hospital where the flats are, opposite side to the pavilion, it's Chelmsford on sea. It's so dry, beachy, there's sandy, it really is quite dry over that part of the square. Wesley plays off the back foot and he forces it into the offside. It goes out to a scout on the offside boundary beneath the players' balcony, where there is nobody there. They're all inside in their dressing room, I suspect, because it is still cold, despite the sun and the blue sky here at Chelmsford. So Dan Lawrence to face again. Just looking around, just a single slip. D'Oliveira bowls, follows through into the adjacent strip, collects the ball, there is no run. Good looking delivery by Basil D'Oliveira's grandson in a very late. Damien D'Oliveira, stalwart of Worcestershire county cricket, and sadly no longer with us this time. Another good delivery, a little bit slower to Lawrence. Lawrence has to come forward, rightly so. Plays into the offside. Good delivery by Brett D'Oliveira. His hands must be cold. He brushes by his lips. They bowls the ball. It's a little bit short. It's cut. There's going to be one. It goes out to the scout on the boundary. At backward point where there is 2 runs. 2 runs to Dan Lawrence. He watches that carefully onto the bat and he waits and he waits and he waits, because it was a very slow delivery from the leg spinning Brett D'Oliveira. 68 for 2. Mitchell, the veteran Worcestershire opening batsman at slip, and this time it's into the leg side, an inside edge where there is no run. Good looking over, generally speaking, by Brett D'Oliveira. Worcestershire have taken 2 wickets after Essex decided to bat, and at the end of that 27th over, Essex are 68 for 2.
Yeah, it looks in good touch out there, Dan Lawrence, I have to say. He hasn't always been the best of starters. In amongst some very fine innings, he's got a fair few low scores, but he's made a good start here. He's timing the ball very nicely from the word go. We had that lovely on drive in the previous over by Ed Barnard, who's preparing to continue from the city end, the river end, whichever you want to call it, as Barnard now reaches the top of his run-up. Got 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And first ball is well wide, so much so that Wesley just rocks onto the front foot and shoulders arms. Ball through to the admirable Ben Cox, and Essex 68 for 2 in the 28th over. At the moment, as we approach lunch, you probably just about say honours even in the session. But another wicket for Worcestershire before lunch, and they'd be very, very pleased with their morning's work.
We don't often say, Paul, in first-class cricket in April, but I think this is a good toss to win in order to bat.
So, next ball is whipped away. Lovely shot from Tom Wesley, and not the place to bowl, really, if you're bowling to Wesley's renowned for his onside bias, and picks up 4 runs through mid-wicket, just whipping the ball off the pads. It was, to use your expression, Don, it was too straight. It wasn't that it was miles down leg side. It was actually on the stumps. But Wesley, as good batsmen can do, they just put the front foot down the track and angle their body in such a way that when they bring the bat down, the ball disappears through mid-wicket. Scored a 72 for 2.
The batsman's emotion is here, why did I bowl that too straight? He'll regret that for the rest of the over.
Barnard's in bowls. This is, again, slightly over-corrected there in terms of direction from Barnard, as it's wide enough of off-stump for Wesley comfortably to leave it. He's moved on to 20. Lawrence has made a good start at the other end on 8, 72 for 2, 28 over being bowled.
Yeah, that's always the problem for bowlers. If you try and get yourself a wicket and you just regret just bowling a little too straight, especially someone like Tom Wesley, who is so strong off his legs. So Barnard needs to renegotiate this over now.
Barnard bowls another one that is left outside off stump. It was coming back in a little bit, but safely left nonetheless. You're listening to Ball by Ball commentary at the start of the 2021 season, which thankfully is starting at its proper time and not the August of last year. I'm Paul Newton, with me Don Topley. We're delighted to have Kevin Hounds in the box for 5 Live Sports Extra, and of course we're also going out AM radio for Worcestershire listeners and online for listeners to Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex. Here's the next delivery. bowled by Barnard, and Wesley just contents himself with a defensive push down to mid-off, from which there is no run. He remains 20. It's 72 for 2 approaching lunch.
This morning I was driving in, and you know he was a good friend of mine, and we used to have a little bit of fun, but the umpires here today are wearing black armbands.
Come back to that as Barnard's in and bowls to Wesley. A little bit of sunshine, and this ball again played down to mid-off, no run.
And they're in memory of a really cracking man who was a great stalwart of the game. Synonymous really with his surname in the game of cricket. And he was a umpire's liaison officer or cricket liaison officer. He was the match referee often here at Chelmsford, and we used to see him. The late, and I call him great because he was a great chap, Graham Cowdrey, who sadly passed away in the winter, and it was a huge shock to me. I used to know Graham since the age of 8, you know, when we used to play together at the county ground, St Lawrence County Ground. And I was absolutely shocked to hear of his passing and the circumstances. And his son came to our school on the scholarship, so I used to see Graham an enormous amount throughout the year at rugby fixtures, at cricket fixtures. And as I say, my friendship with him went back to when we were 8 playing together at the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury. Sadly missed. So the umpires are wearing black armbands today, all over the country. As Joe Leach comes in to bowl, and he bowls his first ball just short of a length, and it's cut off the back foot by Lawrence for 2 into the offside. Doesn't go for a boundary, but I would suggest that's probably Joe Lynch's loosener for this over as he's come back. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 15 up until that delivery. You remember Graham Cowdrey? He used to be next door with us here, used to pop in, big bottom hand batsman, the son of Sir Colin Cowdrey and brother of Christopher Cowdrey. As the ball was bowled short of a length from Joe Leach, played to backward point where there is no run.
Well, I too was absolutely horrified to see this headline when I was looking at the BBC Cricket website, tributes to Graham Cowdrey, and I thought, oh no, he hasn't, surely. And he had died, and I didn't know him until he was a cricket liaison officer here. I had several long chats with him. He was a fabulous man, and a terrible loss.
Leach bowls, drags Lawrence forward, played with soft hands into the offside backward point where there is no run.
And I discovered quite a lot in common with Graham, apart from a love of cricket, in his case a splendid county cricketer as well. Both of us were huge Van Morrison fans, and he was known for, I think he reckoned he went to over 250 Van Morrison gigs. I haven't actually seen the man live, I must say, but I've got just about every CD he's ever come up with, and several of them are within the last couple of years, still in cracking form. Come back to that in a moment.
Leach bowls, drags Lawrence forward, fields off his own bowling. There is no run, 74 for 2.
And in addition to that, both of us were racing men, very keen on our racing. Graham actually married, his second marriage was to Maxine Juster, who was secretary to Sir Michael Stout in Newmarket. Sadly, I'm afraid the marriage didn't particularly work out, and Graham had some pretty hard times actually in the final years of his life, but he seemed to be well enough when I last spoke to him in 2019.
Leach is in, plays into the offside by Lawrence, played well, he comes down the wicket, there is no run. This is a nice little battle here just before lunch. Yeah, Graham and I, as I said, go back, and we played second team together.
Yeah.
I had a few games for Kent when he was coming with the same age. And then obviously played against each other. I trialled for so many second teams that I'd always play against Kent. So his nickname was Van, after Van Morrison.
Yes, of course.
And Van Morrison, I'll tell you, it's a true story. Joe Leach bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. Well bowled. Better over. Just the first ball was the poor ball. The remaining 5 were super deliveries. And Leach completes the 29th over, and Essex are 74 for 2. Van Morrison often used to say at the start of his concerts, wherever, "Hello, good evening. Is Graham the cricketer here?"
Yes.
That was my Irish accent, by the way.
That wasn't bad actually, to give you a due. That wasn't too bad.
That was the start of his concerts. No, Van, or Cow was obviously his nickname. I remember him so fondly. He had a bit of a dry humour. He was a popular man on the circuit. And it must have been difficult having a father like Sir Colin and an older brother who was Kent captain.
As Barnard interrupts us and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley steers into the covers. There's no run. Yes, he, unfortunately, I mean, Ivo Tennant in his tribute in the Times, in the obituary, was saying that Graham feels that Graham Cowdrey felt that his biggest mistake was in not moving to another county, not because he didn't want to play for Kent, but because, of course, the Kent public judged him in the light of was he as good as Sir Colin, and of course the answer was no, unfortunately. Barnard's in and bowls. This goes through outside off stump, but he was a very fine cricketer, and if he'd come to another county, I don't think he did. I know he felt he wouldn't have been judged in the same light.
No, I think you're right. Graham was the one that looked most like Sir Colin.
Yeah.
And he had his mannerisms.
Well, I used to watch out for whoever was CLO just to see if it was Graham, because we got on so well. He was very complimentary about the BBC Essex commentaries.
Yes, he was a good man.
Barnard's in, bowls, and that ball goes through low outside off stump. No run through to Ben Cox, 74 for 2.
I'm just thinking ahead here now. As soon as the players come off, I'm going to hand back to Kevin, because you're going to go to do an update now. Which you're doing the update on this, aren't you? So you'll disappear quite quickly as well.
Right.
Because you're on the
Yep.
BBC Hereford and Worcester number, aren't you? Because you're going to have to go on to that one, aren't you?
Yes, that's on the
That's
BBC
right.
Essex number.
So I'm going to give some scores after this ball.
Barnard bowls, and that ball goes through outside off stump. There's no run.
And the scores are, well, at Nottingham, Durham are 92 for 2. At Warwickshire, Derbyshire are 51 for 4. At Bristol, Surrey are 86 for 3. I'm looking down again. At Leicestershire, Grace Road, Hampshire are 107 for 2.
Barnard in. Glorious sunshine at the moment. The ground looks terrific as this ball is played back to the bowler. Stuart Kerrison, the groundsman's got the ground looking absolutely superb. And when the sun comes out, it's a great sight.
At Lords, Middlesex are 98 for 2. And the remaining ones are... At Lancashire, Sussex are 54 for 4.
Barnard in and bowls, and lead from Wesley, and the score at the end of that over, 30 now bowled, 74 for 2.
At Northampton, Kent are 51 for 3. And at Yorkshire, Headingley, Glamorgan are 77 for 3. Sorry, that's quite a brief one. We were just having a mention about a great man who is no longer with us, Graham Cowdrey. And they do hope to have a memorial service, perhaps at Canterbury Cathedral, later in the year. Watch this space for that. I would certainly like to pay my respects.
I think it was sepsis he died from, and that is something that claims an awful lot of lives. A lot of people don't know much about him. It's something to do with the blood, isn't it?
Don Wilson was the same.
Yeah.
As Leach bowls, and Lawrence comes forward, plays it back to the bowler on his follow through. There is no run. 74 for 2. He did have some heart issues back in his 40s or late 30s, because he was coaching, at Ely School in Cambridgeshire. He had a couple of seasons there helping out the youngsters, and he was a popular man in Cambridge. So our paths met again during those summer school terms. Leach is in, bowls, plays into the offside now. Dan Lawrence is certainly looking towards lunch here today.
But just to give our listeners a steer, because this can apply to anyone, I have a friend who's a beekeeper and he got stung by a bee. But just to give our listeners a steer, because this can apply to anyone, I have a friend who's a beekeeper and he got stung by a bee, and what was something of a cut went septic, and he didn't get the best of treatment, and to this day can't write properly anymore. So if anybody does get a cut of any sort, and it looks as if it's not healing very well, go and get it seen to.
2 slips in the gully are waiting for the captain of Worcestershire, Joe Leachy bowls. This is clipped back. I think it was a leading edge that's gone straight out to mid-on. There is no run, but I think Lawrence was genuinely trying to play that square over the wicket, but he got a leading edge, so he's going to be reminding himself to play straight in order to get to lunch. Leach would love to get a wicket. What a time to get a wicket just on lunch. Leach at the end of his mark, in sunshine. Lawrence battle off, Leach is in, bowls, and this time he plays a full face of the batter, defensive out to mid-on. There is no run, score remains 74 for 2. So we have this cracking bit of coaches chat with Kevin Howells and Jonathan Agnew in a minute, and we will go straight to Kevin Howells with that as soon as the umpires call.
Hello there.
I will remain on air for an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Can you hear me all right?
An update for
Yeah.
BBC Essex.
Okay.
Their news, Leach is in, bowls and plays
Thank
into
you.
the offside for no run. Good looking delivery, negotiated by one of the latest England Test recruits, Dan Lawrence.
We're making like a pop-up area out there for
Must be
weekends.
like to be chosen to
Essex
represent
men
the
have been
country,
appearing in court
playing a
charged in
test
connection with Class A.
with all the troubles and the tribulations of playing in Sri Lanka and India.
Others were remanded in
Do
custody
we
to appear
really
again
think
on
that
April the
we
16th
went to
for the
India to
retrial.
defeat India? We would have hoped so.
Essex firefighters have been dealing with a roof
The
blade.
white ball
in two
cricket was
properties in a
interesting to
town
watch as well,
in the
and
county.
that is
Roofs were
lunch. That's gone through to the keeper. So after Essex winning the toss this morning, they've reached lunch on 74 for 2 with the loss of 2 wickets, which that is Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, the 2 openers. Paul and I will join you again in 40 minutes, but in the meantime, I'm delighted to hand over to Kevin Howells.
You can see the picture on
Thank
the
you.
BBC
Yeah.
Essex Twitter feed.
Good morning. We're up and running, everybody.
BBC Essex Sport, Essex have started the defence of their county cricket.
Now,
team.
9 wickets down is something you can find over on Twitter, and many of you have been doing so. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nick, and we've got glorious sunshine here, and the field looks absolutely magnificent in spite of all the dry weather we've had recently. So, start of a new season, Essex winning the toss. We're back to conventional tosses now this season. The other big change is that there are now 8 points for a draw. Well, Essex have reached lunch. The players are just leaving the field at 74 for 2. There was a steady start between the 2 left-handers, Brown and Alistair Cook. Cook was the first to go, LBW to Charlie Morris for 15. Score then was 30 for 1, and Cook just appeared to miss a straight one. And then Nick Brown, who played very watchfully for his 26, was brilliantly caught diving at cover by Jake Libby off the bowling of Ed Barnard for that 26. The score then was 57 for 2. Since then, Dan Lawrence has looked in good nick. He's on 10.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and delighted to be back on air with BBC Radio, Hereford and Worcester, BBC Essex, and in time BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. But at lunch, Essex, having won the toss, got it to 74 for 2. The two of the loss openers, as in Sir Alistair Cook, who made 15, and with him was Nick Brown, who made 26. They got to 30 for 1 before the loss of Cook, and then 57 for 2 before Brown was brilliantly caught by Jake Libby in the covers off the bowling of Ed Barnard. Worcestershire have been quite impressive. They've bowled tight on this good surface, and I spoke with the groundsman earlier today who said it's the driest April wicket that he's ever seen at Chelmsford, and that's not by design, it's purely the fact that we've had no rain. The bowlers, Leach, the captain, has led his troops. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17. Pennington bowled quite briskly, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20. Morris got the first wicket. He's bowled 6 overs, 4 of which have been maidens, 1 for 11. Nice and tight. Ed Barnard, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. And 3 overs of spin from Brett D'Oliveira have amalgamated to cost him 10 runs. So it's been an even contest on a very good wicket. My thought and reservation about this is I think it's quite a good toss. We don't often see people winning tosses and deciding to bat on them because it's going to be the best part of the wicket. Not in April in the UK, but I certainly believe it's a good toss and a good option to bat first. So Worcestershire will have a pretty, I would say, challenging afternoon, but if they bowl well and bowl tight, they can create pressure. Out of 31 overs of play this morning, we have seen 2, 4, 8, 10 maidens. So 1 in 3 have been a maiden in this morning's play, and I think that's great testament to Worcestershire's bowlers, and in particular the captain Joe Leach. In the commentary today we have BBC Essex's Paul Newton. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Don. Good afternoon, everyone, and certainly an intriguing opening session to the new season with Essex predictably choosing to bat. I say predictably, there have been several pitches here where they would have in fact inserted in recent times, but of course the ECB have asked groundsmen to prepare slightly more batsman oriented pitches than has been the case recently. They want games to go into the 4th day, and to assist that they've given the carrot of 8 points for a draw rather than the previous 5. So I think we can expect that bowlers will have to work harder for their wickets this season.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. And Worcester are going to have to this afternoon. The spin bowling aspect, there is no Moeen Ali here. Just to remind the Worcestershire supporters, it's Daryl Mitchell, Jake Libby, who took a great catch this morning at cover, Tom Fell, Gareth Roderick, who's come across from Gloucestershire, Brett D'Oliveira, the dangerous Ricky Vessels, Ben Cox with the gloves, Ed Barnard, Joe Leach, Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris. Charlie Morris has been the pick of the bowlers this morning. Alistair Cook, Nick Brown are out. Tom Wesley's at the crease. He's on 20. With him is Dan Lawrence on 10. Paul Water, Ryan Tenterscarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Ben Allison, who did make his first class debut last year for, I think it was Gloucestershire on loan, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. The one obvious missing chap this morning is Aaron Beard, who's had a bit of an injury. He was jogging at lunchtime. That's the update on him. So hopefully he will be fit very shortly. The umpires are walking out, striding out. Well, I think we're going to be opening from the looking at the two umpires, I think we're going to be opening from the river end. It's going to be Neil Mallender who's moving to square leg, the umpire, together with David Milnes, 2 bowlers who are wrapped up in this sunshine, but this cold sunshine here at Chelmsford. And for the first over of the afternoon, I think it's going to be BBC Essex's Paul Newton to introduce the action.
Thank you very much, Don. Don Topley there, and Charlie Morris just loosening up bowled impressively, immediately got the wicket of Alistair Cook this morning, LBW, for 15. And all the Worcestershire bowlers have bowled well. I think Dylan Pennington began very promisingly indeed with 3 pretty quick overs, very much on the fast medium side of medium, and some of them distinctly quick, got some good bounce on a pitch which traditionally, if anything, keeps a little bit low. But it's Morris who comes in from the city end, initially to bowl to Tom Wesley, 2 slips a gully. Now the attacking fielders, and this ball is steered out to mid-off. There's no run. In addition to the 2 slips and a gully, we've got a man at a fractionally backward point, at cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And for most of the time, Don, you could almost describe this field without having to see anybody out there, because it is what you might call a standard token field.
Yeah, very much so. But the 3 guys in their slips, or 2 slips and a gully, had their hands in their pockets in between balls. It's that cold.
And this ball goes through outside off stump from Charlie Morris, and no need for Wesley to essay a shot.
Yep. It's going to be a battle of patience here. Hopefully Worcestershire will bowl tight, and that's very important for them as they apply pressure. And for Essex, they're going to have to negotiate that, so they will have to bat patiently and try and wear down these tight Worcestershire bowlers.
And in comes Morris, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley defensively, head right over the ball, steers it into the covers for no run, 74 for 2 as it was at lunch. The interesting batsman for me from an Essex point of view, Don, simply because I'm amazed he's still going, is Ryan Tenduscarter.
Yes.
What a stayer he is proving to be, in addition to being a brilliant player. He's 40 already and will be 41 before the season is up. I thought last season might well have been his last, but happily not so, as Morris comes in, bowls, and Wesley again leaves outside off stump. But what a magnificent player Ryan has been for Essex.
An absolute stalwart, and he's a great chap too. He's a very nice human being, and he's recently, well, not that recently, last year had fathered twins.
Oh, right.
So he's taken on even more responsibility,
Yeah.
Paul. Not only is he your hero, I think he's...
Yes, I'm even more surprised he's still playing. I think he and Alistair are almost keeping each other going.
Yes. It used to be Paparu in that 3, didn't it?
That's right. Here's the next ball. Has a better ball from Morris, but it's played to square leg and there's no run. Score remaining 74 for 2. When I interviewed Alistair Cook on the occasion of Essex securing the title in 2019, he said, I promised Ryan that I'll do 1 more year. And at that stage, I rather inferred from that perhaps both of them might go at the end of last season, but not a bit of it. And both of them still here to tell the tale, and they have been 2 quite magnificent players for the Essex County here, as Morris is in and bowls, and this ball is played very nicely but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. The over ends a maiden over, not actually Morris's best over so far. 74 for 2 is the score.
His 5th maiden.
Yes,
can I just something I said to our commentary box at lunchtime. I think there's been 32 overs bowled. I'm waiting for the 32 overs bowled, of which I think 11 have been maidens. So 1 in 3. That's tight bowling. The one thing that I've felt this morning that we haven't seen is there hasn't been too much playing and missing. And I'll say again, I think this is quite a good toss to win in April at a county championship fixture, especially the first one. They've volunteered to bat because they feel it's going to be at its best. It's quite a dry surface. It's naturally dry because we just haven't had the rain. But anyway, it's going to be, I'm looking at that, and it's going to be Joe Leach, the captain, to lead from the Hayes close end. He bowls a good delivery. That's his loosener on a length to Dan Lawrence, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So the bowling figures look quite good. Leach has bowled 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17, and Charlie Morris, who bowled the first over our lunch, just look at these figures: 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11. I did my research and I spoke to some significant people within the Worcestershire camp, and they said Charlie Morris just angles it away from the right-hander, but he bowls tight. And look at those figures: 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11. This time Lawrence plays with a big bottom hand, but he plays it straight and he plays it intelligently out to mid-on where there is no run.
Yeah, still no addition to the score. All the wickets column since lunch. We've had, I think it's 8 deliveries since lunch, and good tight bowling right on the mark straight away. Worcestershire, if they were to get a 3rd wicket in the next over or 2, I think they would consider that they'd had slightly the better of things, so they'd have got Paul Walter to the crease. But as it is, I think it's pretty even.
Joe Leach on his way in bowls. This is an outside edge played with soft hands, so it goes down, but backward point dives to prevent the single, which is good cricket on Worcestershire's part. There is no run. Good delivery, well played by Lawrence, but especially well fielded at backward point.
Yes, it was run down there pretty slowly because he dropped his hands to keep it down, so that one wouldn't have taken a lot of stopping. But 74 for 2 remains the score here. We've still got sunshine. Forecast does suggest that it'll get more cloudy as the afternoon progresses.
There's not going to be any rain, Mr. Newton. No,
I didn't say there'd be rain, I said it'd get more cloudy.
Leach in bowls, leading outside edge there, but it falls short. Good delivery, not the greatest shape for the batsman there, probably just held its line. Good bowling by the captain, Joe Leach. 2 slips and a gully. And welcome to our Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Welcome back to Chelmsford. Sunny Chelmsford, little chilly but sunny, and as Paul said, there might be a bit of cloud coming in this afternoon, but hopefully there'll be no rain whatsoever. We'll have a complete full day of cricket. Leach in bowls, played into the leg side nice and straight, but it goes straight out to mid wicket where it is well fielded and no run, so the score still remains on 74 for 2, and we've had a few deliveries now since lunch, and Worcestershire, this younger bowling attack, not too many internationals in the bowling attack here from Worcestershire, but my word, they're bowling tight and good, and they're asking questions of Essex in particular, their temperament to bat 4-day cricket. Leach on his way in, 2 slips and a gully. This time it goes out to gully, but again played with soft hands, so it goes along the floor. I'm going to say that's a very impressive first over after lunch from Joe Leach. So we've had 2 consecutive maidens, and we out of the 33 overs we've now had 12 maidens.
Yeah, it was a good over, as you rightly say. The ball 3 times going down to the gully fieldsman there, indicating 3 edges from Dan Lawrence. None of them out to go. At the end of this coming over, we'll bring Kevin Howells back in. 5 Live Sports Extra. Lovely to have Kevin here today. It's Charlie Morris who comes in from the city end. Oh, that's a fine delivery. Appeal for caught behind. And Tom Wesley looks down at the ground, but David Milnes, the umpire here at the city end, not interested. The score remaining at 74 for 2, but again, really good delivery.
Kevin, Paul, myself, we've watched every ball between us. Am I wrong? Is that the first genuine play and miss?
You're wrong.
Go on, remind me.
Alistair Cook played and missed at 1 and round about the 3rd over.
He played inside a lot of the deliveries, genuinely intended.
No, it was a play and miss, I remember my saying, so it must have been, as this ball goes through outside off stump, and there's no run there. However, I will give you some recompense for your defeat in that one, just to say that you are substantially right, just not to the very particular. I mean, you're quite right in some ways, because you see many a game where far more runs go on the board, but there's also been a number of plays and misses. But here, runs have been hard to come by, but it's not that the ball has continually beaten the bat.
Hardly, yeah.
Morris again. Bowls to Wesley. Wesley head over this one, steers it into the covers. No run. He remains on his lunch 20, and likewise Lawrence on his lunch 10, 74 for 2.
And I'm pleased to hear that I think we've got a good sync between the broadcast on various screens on the, what do they call it these days, on the TV? You can put it onto your TV. Screening, is it? Streaming. That. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm not part. You're down with the kids, you are, aren't you, Kevin? Streaming. Yes, I'm pleased to suggest that I think we've got it linked.
Morris bowls again, and this goes quite good bounce through to Ben Cox, which will tell you it was left outside off stump. Still no addition to either the runs on the board or the wicket column since lunch.
I asked Stuart Kerrison, the groundsman here this morning, and I saw him earlier. I said, excuse me, tell me, are you doing something different? Is something in vogue or fashionable this year? Do you not trim the whole, is it 9 feet wide of wicket? And if you look, there's a bit of darker green grass on the edge of the surface.
Morris is in bowls, and this ball is very nicely played. This may well go to the boundary. It's through the covers and reaches the boundary now, just down by the scoreboard away to our left. So there are the first runs after lunch, 78 for 2, and a handsome shot it was off the back foot by Tom Wesley there, forcing it through the covers, 24 to him.
Good looking shot off the back foot there, very good, very well played, just releases the pressure from the Worcestershire bowlers, that particular shot. But talking to Stuart Kerrison, who's a very experienced groundsman, I said, how have you not cut the whole strip then? He said, well, of course we have cut it. What it is, if you look to the left, you can see the coconut matting. If you look to the strip that they're going to play Durham on next week.
Morris comes in, and Wesley does take the bat away from that, but at the last moment he was initially going to play it. The end of that over, much better over that one than the one he had immediately after lunch from Charlie Morris. 33 overs gone, Essex choosing the bat, losing Cook for 15 and Brown for 26. There are 78 for 2 with 24 to Wesley and 10 to Lawrence, and Don Topley will now be joined by Kevin Howells. Thank
you, Paul. So I asked him, I said, what's the difference? He said, well, we put the coconut matting down to protect the wickets because they've had a lot of pre-season games here and they don't want players stepping over and putting studs into on a length of the wickets they were going to play in this game and the next game against Durham. So they put this coconut matting down, and it doesn't extend across the whole width of the track. It only takes sort of 6 of the 9 feet across the wicket. So there's the answer. This time the ball is bowled by Joe Leach. It's nice and straight, which Lawrence plays into the leg side, but the 2 Worcestershire fielders have done a terrific job at deep mid-wicket, where the 2 have travelled together to the boundary. One dived and threw it back, and the other one picked it up and chucked it in over the top of the stump. So that's good fielding, but nonetheless it's 3 runs to Essex, 3 runs to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence moves to 13, Wesley's on 24, and Essex have moved to 81 for 2. Good afternoon, Kevin.
The coats had to go back on, Don.
Oh, really?
It's getting a bit chilly.
Yeah, it might be about 6 o'clock tonight. But listen,
sun's shining though. It looks good.
It is. It does look good. It looks positively warm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Leach in, bowls nice and straight, wicket to wicket, hunting for LBWs or bowled. This time Wesley plays it out to mid-off. There is no run. 81 for 2.
Really enjoyed the contest today. Really enjoyed it.
So pleased to be back.
Worcestershire will be feeling as if they're perhaps just another wicket or 2 deserved for their performance. But they're up against, some quality here in Wesley and Lawrence, of course. They've got to carry on working hard for the wickets. But
2 internationals.
They've put together a good showing so far, Worcestershire.
Leach in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley leaves it alone outside of off stump and goes wider through to the keeper. 2 slips and a gully waiting.
And for all the optimism that every team will have at the start of the season, nothing in that morning session to cast any small chirpings away in their mind that actually perhaps we're not right. They look on it. They look good.
They're young. They're getting more and more experience. There's some decent seamers here, and they've bowled tight this morning, and they've got to be on the money this afternoon. And it was by Leach, who has bowled a good delivery to Wesley. Wesley drives it with the full face of the bat just out to mid-off. There is no run.
I wasn't on with you earlier. I got the information through about the black armbands, and in memory of Graham Cowdrey, and it was very moving to hear you talk of a man who clearly you knew very well and you've known for many, many years. Just like to just briefly add something to that, perhaps after this ball.
Leach coming down the slope here at Chelmsford Bowls. That's a good looking delivery. It causes inconvenience to Wesley, who plays at it, and it probably just goes down the slope. Was it a little bit wider? We're not quite behind the arm, but it was a jolly good ball. Dot ball.
He had something that not everybody has, and it's time for everyone.
Good man.
I ask no more of people really than that. Terrific. And so sorely much missed, and what a shock. Terrible shock.
Leach in bowls, and good looking delivery. Might have just held its line as Wesley plays it into the offside. Probably with the outer half of the bat, there is no run. 81 for 2. Another intriguing over. An impressive spell from the captain, who, again, doing my research, lots of people comment well about Joe Leach. He's a good communicator. He has good management skills. He, as a captain, he feels it's very important to talk one-to-one with his players, and he has a good respect, and they are confident in him, and he's a good role model, and he's a good leader, a leader of this Worcestershire troop.
Had a dreadful time a few years ago with a stress fracture, which he had to come back from.
He did.
But certainly seems to have put that in its right place now, and is performing well. Morris it is to bowl from the river end, and the sun really is shining down. I can't really say it's beating down, but it's shining down on the ground here now, and that's driven up to mid-off. D'Oliveira will get down on his knees and do the fielding, and Lawrence it is currently facing. He's on 13 not out, a score of 81 for 2. We'll go around some of the scores. I'm sure people will be interested in how things are going up and down the country. See, Amler's got himself a 50.
Dropped anchor, isn't he?
There at Bristol. Well, you presume that most batters need to, don't they, if they're going to get any runs at the moment. Let's see what Essex can muster here. This one is pushed square in the offside.
Bowled well, Charlie Morris.
Yes,
Probably, we talked about they've been bowled impressively as a unit, but Kevin, for me, he's been the standout performer of the unit at the moment. Bowled really tight. I mean, 8.2 overs, 5 maidens.
You were talking about, as a bowling coach, come back to you on that if I may, Don, as we see this next delivery from Morris. Bowled. Oh, that's almost got through, but he's managed to work it away behind square on the onside. They'll be able to come back for 2, and Lawrence will move his score on to 15, and Essex up to 83 for 2 now, in the 36th over of the innings. You mentioned as a coach, you're looking at these maidens. You've been talking about them a little here, but just from the coaching perspective now, and you're the other side of the boundary. You're watching still relatively young bowlers. Is one of the things in the back of your mind thinking to yourself, be patient, don't go searching for those wickets, because of course that could be the great temptation, can it not? As we see again, Morris coming in, right arm in and bowls, and full, and driven to Leach, who almost went a little bit too far to his left. The fellow's been having to throw himself about a bit out there today as Joe. He didn't have to get down on his knees for that one, but I think he was setting off for it initially as if he was going to go crashing through extra cover, but came a little straighter to him at the end, at mid-off. So you'll have an update to do, but I think we can probably wait until the end of this over at 83 for 2. If you're watching on the stream, wherever you may be, a very good afternoon to you as well as the audio, as we're seeing this delivery push back to Morris by Lawrence. But I'm right in thinking that there is a temptation, is there not, if you're a bowler and you're getting these maidens, that you want to see that wickets column have something put in there as well, don't you? But it's about being patient.
Well, can I use a quote what Keith Fletcher, my first captain, used to use?
I think you can. I think most people
Who's here today?
Yeah.
In his consultancy capacity, he would say the best thing after a wicket maiden is a maiden.
And Morris in bowls and worked away. Does he find a gap? Yes, he does. on the onside, and the scream, you can hear the scream there from Lawrence of no. And that completes that over. 84 for 2 now, the score. 16 to Lawrence, 24 to Wesley. We've seen Cook and Brown both dismissed in that morning session, but we're well and truly up and running into the afternoon now. Don Topley.
Thank you, Kevin. Lovely, lovely to have you here and to see you here this morning. It really, really was. You are the voice of summer, aren't you? You are, for county cricket fans. I mean, it's lovely to see you here. It's lovely to be on air with you. With all your worldly experience, you're a very calm gentleman.
But it's my dream to be known as the voice of winter. That's the problem.
Don't say that. Is it why?
Yeah. In fact, to be more precise, the voice of the depths of January, actually. Yeah. I think that suits my personality a little bit.
No. Leach on his way in. 2 slips and a gully awaiting. Played into the leg side. Gets across his stumps, does Lawrence, and there is no run. He's hunting for LBWs. You could see Lawrence sort of just skipping across his stumps, looking to come forward, but Leach bowls wicket to wicket, and he's got a straightish mid-on and a conventional mid-wicket, and he doesn't want to ask the ball to do too much, but he just wants Lawrence to keep playing there and get bored, and then if Lawrence gets bored, he'll play across the line and brings LBW in to shout as Leach comes in again. Lawrence leaves this because this is outside off stump. It's a battle of patience.
County Championship match of the season between Worcestershire and Essex at Chelmsford. Let's go live to the grounds now and get the latest from Don Topley.
Yes, good afternoon. Worcestershire have not got a wicket yet, but they have been bowling brilliantly. They're bowling tight. The first 2 overs after lunch was in fact two maidens. So Lawrence and Wesley are having troubles with this bowling attack. They're not beating the bat too often, but they're bowling nicely. Essex have moved on. They haven't lost a wicket, but they've gone on to 84 for 2. Leach in, bowls again, an immaculate delivery. Lawrence comes forward, plays it with soft hands, but there is no run. This is good quality tight bowling. There haven't been too many mooses throughout the day, not too many plays and misses. We've seen a couple since lunch, which I probably think we didn't see 2 before lunch, but I'm enjoying this. It's this traditional 4-day cricket. There's a bit of attrition going on here from both bowler and batsman. Who's going to get bored first? Lawrence bat aloft. Leach bowls. It's played into the leg side to take a quick single, and there's an ooh and an ah. He's missed the stumps, but I think Lawrence would have been just in. Good bit of fielding there from I'm looking at that isn't Libby. I think it's, look at him, is that Ricky Vessels, number 9 on his shirt?
It is,
because they've all got their caps on and they all look pretty similar. And number 9, Roderick, Gareth Roderick.
He's got the shirt of Roderick. It's Gareth Roderick.
Has he? Probably going to bat 3, I think, for
Vessels is here at slip, you see.
Number 99.
Yeah, there was a 9.
Leach in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley plays into the leg side, quite straight that delivery, and there is no run. So Essex fancied taking that run on, and Roderick wanted to try and prevent it by hitting a direct hit. Might have been interesting, but he was alas home.
Pretty much side on, maybe just had a little bit of a wider angle on the throw than directly side on, but a tricky one.
What, 1 1/4 stumps? Something like that. They've been practiced that skill, the underarm flick, all pre-season, I should imagine. Leach is in, bowls, outside off stump, bit of width, and this is caressed through the offside by Tom Wesley, goes up to the executive boxes, and there is 4 runs. That's the last ball of a good over, and Leach should be just thinking, did I have to bowl that wide or that full? And it was a good shot, but nonetheless, 4 runs makes Wesley move to 28, and Essex's score after 37 overs is 89 for 2.
I'd like to say hello to a good friend of ours, John Curtis, who's listening in and no doubt watching as well this afternoon. Many thanks So JC, he's keeping us up to date with various bits and bobs, makes the really good point about Leach. I mentioned that stress fracture he got in 2018. In 3 successive seasons previously, 2015 to 2017, he had 59, 65 and 69 first-class wickets. He had to come back from the injury, and no doubt to start off with that's hard work, because you've got to trust your body again and everything. So
the mental side of that is very, very demanding.
As indeed, a close member of your family will be able to testify to, of course.
Well,
but from Leach's point of view, we talk about that as well in a second, but from Leach's point of view, the thing is he's after the wickets, but he wants to contribute with the bat more as well. He's talking about that, sort of after the top 6, making some contributions. Started this next over, bowled just wide of the off stump to start off with, so the score remains at 89 for 2.
Well, Leach can bat. He's down at 9, you know.
Want some real consistent scores to back up what they believed, as we just repeat ourselves a little, but people joining us perhaps all the time, what they believed were some strides forward last summer from their top 6 in the top order. But now it's for them to be able to make some contributions a little bit deeper as well. He's looking at Ed Barnard, for example. He maybe can score some runs.
You were talking about it this morning, and I've got the details here.
This is Morris in and bowls now. Worked away. There's a big enough gap on the onside for a single. And Lawrence, who looks busy out there, does Dan Lawrence, I think today, in a good way. 18 not out, and the score is 90 for 2.
Worcestershire came second in their group with Somerset. They played 5, won 2, lost 1, drawn 2. So they finished, they finished a few points behind Somerset, but they were clearly ahead of the likes of Warwickshire, Northants, Gloucester and Glamorgan. But then if you go back to 2019, they finished 9th in the Division 2 table with only Leicestershire beneath them. So, yeah, there were many strides made last year.
Morris in and wide of the off stump, not taken cleanly, so swings back in a little to the keeper. He can take that cleanly. 2019.
Yeah.
They want to put well behind them.
Yeah.
Well behind them.
Well, they certainly have. I mean, you've seen this over the years. Got a couple of points just to mention with you, Kevin. The first one, over the years, you often see these, you're so excited and enthusiastic to see these new young players come in, but suddenly they're no longer young, if you know what I mean.
Morris in bowls and kept a little low for Wesley, but turned onto the onside, a little fuller that delivery.
People like Charlie Morris because he's been on the circuit a few years now. You talked about Joe Leach. You know, suddenly you get to you're still young at 22, you're still young at maybe 23. Now you're 24, 25. You're not young. You've got
to start showing then, haven't you? Really.
You've got to you've got to move on to the next level. You've got to become somebody who's not just looking good and doing well. You've got to become dependable for your role.
Morris in now to Wesley, who's happy to shoulder arms past the off stump through to the keeper. Do you know Peter Moores was making that very point about his Nottinghamshire team? If people were listening either to the TMS podcast this week or perhaps caught that as well at lunchtime on 5 Live Sports Extra, making that point about his setup, which includes, mustn't forget, the former Worcestershire man and another Shropshire lad, give him a mention, Joe Clark, who's made that move to Nottinghamshire a couple of years ago. But he's at that age now that he really needs to show in all formats. Terrific white ball, need to make it in red ball as well. Delivery, which is uppish, but it's safe out onto the onside, and Oliveira swiftly round to the right hand side to do the fielding there. Well, that was a little interesting for a moment or two, Don. The score is 90 for 2 here, Essex. They elected to bat first this morning, and it's 18 to Lawrence and 28 to Wesley. And I would say this, I suppose, on the first day of the season, but it's terrific entertainment at the moment. Really enjoying it.
Fantastic. Great to see cricket, live cricket. I've waited all winter for this. But that was a good over. It really, really was a super over by Charlie Morris. Pick of the bowlers. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. He went for just the single in that over. Kevin, the other thing I'd like to just mention, a quick one actually, is you talked about Joe Leach. Can I just say that there were some horrific injuries actually last season, and probably for a couple of years. People like who I rate as a very high performer, Toby Rowland-Jones at Middlesex.
Oh, he's brilliant.
He's gone through the mill.
He has.
Pat Brown at Worcestershire. Joe Leach is on his way in. Bowles, this is played into the offside with a bit of a short arm punch into the offside, and Dan Lawrence is going to pick up 4. Probably just had a little bit of width on that, but it was a good looking shot by Dan Lawrence. He moves to 22. Westy's on 28, and Essex have moved to 94 for 2. So when we talk about Toby Rowland-Jones, Pat Brown, who doesn't always play a lot of red ball cricket for Worcestershire, but he's back playing the 2s this week with Kevin Sharp up at, I think it was Kidderminster. Josh Tongue was there as well, and he's recovering, I think, from some ankle injuries. Joe Leach is back in. Bowles is trimmed down the ground, and on his follow-through, he parries it to sort of mid-on where there is no run. And the last injury, which I want to mention, is Liam Dawson.
At Hampshire.
Liam Dawson has got a World Cup winners medal and a World Cup runners-up medal in T20 and didn't play a game. Did you know that? That's a great question, that one. He had a torn, I think it was Achilles or something like that, or his calf, and he had to have an operation, and he was out for most of last season. Started the season, didn't finish it, and he's recovered now to the extent that he's playing batting and bowling for Hampshire, and I would imagine, I'll check in a minute, but I think he'll be playing, they're batting and they're doing quite nicely up at Leicester, so I'll check that out in a minute.
Wayne Parnell moved to Northants.
He did.
Worcestershire. You say Josh Tong. I'm not sure if it was ankle, if it was shoulder operation, but neither he, Tong, or Brown, as you say, not quite match fit for here.
Yeah.
But just getting themselves back and ready.
Good news, that. And probably the greatest news for Worcestershire was the signing of Cox, the keeper. That was a really good move from them, because there was speculation he might move somewhere else, but he hasn't. He's given his future to the club. Another dot ball as Lawrence plays out to mid-on, where there is no run. It's great to see those bowlers back bowling.
They're expecting Alzari Joseph to be available, or hoping he'll be available next week at Derby. He's available for 7 games. He's currently in quarantine. So many are. I say so many, but for each county, or a lot of the counties have these players at the moment. Just can't quite. Peter Siddle. Peter Siddle's not around because of COVID-19, but I don't think he's actually in the country yet, is he? Don't think he's yet to arrive.
Don't know. Leach has moved his field. He's got a man on the drive from Gully. This is driven in out to extra cover where there is no run. So the man on the drive is quite straight here for Joe Leach. And they've also, there's a bit of a ploy here going, because, Kevin, we've got mid-on that is very straight. We've got a man on the drive that is quite straight. Mid-off now has to go to the left hand of the man on the drive, so he's quite a wide mid-off. So Lawrence, they're trying to bowl straight, and they're trying to stop him scoring straight. They believe he might hit it in the air. They don't want him to get runs through there. Leach is in, bowls, plays this off the back foot, and mid-on stops the single. So good, intelligent cricket here from Worcestershire, applying a bit of pressure, and Essex have to cope with it. 94 for 2. Now, I like Toby Rowland-Jones, Middlesex, and he had a cracking start to his international career, and then it was sadly cut short over 2 consecutive seasons over a stress fracture and a stress fracture that opened up again. So best wishes to him. He's I think his team are batting at Lords, I think. I will check that out. Joe Leach on his way in, bowls outside off stump, good delivery on the angle, may have come a little bit wider of the crease, through to the keeper, good bowling, and the score is 94 for 2.
Don't want to take away your thunder, but perhaps I will just run down those scores, Don.
Please do.
What's going on elsewhere? Kent 92 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Zach Crawley made 14 earlier in the day. Joe Denley is also out. That game being played at Northampton, as we say. Sussex have recovered. 106 for 4 now away at Lancashire. That game being played at Emirates Old Trafford. Middlesex have moved their score to 127 for 2 against Somerset. I saw briefly on social media talk of dropped catches. cold hands, you see. Drop catches there, which have perhaps allowed Middlesex to get that score. Morris from the River End here at Chelmsford, past the off stump and taken low to the left by the keeper, Cox. The other scores, Hampshire 134 for 3 against Leicestershire. Surrey 114 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Durham 110 for 3 against Notts. You were saying earlier some wickets for Jake Ball. Not a great return for Scott Borthwick with the bat, but I think it's a good move for him to go back home to Durham. He was quite interesting. I felt in pre-season when he was talking about going back from Surrey back up to the northeast. This next delivery is wide of the off stump. Plenty of effort being put in here by Morris, but just not tempting Wesley into anything ridiculous. Scott was saying that on returning to Durham and walking through the gates again last, I don't know, October, November time, whenever it may have been, he actually felt more nervous doing it now at his grand age, whatever he is, than when he was a 16-year-old. But that happens as you grow older. You do start to have different sort of feelings. You perhaps appreciate things more. I don't know. But anyway, that delivery has passed the off stump and through the keeper here again. But I think it's a lovely move for Scott to go back. He went down with Mark Stoneman, of course, but Stoneman has stayed at Surrey. He hasn't gone back. Derbyshire 98 for 4 against Warwickshire. Glamorgan 111 for 4 against Yorkshire. They were in some bother with Glamorgan in that game there at Leeds. It's a game which has captured a little bit of the imagination because of the Root brothers, and Joe and Billy facing one another. And this delivery doesn't quite sit up for Wesley to time as he tries to pull it away onto the leg side and can't get hold of that. It's not the first time that the Root brothers have played each other in professional cricket. I remember watching a one-day game when Billy was at Nottinghamshire and Joe was playing for Yorkshire. You know, he doesn't miss out on many occasions, as Joe Root, on taking an opportunity to play for Yorkshire. And if memory serves me correctly, I think Billy may have dropped a catch off his brother as well on the boundary that day as well at Trent Bridge. But a wonderful family contest, and they found the gap. Yep, found the gap. There's Wesley on the leg side, and he won't go to the boundary. He will get him 2 runs, and he will move on to 30, and the Essex score move on to 96 for 2. The contest I really would like to have seen between the two brothers, though, was the one at Scarborough, when I'm going to guess that one of them was 13 and the other was 11 or something like that, when one went chasing the other across the field of play because one insisted he was out in the nets and the other one not. But great family rivalry between that pair, and they're sort of playing that out properly, if you like, here in the game at Leeds. Billy Root's actually 32 not out in that game with Glamorgan 111 for 4. Next delivery, punched defensively back to the bowler Charlie Morris, and that completes that over. I shall move aside, Paul will come in and Don will carry on. The score here 96 for 2, 22 to Lawrence and 30 to Wesley. The breeze continues to blow, a chilly wind, but the sun is shining and it is dry.
So, sounds to me as if Glamorgan have lost a wicket since lunch, because I think they were 29 for 3, 79 for 3 at lunch, and then now they're 4 down, so they've lost a wicket since lunch. Something that Essex hasn't done. They've been tested by some good tight bowling. Can Worcestershire continue on this vein? Because that's the order of the day, to keep it tight, to keep Essex under pressure on this good surface. It certainly does look a good surface for an April first game of the season, first session. It really does look a good wicket, and that is why the home side decided to win the bat after winning the toss. It was their choice. No uncontested tosses this season. That rule has been removed, and the only other rule I think that has been amended is the 8 points for a draw. Pennington's replacing the captain Leach from the Hayes close end, and he bowls, and it's outside off stump, a good loosener which goes through to the keeper. Good afternoon, Paul.
Yes, hello Don. Sort of stalemate of a situation a bit since lunch. Scoreboard moved very, very slowly. 3/4 of an hour after lunch, just 22 runs added, but equally no breakthroughs from a Worcestershire point of view.
No. Battle of attrition here at Chelmsford. Pennington's in, bowls short of a length, playing a miss as it goes through to the keeper, and there is plenty of applause from the teammates wearing the green caps of Worcestershire very proudly today. Welcome to our broadcast here at Chelmsford, the county ground. The county champions of 2019 and the winners of the Bob Willis 4-day trophy in 2020 are hosting Worcestershire for the first outing of the championship campaign. This is driven into the leg side. There's a gap between mid-on and mid-wicket where Lawrence takes one. He calls his partner back for two, but he turns down the three. He would be running to the bowler's danger end, and rightly so. Good looking shot that pierced the gap. 2 runs, score goes to 98 for 2. Lawrence 24. Wesley, who's faced probably 25 more balls, has 6 more runs. He's undefeated on 30.
Yeah, he's playing well, Tom Wesley. Mainly in a sort of fairly defensive vein, which is fair enough because both Cook and Brown went without any great numbers on the board.
Pennington, tall, blonde features as he bowls through to the keeper. There is no shot offered because it's outside the off stump.
Yes, there's plenty of heat in the sun up there, even though it is a cold day, and without the sun we'd all be shivering like mad. Even as it is, we've all got our coats on, but no mistaking that if you can get out of the wind, which is blowing right in on us because it's coming from the west, but if you can get out of the wind, there's some real heat in the sun.
Mitchell, second slip, Vessels at first, and I think it's Fell at Gully. Played off the back foot, good looking delivery, well played. Played it quite tall. People forget that Dan Lawrence is quite a tall man. He would be, I would suggest he would be like a flanker, wing forward in rugby. Strong individual, powerfully built.
I think he's, once again, I think he's going to be behind the scrum. He's very fit, very athletic, fields on the boundary, on the leg side. You're right, he is strong, but I think he's got the speed to be a real sort of wingman.
Taller than you think is Lawrence. This is cut, and for 4. That's probably the most average delivery of the afternoon so far. That was short and wide, and it got the treatment. Pennington's bowled 5 pretty good deliveries there, but it brings the Essex 100 up. They've moved in the 41st over, and they've got themselves 102 for 2, and that was probably, as I term, like we both are former schoolmasters.
There from Tom Wesley, and they're just straying onto Midland leg, fed Wesley's strengths. It's not as if he hasn't got some lovely shots in the offside as well. He's a superb cover driver, but nevertheless he undoubtedly gets more of his runs through the onside. He's now moved along to 34, and 106 for 2 means 1 more run is needed for a 50 partnership between Wesley and Lawrence.
Good shot, just in the last couple of overs. Worcestershire bowlers have just given a few 4 balls just in the last couple of overs, so there should be a reminder there. Alan Richardson, their bowling coach, who was a fine cricketer for Worcestershire, Warwickshire and Middlesex, Alan Richardson, a terrific performer, will probably no doubt wander the boundary and try and get a message to the bowlers.
Morris is in, bowls, and there's one of those deliveries outside off stump I was referring to earlier in the over that Wesley can safely leave to the wicket keeper. He could, of course, if this were one-day cricket, he would certainly have had a go at that, but maintaining a watching vigil when the ball's shortish outside off stump there. So 34 to him, 28 to Lawrence. Dan Lawrence, of course, with every incentive to try and score big runs and make sure that the selectors don't forget his name as we approach a busy summer of Test cricket in England. And here again, Oh, that's a good
Well
delivery,
done,
and
well
Wesley
done.
was playing at that. It nipped away off the pitch and into the gloves. Quite good climb as well. He does get this ball to lift considerably, Charlie Morris, and 106 for 2 remains the score.
Well, he's at a ... 4 ... and the 4, yes, it wasn't such a great delivery, but take the 4 out. This has been a fantastic over apart from that 4. What can he do for his final ball of this over?
Bowls it now. And
Not
takes the batsman on the pads as a sort of token appeal that I think would have gone down leg side and might well have gone over the top as well. I was saying that he gets good lift. So 106 for 2, and just tilting the argument from the batsman's point of view, Don, it also the measure of a good batsman that he plays on that occasion a lovely on drive for 4 from Tom Wesley. So he remains on 34, Lawrence on 28. And Essex, after 42 overs at the crease, having chosen to be there, are 106 for 2.
I've been rather remiss. We've received quite a lot of messages, texts and tweets. It's great to have these, and we'll be delighted to have your comments and anything you'd like to raise about cricket, wherever, club, school. This time Pennington bowls, and this is played into the leg side where Lawrence doesn't get a single, the start of a new over. Yeah, we really would be delighted to... you're not on emails yet, are you, on the BBC Essex ball?
No.
Not yet. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have those, but you're welcome to contact me via Twitter. And also, I do believe 9 Wickets Down will receive some tweets. I'm looking across and Mr. Hal says yes, he'll be delighted to. So if you'd like to speak to us, you can contact us via 9 Wickets Down. That's at 9 Wickets Down. Pennington bowls and fields off his bone bowling. That's a good delivery where maybe just a bit of a leading edge as Lawrence sets up to play into the leg side. And I'm at Toppers Senior, so I would be delighted to receive anything on Toppers Senior. Stephen Tokley, who often contributes. There's many, Kevin, who have got your question right this morning, and as they are, quite a lot of them are Essex men, I don't doubt that they went off and researched. I think they knew the answer because they are Essex stalwarts. Pennington bowls into the leg side. They look for a single, but well fielded by Gareth Roderick at mid-wicket, and there is no run for Lawrence. But some of the people that contributed and got those questions right, Andrew Cockersole, 98.6, the likes of David Mann, also Dino was talking about that. Quite a few people got the correct answer of Will Jefferson, and the question was, who did Alistair Cook make his debut with and open the batting with on his debut? It was Will Jefferson against a very strong, talented Nottinghamshire side. Dylan Pennington bowls, and this is played off the back foot. Bit of bounce there from the tall blonde bowler where Roderick, who's been busy at mid-wicket, scurries across, dives, prevents the single, and this is the kind of fielding you want to see to support the bowlers. Paul?
Cricket, and it's day 1 of the opening Elvin Insurance County Championship match of the season between Worcestershire and Essex at Chelmsford. Let's go live to the ground now on BBC Hereford and Worcester's Don Topley.
Yes, welcome back to sunny Chelmsford. No more wickets to report, I'm afraid, but the boys here at Pennington, Morris, Leach have all bowled well. The pick of the bowlers for me has been Charlie Morris. He's bowled 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25, but alas, there have been no wickets to fall since lunch, and Essex are 106 for 2.
Yes, Don was just mentioning there, going back to that Will Jefferson opening with Alistair Cook when Cook was on debut against a strong Nottinghamshire side. Sadly, you can't quite say that in recent seasons. I don't think they've won a championship game since they won here all the way back in 2018.
As Pennington starts his run-up, good 30 yards, bowls into the hips of Lawrence. Lawrence looks for one. I don't think yes, he's going to run back for the second, and he gets home easily. So good shot, good calling there from the Essex number 4, and that brings up 51 runs partnership between Wesley and Lawrence, and sadly there is nobody in the ground to applaud, but I'm sure those who support Essex will be pleased to see that this middle order pair have got themselves together.
That is the 50 partnership, and 57 for 2 when they came together, 108 for 2 now, with 30 to Lawrence, who's rapidly catching up with Tom Wesley. I say rapidly, actually there hasn't been anything rapid about the Essex innings. It's been a matter of getting their heads down and taking what runs have been on offer without going searching for them and taking risks. We're going to see Oliveira now for the first time bowling from the City end. He bowled 2 or 3 overs before lunch from the Hayes close end, and 108 for 2 on the board, and the game certainly, you feel, beginning to move towards a point where either Essex might move into quite a strong position, or if they lose a couple of quick wickets, the advantage can go the other way.
Yes, D'Oliveira, as you said, bowled the other end. Hayes close end first up with 3 overs. He's going to have a go this year. I mean, this is where perhaps Worcester might miss Moeen Ali, who's playing in the IPL for the Chennai Super Kings. He would be a very good containing off spinner, but it's going to be the job of Brett D'Oliveira, and some will say it's a great opportunity. Some might suggest there's a bit of pressure on him here now, because he's going to have to help the bowlers out, the seamers out.
Well, this one's tossed up and played quite comfortably, more or less on the full by Wesley to a shortish mid-wicket. The score 108 for 2. We've got slip, backward point, cover, who's not a short extra cover, but he's not very far out either. We've got a man behind him on the extra cover boundary, but he's irrelevant to this next ball, which has been hit
fielded
handsomely into the onside, brilliantly fielded on the mid-wicket boundary, and that commutes what might have been a boundary to just a single. 109 for 2 as Wesley goes to 35.
Well, Gareth Roderick, formerly of Gloucestershire, has been diving around at mid-wicket on one side, and he's down out on the boundary. Listen, that was a super bit of fielding by the former Gloucestershire man. It's been a busy day. He thought he probably wouldn't make too much of an impression because he doesn't really bowl in the field, but he's supporting his bowlers brilliantly today, Paul.
He is. That was, as you say, fine tumbling stop to his left on the mid-wicket boundary. D'Oliveira to Lawrence. Lawrence turns it round the corner, and although it only travelled about 15 yards and was only 5 or 6 yards away from backward square leg, they easily scooted through for the single that takes the score along to 110 for 2 with Lawrence on to 31.
Diana Patterson's been on Twitter to us.
Diana, not lovely to hear from you from
Calgary, yes,
Canada.
Yeah, absolutely.
D'Oliveira bowls, gives us plenty of air. Return to the bowler by Wesley.
And Count Frosco, he says it's a bit warmer in Koh Samui. Gosh, for the Songkran holidays. Hope we're all keeping well and wishing the team best for another successful season.
As this next one is turned round the corner, might have just come off the pad, but at any event the score remains 110 for 2. Did Diana in Calgary have anything to say there?
No, she just said listening in, enjoying the cricket. It's obviously a welcome respite.
Indeed. Of course, Diana has made a couple of trips over to Britain in a time when she's been in touch with us. Great to see her. I remember she turned up at Southend at Garum Park one day and probably got the fright of her life at the coldest ground I think I've ever known. But great to hear from you again, Diana. Glad you've made it through the winter with all its perils. And at the end of that over from D'Oliveira, not a bad over at all. 110 for 2 is the score on the board. Partnership worth 53, close to doubling the score with Wesley on 35 and Lawrence 31.
Now, we've had many tweets going back into the morning. Lyndon Clements, he's pleased that Ron Clark, you've got the likes of Martin Figg and Will Robinson and Joan from Cumbria, Alan Yates, all stalwart Essex fans, I believe, Stiffer Blue. But if you're in Worcestershire listening on BBC Hereford and Worcester, please get in touch on the Topper Senior Twitter account, or indeed on 9 Wickets Down, which is part of the Kevin Howells media, really. He has started this one up, and it was a great listen at lunchtime, I'm sure you'll agree. Pennington's in, bowls again, outside off stump through to the keeper Cox, who takes it very smoothly with nice soft hands. Two Worcestershire boys, the keeper and first slip, which is Vessels, are using sun hats because it is sunny at Chelmsford, always sunny at Chelmsford, and with the rest of the 9 of the troops, Worcestershire troops, so they're wearing their green sort of baggy Worcestershire cap, as proud as they are of is it the 3 pairs, isn't it?
Yep.
Do you know what type of pair? It's a Worcester pair, is it? Is that?
Oh, I wouldn't know, I'm afraid, on that.
Pennington bowls, and it's played into the offside, where there is well fielded by Roderick, and I believe it is Morris. Then there is no run.
It is a county, of course, as the emblem would suggest, renowned for its pears. And I know Pershore, for example, is a very fruit-growing area, not far from Worcester.
Yes, that's right. There's conference pears. What other pears are there? Come on, give me. You're the knowledge. You know everything, Paul.
Well, it's the one that's the pears where somebody gets a duck in each innings.
No, I'm not talking about that one. We've all had that, I'm sure. Hey?
Certainly not. Now, of course, I'm afraid my grade of cricket, you only got the 1 innings per match.
Did you?
I didn't make it into 2 innings territory, but one thing, I didn't get many runs, but I didn't get any noughts.
Stephen Tokley tweets us, Don, lovely to see D'Oliveira playing. His granddad was playing him in my first live test versus the Aussies in 72 at the Oval, and again saw him in a huge Worcestershire win at Chelmsford in 1973. A great cricketer he was. Pennington bowls, it's played off the back foot by Wesley into the offside, where Roderick runs in, prevent the single. Not really Essex were considering it, but he's just showing plenty of energy.
Yes, it's interesting. I mean, he was a fantastic cricketer, Basil D'Oliveira, a great man with it. But it is rather alarming, I think, Don, that was, 40-odd years ago. And if you read the news now, sadly, humanity hasn't totally moved on from the regrettable situation that Basil found himself in.
No, that's right. Pennington bowls, outside off stump, good delivery, left alone, good discipline by the batsman, but also, I have to say, good discipline by the tall Worcestershire bowler. Neil, I think this is, he's just joined us after a busy morning, so hopefully he's relaxed. He's either in the garden, in the car, maybe in his office, just chilling out. Stream is excellent, and of course the commentary is enjoyable too. It goes with that. It looks glorious down at Chelmsford. Looking forward to a career season with Worcestershire County Cricket, and he's got "Come on, you pairs." A very football saying that, really, isn't it? Shot into the offside. It was a full-blooded drive. Didn't really swing. Hit the middle of the bat, but good fielding by that number 9, Gareth Roderick. Saved some runs there. Listen, that was quite a good over, but a good bit of fielding ensured that it was a good over by Gareth Roderick. He's making a significant impression with his fielding today. And Essex have moved to 111. David Shepherd, the late David Shepherd, will be bobbing up and down at square leg because of Nelson. 1-1-1 for 2.
Yeah, and just on that theme, you know, we know from all the racial flare-ups during the winter, and I was thinking how nice it was back in the sort of particularly 60s through to the 90s, when you think all the counties tended to have a West Indian quick bowler in the team, and the county cricket embraced the West Indians with great fondness, and there was none of these awful, of course the internet didn't exist then, but none of these awful Twitters and tweets, you know, offering insults, particularly in football at the moment, to the black players in that sport. This ball produces a single down to deep mid-on, 112 for 2, and to the best of my knowledge, I didn't hear of really any racial incidents in the time when the Great West Indians were overplaying here. As is the next ball, it's played back to the bowler. The very first game I ever watched of first-class cricket was Surrey v the West Indies in 57, and you got
57.
You got your 3 W's, your Ramadan and Valentine, and again, you know, West Indies very, very popular tourists. As this next ball is played into the offside, there's no run, as they remain. Let it be said, you know, the 112 for 2 the score.
because it's the start of the season, we always talk about those that we may have lost this winter. So Everton de Courcy Weeks, we lost him as well.
That's right, as the ball's played back to the bowler. Yes, he's one of the legendary 3 Ws, along with Clive Walcott and Sir Frank Worrell.
I knew him. I was very fortunate to be in his company on many occasions.
This is Weeks, is it?
Sir Everton Weeks, yeah, I have.
Here's the next ball. Not much time between deliveries because it's Brett D'Oliveira bowling to Tom Wesley, returns the ball to the bowler. Score remaining 112 for 2 with 33 to Lawrence, 35 to Wesley. And D'Oliveira is in again. Bowls. That's a loose delivery. It's a long hot, and it's played away to the wide long on boundary for 4. And Wesley needs no second invitation to help himself to an invitation to either a boundary, and it could even have been a 6, but he settled with hitting it along the ground, timed it nicely. Wesley moves to 39, and Essex at the conclusion of that over have moved on to 116 for 2 in 46 overs.
John Curtis contacts us and says Joe Leach between 2015 and 17 had, Kevin mentioned this, returns of 59, 65 and 69 wickets each season, so over 300 first-class wickets, and until 2015 was primarily a batsman. He scored his first-class century and 82 in the same game versus Gloucester at Cheltenham 2004. I mean, look, he's down to bat for Worcestershire at 9. It might be 8, but he's down at 9. And Neil, as I said, he's enjoying the commentary, but one contribution from Tony Chapman, he talks about the black pair. There's a conference pair. I'm trying to think of other names of pairs.
Yes, I'm not well up on different names for pairs.
No, that's right. The Grumbler's been in contact, and I'll go...
Grumbler?
Yes, he has, as Pennington bowls. Plays into the leg side, looks for the quick single, and I think it's that man. Is it Roderick? No, it's not. It's Libby who stops the single.
He's fielded very well as well.
He has. Took a great catch this morning.
Get rid of Nick Brown. Was a very good catch.
But Lawrence was looking for the single, but I have to say, I think Wesley, his senior partner, turned him down quite quickly. But the Grumbler says, what do you think, Paul? Allison gets the nod over Quinn in this team, so Matt Quinn not given the opportunity. Point. What's your thoughts?
Very good question, Grumbler. We'll come back to you after this ball.
Pennington on his way in, right arm over, played off the back foot. That is a super shot. Played with a straight bat through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4. For me, that's possibly the shot of the day by Dan Lawrence. Played it tall, just waited and played it late through mid-on. That's such a difficult shot to play. Wasn't a bad delivery, didn't have 4 written all over it. It wasn't a bad delivery, it was just a terrific shot. 120 for 2. Lawrence moves to 37. Wesley at the other end, 39.
Yeah, dealing with your point there, Grumbler. Enjoyed your book, by the way, during the winter. I've read it. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it. I'll come back to the point after this ball.
Pennington bowls, and it's played into the leg side. This is more runs for Lawrence. It's gone across the short netting surfaces. It's gone for 1, 2, and Wesley calls his partner back for the 3rd. So 3 more runs to Dan Lawrence. He goes to 40, score 123 for 2.
Yes, Grumbler, I did see Matt Quinn out bowling during the interval, and did just think, he has had a long wait through his injuries to sort of get a place in the side, and with Peter Siddle unable to resume for Essex yet. He will be here this season, but he's COVID restricted at the moment. It did seem a moment when Matt Quinn might have got the nod. Equally, Ben Allison has been very much substitute for Essex a lot of times, and that's gone on for a couple of seasons now, so it must have been a fairly tight call between the two of them, I would have thought.
2 slips and the gully still in place. Pennington bowls, nice and straight. Wesley looked for a quick single, having been brought forward, but there is no single. Thank you to Mr. Josh Cooper, who says, hi, great to be back in the county action today, supporting my pairs all the way. Wording behind the 3 pairs are the 3 black pairs, a symbol from the 17th century poet Michael Drayton. Asserted was the emblem borne by men from the county at the Battle of Agincourt.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much.
You as a professor would know that.
Yes, but I'm not Professor of Pairs.
Oh, right. This is dot ball played into the leg side. Good looking delivery, good looking shot, but there is, alas, a dot ball. 123 for 2.
It's worth remembering that there's even such a thing as a Professor of Failure, which is what Mourinho taunted Arsene Wenger as being. There are those who might say nowadays that Mourinho himself is becoming a Professor of Failure.
Here, I have a quick question from Hugh. As Pennington bowls, this is outside off stump through to the keeper, dot ball. So a couple of good looking shots there, which Lawrence enjoyed getting some runs from. 123 for 2, and I think is it Lawrence going off to the boundary for something?
Yeah, I think Kevin's coming in.
Is that taking over from me? Hugh says, and it's a question for you. Great to have the championship back, enjoying the commentary. What have the guys been up to in the long winter and the lockdown to keep us busy? So if you answer that first, then we'll have the ultimate professional in Kevin answer what he's been up to, apart from supporting Shrewsbury Town.
Yes, well, thank you for that, Hugh, and I've very little to report, to be honest with you. I'm sort of on the subject of professors. Probably my main professorial element would be Professor of Lethargy, and it's just been a matter really of parking myself in front of the television and variously either turning it off again or indeed watching whatever I can. I've been very grateful actually to the number of bonus matches of the days there have been, because I do love my Premier League football, and also the most racing, as a man who worked in racing broadcasting for 25 years a few years ago. ITV have put on an unprecedented number of televised race meetings, so yes, as I say, I've become a distinguished lethargist.
Oh, that's terrific.
What about you, Kevin?
Homeschooling, really, and that sort of stuff.
Homeschooling.
Yeah, got a boy who has looked after me. Terrific, because I'm sure children up and down the country have.
Yeah.
They've just been
amazing,
really. But that's taken up quite a lot of my time, and I have to say, I've quite Dad's Dynasty. I've been in charge of school catering, albeit just for one child.
Yeah.
So I've been very proud of the number of sausage rolls I've been able to turn out of the cooker.
Well, that's one thing
That's
one thing my lethargism didn't run to. I felt so ravenously hungry all winter that I greatly overfed and cooked myself some seriously good meals.
Yeah, good stuff.
That at least has been the most enjoyable part of the winter, I think.
It's been rubbish, really, to be honest with you. Of course it has, and we would try as best we can to put a smile on our own faces to help us all through it, but and I'm sure there'll be somebody listening to us, at least one, and many, many more, no doubt, who have had a pretty horrific past 12 months. D'Oliveira in the bowls and pushed into the offside, no run for Dan Lawrence, who's on 40, 39 to Wesley. 123 for 2 is the score on a sunny first afternoon of the LV Insurance County Championship season. Once again, the leg spin of D'Oliveira in and bowls and leaning back, cuts it very nicely. Does Lawrence, of course, he's pretty useful against spin bowling, we discovered, but he will get himself 3 runs. It's a long way down there, but they get the 3, and Lawrence moves to 43, and the score up to 126 for 2. D'Oliveira's bowling is 6th over. His figures currently read 5.2, 20 runs conceded. This is just the 3rd ball of it. 3 off that second delivery. Next delivery driven nice and firm into the offside, but straight to Roderick, who's one of the signings, of course. 3-year deal from Gloucestershire, Gareth Roderick. Sorry, Paul, I interrupted.
Yeah, I was just going to say Lawrence is beginning to get into his stride. He's played some good shots this last 20 minutes.
So worry for Worcestershire. This one sits up, driven, or pulled, say, low down. Stings the hands of the fielder on the onside. But he's able to try and look after his fingers by giving the ball a good rub as well, as best he can. But that did come at quite a lick and quite a pace to be fielded by Ed Barnard. Next delivery, forward defensive, big stride put in actually by Wesley,
Yeah,
who's faced over 100 deliveries for his 39.
Don't envy Ed Barnard there. That was fairly travelling. I think it caught him just at the bottom of the hand, giving him a nasty bruise.
Yep. It's a breezy, cool breeze blowing across the ground. This time it's Leach who's called into action. But straight to him, and a tidy pick-up down on his knees. He will get a single. Well, Wesley, he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. 127 for 2. Lawrence on 43 off 72 deliveries for Lawrence's 43, and Wesley now has 104 balls for his 40, and D'Oliveira's 27 for 2. Lawrence on 43 off 72 deliveries for Lawrence's 43, and Wesley now has 104 balls for his 40, and D'Oliveira's figure of his.
Just running through the scores elsewhere. Durham 130 for 3 at Trent Bridge. Derbyshire 137 for 4 at Edgbaston. Surrey 144 for 5 at Bristol. Hampshire 183 for 3 at Grace Road. Middlesex 151 for 3 at Lords. Sussex 123 for 5 at Old Trafford. Kent 121 for 3 at Northampton. And Glamorgan 117 for 5 at Headingley. So we're going to see Morris, I think, brought back into the attack.
We've our first century of the season. Sam Robson, 101 not out for Middlesex. Dropped twice this morning.
And a play and a miss to the first ball of the over from Wesley. And we've still got sunshine here, but the cloud that they said would be encroaching around about 4 o'clock, it's building up away in the sort of west-northwesterly direction where the weather's coming from.
And it can stay there. It can build up as much as it wants over there, you know.
Yes, it has been nice to have the sun for the last sort of couple of hours, really, I think we can say. And in fact, it's Barnard, I beg your pardon, who's bowling from the Hayes close end, not Morris. And this ball's hit very firmly back to him, but he gets the hand down. And
the hand again, though.
Yes, that's right. It's cruel, isn't it? It's Wesley. It's that hand again, and it's that Wesley again. A man with clearly a sadistic sense of humour. And he now, what will it be his next trick? Or will Barnard get his revenge? Comes in now. Bowls to Wesley. Neither is the answer to that particular question, as the ball is well wide of off stump and left to go through to the wicket keeper, Ben Cox. 127 for 2. Both these batsmen who've put on 70 runs now exactly. They're both into the 40s, and Lawrence has now overtaken Wesley, who had quite a start on him. Wesley on 40, Lawrence 43. As Barnard bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives to mid-off. No run.
For those that missed earlier, David Milnes, who's one of our umpires here today, I'm sure he's aware of it. 25 years ago, milestone anniversaries when you have 25, isn't it? And Leicestershire lifting the trophy back in 1996, and David was part of that. Very impressive Leicestershire team.
And this ball is played into the onside, 127 for 2. Yes, extraordinarily, in the light of Leicester's more recent accounts in the county championship, they won 2 of the last three county championships before it went to 2 divisions. They won in, I think it was 96 and 98.
Correct.
So they were a real force in the land at that time. Here's the next delivery from Barnard. Hayes close end to Wesley. Just dropped a defensive bat on a ball on off stump. Good tidy over. I think that was a maiden, and Wesley remains on 40. Lawrence, who's begun to accelerate in the last half hour or so, has moved on to 43. And Essex at 127 for 2. It's been hard going. The runs haven't come easily. We've had 48 overs, 49 overs completed, but they'll be pretty happy with the situation. I think you'd settle for 127 for 2, even if you did have the advantage of winning the toss.
Yeah, well, I definitely think so, yeah. And as we mentioned earlier, you know, Worcestershire will be a bit frustrated. They haven't got more to show for their work earlier. But, you know, Wesley and Lawrence, 2 quality performers, as we had with Brown. I mean, it was a terrific catch to got rid of Brown, and Well, Sir Alistair Cook, you don't need to say anything about. You get Sir Alistair Cook out for 15, and you're very happy.
But Don does make a very good point when he says, there's been hardly any playing and missing all day. It shows that the ball isn't really doing much to help the bowlers. So maybe Stuart Kerrison, the Essex groundsman, has taken heed of the ECB's suggestion that we'd like matches to go into a fourth day. I was saying earlier that when Essex won all their 7 home games in 2019, only one of them went into a fourth day. So they'll be pretty pleased with Stuart, I would think, on this basis, who's a wonderfully talented groundsman, because basically he's capable of producing almost to the left
whatever you want,
whatever pitch is asked of you.
Brilliant.
He told me once when Paul Grayson was coach here, and that the pitch had done all sorts. He said, yes, you could say, he said, that I've taken one for the team.
D'Oliveira about to bowl again from the river end, in and bowls to Lawrence, who just looks so busy about the crease, doesn't he? He's always just looks a little bit edgy, but it's fine. It suits his game. It's his way of focusing, no doubt. But he remains 43 not out, 127 for 2. This is the 50th over of the day, of the innings, of the season here at Chelmsford. Played behind square on the onside for no run this time by Lawrence. And of course, as a spin bowler, D'Oliveira is pretty busy himself out there. John Curtis has been back in touch, certainly with news that Worcestershire supporters, either watching or just listening in, will be keen to hear. I'll give you that in a moment as D'Oliveira bowls and pushed into the offside by Lawrence again for no run. The Worcestershire Academy, 286 for 8 in 50 overs against Warwickshire Academy. That game being played at Kidderminster. And there's been a century there for Henry Cullen, the wicketkeeper, scoring 106. So well done to Henry, and thank you to John, as this one is pushed back by Lawrence to D'Oliveira for no run. So everybody, it's difficult sometimes with the way that social media is set up, and what I understand the term you give, the echo chambers. So you get yourself in with a group of people who are similar minded and have similar likes, and pushed defensively really by Lawrence for no run to the right of D'Oliveira here to get a true sense of what's going on. But I don't think I've ever known a domestic season in this country like this, for having so much being written and spoken about it, so much anticipation, so much excitement. Playing back is Lawrence, worked down towards the fine leg fielder, but there's nobody down there. It's stopped halfway down instead, so Lawrence will pick up a single. He'll keep the strike. He moves his score to 44, and Essex 128 for 2 against Worcestershire. You've got the IPL starting tomorrow, and of course that gets plenty of coverage, of course it does, but wherever you look and you turn, people talking about the domestic season, and that's just been amazing. It's terrific stuff, lots of predictions, what's going to happen, and lots of features on interesting players, it's back stories for players and young players, and who to look out for. So I honestly don't think, as much as I know that if you get yourself on social media in the right groups, you're bound to think everybody's talking about it, but I genuinely think there's been no season like this one for an awful long time, when there's been quite so much coverage and people writing and talking about it.
No, keenly anticipated, and rightly so. 128 for 2 up on the board, as Kevin just briefly will update BBC Hereford and Worcester with the latest situation. Kevin will be back in a couple of minutes as this ball goes down leg side, and one of the very few balls, in fairness, Ed Barnard's the bowler, one of the very few balls all day that you could say went a long way down leg side. It's been very accurate bowling for 90% of the time. Great credit to the Worcester attack, who, as we've been saying, really haven't had a pitch that's done anything for them. The ball has scarcely deviated, and Barnard again from the Hayes close end. Ball's edged and it drops just in front of Daryl Mitchell at second slip. Wasn't a chance, just hit the ground as he went down to try and scoop it up. And it's impossible really, with the pace the ball comes to you in the slips, to dive forward in the way that you could if you were in a more distant fielding position. And it either carries to you genuinely or it doesn't, and it didn't quite. 128 for 2, but a moral victory to the bowler. And Next delivery strays onto leg stump. This will produce at least 2 runs. I think it will be just the 2 as D'Oliveira scoots after it from mid-wicket out towards the boundary and sends a very strong return that goes over Ben Cox's head. Is well backed up by Gareth Roderick, and the score moves along to 130 for 2. Lawrence moves along to 46, just a little bit more on that edge a couple of moments ago, and he would have gone for 44, but he took 2 off the next delivery, having survived. Here's another delivery. Barnard to Lawrence, plays it down to deepish mid-off. What we've got is a fairly short, slightly wider mid-off, and a man 20 or 30 yards behind him at a deeper mid-off, and that's Joe Leach, who tied it up there, and score remaining at 130 for 2 as Worcestershire probe for a breakthrough. This partnership now worth 77. Oh, and they might have got it here, and they have. And over to Don for the update.
Yes. You've just joined us.
You've just joined us here at Chelmsford in the sunshine, but Worcestershire have taken their 3rd wicket of the day. Ed Barnard's got his wicket, he's got him LBW, and that is of Dan Lawrence, who was made a very good 46. So good news for you to come to us, but at the time of that, Essex have moved to 130 for 2.
So Lawrence departs, a ball that jagged back from just outside off stump. Just if there was a query at all for me, and it's irrelevant because it's entirely up to the umpire, who in this particular case is Neil Mallender. I just thought it might have been slightly questionable for height, but those who have the pictures would be in a far better position than myself to see, because although we're fairly straight here, we are behind the batsman, and Neil Mallender has sent Lawrence on his way, LBW for 46, and that partnership, as you heard, was ended there. I said erroneously 77. It's 73. The wicket is put on for the 3rd wicket, but Essex will be quite pleased with that, I think, bearing in mind at 57 they'd already lost Cook and Brown and needed a partnership of some substance between Lawrence and Wesley, who's still there on 40 and has now been joined by the very tall figure of Paul Walter, left-hander, 3rd left-hander of the 5 batsmen we've seen. He actually opened and made a very good job of it down at Arundel last year, and Paul Walter, who's a bit of an all-rounder, I think his batting has come on rather more than his bowling. That's certainly the view that I would infer from the fact that he doesn't get a lot of overs for Essex, but has made several very, very useful contributions with the bat in all forms of the game. So he's just taking guard from Neil Mallender. Ed Barnard with his wicket, 130 for 3. Welcome back to Kevin.
Thank you. Certainly Dan Lawrence was shaking his head. Whether he shook his head enough to get into the bad books of Alex Swan, who's sitting just to our left-hand side as the match manager or liaison officer, we wait and see. But that delivery, first up faced by the tall figure of Paul Walter, again jags away from him, the left-hander, quite considerably. And not too sure if I was supposed to do that commentary of that over, or the last ball, but I did.
Yes, that was my over, but
was your over? Well,
it's a pleasure to be interrupted by you.
I feel as though I should apologise.
No, not at all. Nobody apologises to me, and it's except you. Oh, whoops! Sorry, I wasn't throwing my pen at you. It flew out of my hand. It's all going off in the studio here.
I really don't mind you interrupting me, but I'm just going to chuck my pen at you.
But Barnard,
Did you see that?
That was his 2nd wicket, as Dom Topley is now being called in to try and adjudicate. Here, I am the accused, and it's over to you.
D'Oliveira bowls full on a full toss, and that's just driven for a single away to our left hand side to long off. So Wesley is still there. He's moved to 41, and Essex at 131 for 3. What a terrific day we've had. And you know, there's certainly something there for the bowlers, and they've been chipping away, and it's been met with some good resistance. And that, of course, is all adds to the frustration of a batter like Dan Lawrence. He felt it was too high. He made that pretty clear from his body language. But you've worked so hard. You've worked so hard, and then you're out, and you haven't quite got that 50. I mean, he wanted more than that, but he hasn't quite got the house century.
Well, of course,
have we got Wesley with a bit of cramp trouble here?
I hadn't noticed that.
The delay is not because of that. The delay is because of equipment being brought out with the spin of D'Oliveira.
Yeah, just
they want an extra man put in there. It's, well, whether you go at back pad or they just go in front at silly point.
Silly point, I think. Yeah, just on your point there of height. Of course, one of the intrigues of cricket, there are what are known in the trade as bowling umpires, those who used to be bowlers in their playing days, and batting umpires who likewise batted in their playing days, and it is always suspected that you're more likely to get a fairly close LBW decision if it is made by the bowling umpire, which may have had a part to play in Lawrence's dismissal, but as the expression goes, it all evens itself out in the end.
Oh, but does it? Is what people usually say. And I usually say yes.
Me too.
D'Oliveira around the wicket, bowls and pushed into the offside by Walter, who does have a long way to get down. Interesting character, this. I mean, he's one of the players, Paul, Essex supporters will know this, but anyone perhaps from Worcestershire listening in or elsewhere around the country, one of the players picked up from the local leagues, I understand. And, and part of the Essex success story of the recent years, which, you know, for a little while I wasn't too sure whether I truly understood or believed, as D'Oliveira is in and bowls and that's past the off stump, of the number of teams who are successful at getting this local connection, if you like, a group of people who've had similar experiences on their way into the team and then go on and perform so well together. Obviously, this one is pushed into the leg side and there will be no run, but it does happen. So.
Yes, on the Essex staff, may not be quite true now, but certainly recently, 6 were all born at Whipps Cross Hospital in the East End of London.
The delivery is pushed back up to D'Oliveira and there will be no run.
Which makes you think the club probably ring up Whipps Cross Hospital and say, have you had another one yet?
But signed up for 18 years' time or something.
Yes.
That'd be a wonderful thought. D'Oliveira bowls and full, driven down to a long off for a single, so Wesley will keep the strike, and he moves now to 42. He's starting to look a little bit busier actually since the removal of Lawrence. But anyway, so 133 for 3, Walter on 1, Wesley 42. D'Oliveira's figures now 8 overs. He's gone for 25 runs.
And another point to make, actually, Essex have had 3 of the tallest players to play the game within fairly recent memory. We were talking about Will Jefferson earlier, and he was the record holder, as far as I'm aware, at 6 foot 10.5 inches, and was last rumoured still to be growing. And of course, in addition to Paul Walter, who's about 6 foot 7, Don Topley, our co-commentator today, his son Reese, is 6 foot 7. So 3 absolute giants have all played for Essex. As here comes Barnard looking for his 3rd wicket. Won't get it with this particular delivery, but it's not a bad delivery on a good length and just outside off stump. Wesley Estu's playing a shot, and the score remains at 133 for 3, with Lawrence recently gone at LBW to Barnard for 46.
All people who you're not that keen on doing interviews with for a long period of time.
Yes, indeed.
Unless they give you a box to stand on.
As Barnard's in and bowls, and that goes through outside off stump. Yes, it can be uncomfortable when you get the feeling that people are looking down on you.
Well, nobody ever likes to give anybody a hard time in an interview, but if there were a reason where you had to cross-examine them a little, it doesn't help if they're staring down at you from a great height.
No, that's right. And of course,
so whatever you say, that's fine.
Alistair Cook is no slouch either. He's well over 6 foot tall, and Here's the next delivery, and that's beautifully on-driven by Tom Wesley. Hasn't quite got all of it. It's being chased out towards the long-on boundary, and in fact it has enough legs to reach the boundary, defy the efforts of mid-on, hurtling back. 137 for 3. Wesley has 46.
And they're scrabbling around on social media just to confirm that it was Sam Robson who got the first championship century of the season. I can't really see how it could have been anybody else, to be perfectly frank, with the other scores around the country. Has to be Robson. Hampshire 201 for 3, I see, against Leicestershire. A couple of half centuries there, including James Vince, who's 50 not out.
Barnard's in bowls. Wesley drives down to mid-off. Talking of James Vince, he was featured. There was no run there, by the way. He was featured, James Vince, in an article in the Times yesterday, saying that although he appeared now to be outside of the England selectors' thoughts, he nevertheless was really motivated to see if he could win the county championship for Hampshire this season, and obviously he's made a good start there. He's the skipper. This ball is played back past the bowler, but mid-on can comfortably prevent any single there. Wesley, the man on strike, has 46. Walter must have been one of the shortest shots to produce a run to get off the mark. He only hit it fractionally off the playing area and the playing surface, and got a single for it as he's on 1. But meanwhile, Wesley's whipped the ball very nicely. A lot of bottom hand in this, and it's going to produce, I think, 3 runs out to deep mid-wicket, as Brett D'Oliveira will just prevent it from going all the way. But they come back for 3, and Wesley moves to within 1 of a 50. He resumes being Essex's top scorer, having been overtaken by Dan Lawrence before Lawrence was LBW for 46. It's now 140 for 3, with Wesley on 49. That was the end of the Barnard over. And Wesley getting good runs in that over with a boundary and a 3.
People joining us all the time, so let's just remind you how the teams line up. It's Alistair Cook, Brown, Wesley, Lawrence, Walter, Tenduscarter, Wheater, Harmer, Allison, Sam Cook and Porter for Essex. For Worcestershire, Mitchell, Libby, Fell, Roderick, D'Oliveira, Ricky Vessels, Cox, Bernard, Leach, Pennington and Morris for Worcestershire. And Essex did choose to bat. The toss is back, and they chose to bat on winning that toss this morning. D'Oliveira with the cloud now being more prominent, and the sun has disappeared. And he's in to bowl to Wesley. Moves back and punches that into the offside. He's certainly got more of a confident look about him for me now, Wesley. And perhaps just looks a little bit more proactive. He's on 49 of 122 balls, and defensively we'll push that back up to D'Oliveira. Whereas before, in terms of the body language and the busier of the two cricketers, it looked like Lawrence, but Lawrence is not there now. He's followed Cook and Brown back to the pavilion, but a decent partnership for that 3rd wicket. A little bit of extra air and flight, and worked away on from the leg stump, behind square on that leg side for no run.
Yes, for all the fact he's got some lovely shots into the offside, but he is renowned as a leg side player, Wesley. And I think if we saw a wagon wheel of his runs today, about 30 of his 49, if not more, have come into the onside.
D'Oliveira in again from the river end, and right there at the toe end of the bat, pushed 2/3 of the way back to the bowler. So Cox, the wicketkeeper, will just come round. He's standing up, but he'll just come round a few yards to retrieve the ball and return it to Brett D'Oliveira, who again approaches past umpire Milnes to bowl, and that almost squeezed through. That had the bowler interested for a moment or two. Worked onto the onside, and no run. Just down in front of us we've got Jake Libby. What sort of a season is Libby going to have? It was terrific from him last year. He's second to Sir Alistair Cook in the Bob Willis Trophy for runs scored. How will he fare this time? We wait and see. That delivery is bowled just wide of the off stump and taken cleanly by the keeper, but it's no run to finish off the over. 140 for 3 here, Essex. Defending champions, but they could go on and win 2 trophies in red ball cricket this year. Who knows? Got the Bob Willis Trophy as well as the county championship, and I've been told by people it probably is, well, I think they're right, worth repeating every now and then, the basis of the season structure: 3 conferences for 10 games, It's all been sorted out by seedings. You finish in the top 2 of those 3 groups, and you will enter Division 1 with a chance of becoming county champions. The rest will be sorted out for Divisions 2 and 3, all to be played in September.
Barnard to Paul Walter. Walter flashes at this. We haven't seen that really previously today. Someone having a real attempted flash to back cut the ball to the boundary, but he missed it, and it goes through 140 for 3. That could be one of the reasons, Kevin, for the extra anticipation and interest in the cricket season this year, because there'll be a number of sides in the erstwhile Division 2 whose supporters have got well used to finishing down near the bottom, and here the next delivery, Walter just plays it defensively into the offside, no run, and all of a sudden they've got a season where they don't have to think, well, we all know what's going to happen here, we're going to be sort of 6th or 7th in Division 2, and that could well act as a stimulus to the players of those counties to sort of arise from the dead, as it were. And I mean, Derbyshire last year were only just out of, they were one of the counties.
A terrific start.
Yeah. Essex only just sort of nudged by them at the end to claim that place in the final, as this ball is played down to mid-on, and although it was a different setup last year to this, but that may be why, supporters of some of the counties who haven't had much success in recent years are suddenly approaching this season with renewed interest.
That, not that I'm surprised from you, oh wise one, is such a good call on, every team, players of interest, and with real relevance.
Yes, absolutely. This is a good delivery from Barnard, who's already got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall and wasn't far off getting a 3rd there, as Walter didn't really move his feet much there, and the ball landed in a place where he'd have been better either going well forward or well back, and he sort of played it half cock, missed as the ball carried on through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox outside off stump. 140 for 3 on the board. 55th over of the innings being bowled after Essex won the toss. Barnard, ace close end, is in, bowls to Paul Walter. All defence here, just drops the ball in the direction of mid-off, and no addition to the score, 140 for 3.
I don't know if you saw the Telegraph, but they've published a survey this week where they gave anonymity to, don't ask me to say that again because I was quite pleased with that effort, to the chief executives of all 18 counties to answer a survey basically. And one of the questions is, what do you prefer in terms of the format for the championship?
Just break in as Barnard's in and bowls to Walter. Walter again defends this one, this time to cover. Again there is no run, and that is the end of the 55th over. 140 for 3.
44% answered say they preferred the conference format, which is what we've got really now. 33% promotion and relegation. 22% were unsure. It's like the general election almost.
Yes.
The swinging votes of that 22% will decide at some point between now and who knows when what will happen next year.
Yes.
I thought that the whole momentum was with promotion and relegation. I thought that definitely. I'm not so sure now.
No.
And you've just come up with, I think, a very good reason. Not the biggest, but a very good reason. Maybe as D'Oliveira comes into bowl, defensively played here by Wesley. Onto the onside with no run. Because there was one thing, sorry Paul, but there's one thing that, the only thing I think I can probably talk about is us trying to get the message out there, tell the story of what's going on. Yeah. And I thought that promotion and relegation, so that element of jeopardy, if you like, as D'Oliveira bowls and Wesley will get a single to Leach here at long on. And does that bring up Wesley's 50? Yes, congratulations to Tom Wesley, his first half century of the championship season on day one of the championship season. 129 balls, 165 minutes, included 8 fours. So he's 50 not out, and he's taken Essex to 141 for 3. So just a little push there to his opposite number. The captain of Worcestershire brings up the 50. So well done to him for that. And it's Walter who faces the next ball with his bat just raised. Bends a long way down again and back up again. D'Oliveira around the wicket to him and pushed defensively into the offside. Yeah, so I thought it was an easier story to tell with promotion relegation. You know, people love a bit of jeopardy, a little bit of misery for somebody, don't they? But I'm starting to wonder whether this conference actually, even from the media perspective, has a little bit more to say for it as Walter plays back and punches the ball back to D'Oliveira for no run. But it won't be us who decide. It'll be the chief executives, stroke chair people of the various counties. What I would like to know is that when they will decide what is going to happen. Will it be when the season's finished or towards the end, as Walter pushes that ball into the offside and no run? Because
another thing I think is quite attractive, it can get a little bit tedious playing the same teams 4 or 5 times in a season. And for me, the more variety of counties you play, the more it suits the ethic of the county championship.
Next delivery is pushed by big Paul Walter into the offside. I shall have to leave it there, but we've got another 6 months to chat
yes,
over
indeed.
this.
Yeah.
I'm quite pleased with myself that somehow I managed to hold off until 3:20 on the first afternoon. But anyway, you carry on, and then Toppers will be in too to join you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Kevin Howell, line callers, and on AM radio for Hereford and Worcester, but also for 5 Live Sports Extra. Hence, Kevin coming down here. Great to see him. He was due to be here for the first match last season, but COVID rather knocked that one on the head, sadly. I think it was going to have been Yorkshire who were the first visitors here, but as I say, that's all academic now. But I think it has been tedious recently where sides have played exactly the same counties, be it in the T20 or the 50 over competition, as here the first ball of a new over from Barnard is defended unconvincingly by Wesley, gets the ball on the very bottom of the bat, 141 for 3. So if some of those counties were also in your division of the county championship, you would end up playing them twice in the county championship, twice in the T20, once in the 50 overs, and you wouldn't see other counties for several years on end. And I do think even if you don't play them all every year, it's nice every 3 years or so that you get to play all 18 counties. And bring Don in on this in just a moment as the next ball's played to backward point for no run, 141 for 3. Durham, for instance, are the visitors to Chelmsford, the match after this next week, and it'll be the first time in a county championship match that the two sides have met each other since about 2008.
Our great colleague Martin Emerson has never been to Chelmsford.
No, I know. Is he coming down?
He's coming down.
Oh, that's excellent. As here is Barnard in. 2 slips there and bowls, and the ball's played to short extra. He has a reputation of just on occasion being the teeniest little bit biased, and I have to say it doesn't worry me in the slightest.
Good. Not that you've mentioned it. Listen, no, we will welcome him. We will give him a traditional Royal Essex welcome. We'll buy him some mussels, maybe.
Before we throw him off the balcony in front of us, yes.
As Barnard bowls, it's bounced and it's pulled by Tom Wesley for 4. 1 bounce 4. That was a good looking shot. It was quite short. I just think it shows you the lack of pace in this wicket, this good wicket here at Chelmsford, 145 for 3. Can I just mention something which I know Kevin hopefully will listen at the back of? You guys were talking about this season, the conference and against 2 divisions. Personally, I favour 2 divisions because I've always thought that the 8-team first division was a highly competitive event. Every match was an event. As Barnard comes in, bowls outside off stump, forward and goes through, and Barnard's 10.5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 28. The worry I've got is that going back to the old 1 division of 18 counties, there was a lot of weak cricket played because there were some stronger teams and there were some lesser teams. In Division 1, in those 8-team division, as Barnard bowls outside off stump through to the keeper dot ball, there was always competitive top level cricket, and it made a great contest in those 4-day fixtures of the first division. With this conference, this early season, you're going to get you've got some good teams seeded, and then you've got some lesser teams in it. The only worry I've got is there could be some lesser cricket played, and that I'm happier with the championship being hard fought cricket. I don't want to see too many mismatches. And there were plenty of mismatches in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, was there not?
Yes, I mean, I'm not particularly in favour of the conference, but I'm just looking at ways in which it may actually lead to greater interest in the game as D'Oliveira comes in and bowls and the ball's played to mid-wicket. Is it you or me in this particular?
You've got Brett D'Oliveira.
Right, thank you. So no run there, 145 for 3, with Walter feeling his way here, hasn't really launched out, and the one occasion when he did, he flashed wildly outside off stump and probably thought better of it. He comes forward to the next one, returns it to the bowler. Like yourself, I agree, there were some very good cricket matches in Division 1. I'm not so sure the same was quite true in Division 2, as D'Oliveira is in and bowls, and the next ball is played back to the bowler, as is evidenced by the fact that you would have thought going down to Division 2 that the likes of Middlesex and Sussex would be straight back up again before you could blink, but both have really struggled to make what you would have felt would be their superiority felt in Division 2, as the next ball's tossed right up, and it looked like an invitation to hit a boundary, but Walter just had a heave at that. And I think he missed it altogether, took him on the pad, 147 for 3.
I felt that was an attempted googly. I just sensed a different shape of his hand from where we're sitting. I just felt that was an attempted googly.
In the end, it didn't bounce as the next one is played back to the bowler by Walter, who's taking his while here to look in much nick. He hasn't really timed a delivery yet. He can hit the ball a long, long way. In club cricket, he's made scores like 167 not out of 80 deliveries. You know, he's a massive hitter. He's a very powerful man indeed. The next ball he plays back to the bowler. But just for the moment, he looks a little bit out of sorts.
Yes. He was a genuine all-rounder. I'm not so sure he's going to do as much bowling anymore.
No, I agree with you. I was saying earlier that his batting's come on rather more than his bowling, as he plays the next ball down to Leach. The end of the over there, bar the ball that rather slipped out of his hand. A decent over, 147 for 3 after 58, and 54 to Tom Wesley, Essex's first half-centurion of the new season, and 1 to Walter.
Well, you predicted about 4 o'clock. It's 3:30, and we're seeing a little bit of cloud come across. The blue sky probably has disappeared here at the Cloudfm County Ground at Chelmsford for the first day of the opening. Well, it's the opening game of the season here at Chelmsford. It's Essex, the county champions, the Bob Willis Trophy winners, and they're hosting Worcestershire, who had a good Bob Willis Trophy campaign. They came second in their group, winning 2, drawing I think 2 and losing 1 fixture of the 5 fixtures played last year. Joe Leach has brought himself back on into the attack, bowled nicely throughout the day from the Hayes close end, bowls, and this is outside off stump, just goes a bit wider on the bounce through to the keeper. That's his loosener. Joe Leach, 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket yet for 29. His bowling unit has bowled tight. I think the pick of the bowlers again for me has got to be Charlie Morris, although Ed Barnard has got great figures and taken the most wickets. I think Morris, with his 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25, has been very impressive. Another wicket wouldn't go amiss for Worcestershire here. 2 slips, no gully. There's a man on the drive, not straight this time, a little bit sort of extra cover on the drive as he fields it. It's a short ball that is cut off the back foot by Wesley, which the fielder on the drive does the fielding. There is no run. 147 for 3.
Yes, I think they've all bowled very decently, the Worcestershire bowlers. Dylan Pennington, I thought, was quite impressive at times as well, without having a wicket to his name. And Joe Leach has moved the bowlers around intelligently.
Leach is in, bowls, is pulled into the leg side, into the netting area, and it goes for 4. That's a glorious shot, just short of a length. It was a drag-me-down ball that didn't get up, and Essex have now notched up to 151 for 3, and that is Wesley 58, and his partner his partner Paul Walter on 1.
Yeah, Wesley, of course, I mean, going back a few years, he was a wonderfully handsome batsman. And I think he's just gone a little bit into his shell, and of course it's taken him a while to recover from his experience with England, I think it's true to say.
Leach inside edge. Wicketkeeper does well because he scampers after it sort of at 45 to prevent the single. That's very good keeping.
Championship match between Worcestershire and Essex at Chelmsford, live to the ground. BBC Hereford and Worcester's Don Topley.
Yes, welcome back. The sun's gone, the clouds come in, but Worcestershire do have an additional wicket. That's good news for the pairs. Listen, they've kept it very tight. Essex haven't got away with too much. Joe Leach is currently bowling. His group have bowled particularly well. They've taken the 3 wickets. Leach is on at the moment, but Essex are still going nicely with Tom Wesley on 58. Essex have got 151 for 3.
And just as Don was doing his report there for Hereford and Worcester, another lovely shot from Wesley's second boundary of the over. And this time, I was saying earlier that although he's rightly renowned for his onside strokes, but he does have a lovely cover drive on him, and for that matter off drive, and that was a cover drive there, placed to perfection. There's an armada of fielders out there, but he just threaded the needle, moves along to 62.
Leach in, 2 slips awaiting through to the keeper Cox. There is no run. Mitchell and Vessels are keeping Cox, the wicket keeper, company with probably a decent conversation post lunch. And say there's no blue sky now, but there's only the one flag fluttering, and it's only a gentle flutter. That is the Essex flag. Worcester no flag here today, nor is the championship pennant, and I doubt very much if there was a Bob Willis trophy pennant. But Brett D'Oliveira bowling a lot of overs here in the absence of Moeen Ali, who's with the Chennai Super Kings.
Bowls now, and this ball's whipped into the onside by Walter, but not for any addition to his score, as it's fielded at mid-wicket. Score remaining 155 for 3, and it was 74 for 2 at lunch, so 81 have been added in the session so far for the loss of Lawrence. LBW to Barnard for 46. Single, Walter doubles his tally here, moves along to 156 for 3, and Wesley comes into strike on 62, and Wesley's been there for 3 hours now, and certainly if you bowl him a poor delivery, he is very likely to send it to the boundary, as D'Oliveira tosses this one up. It's very nicely straight driven, good tumble to his right by the bowler to prevent the ball going down to Joe Leach, and the possibility that as he's fairly deep at mid-on, there might have been a single there. There isn't. 156 for 3. Paul Newton here with Don Topley and 5 Live Sports Extras Kevin Howells, as this next ball is hammered off the back foot, but straight at the man at shortish extra cover, and once again there will be no run. D'Oliveira, who's had a brief spell at the Hayes Close end, but has mainly bowled from this City end. This one is going through for 4 somethings, and it's I'm not sure if he got a touch on that, but it duly hits the boundary at the Hayes Close end, and indeed they are leg byes. So 160 for 3, and that ball would, or if it hadn't hit the pad, it was still going to have missed leg stump. And wicketkeeper Ben Cox, standing up, had little chance of stopping that, and 4 leg byes ensued. So D'Oliveira comes back over the wicket and bowls to Wesley. This is a little bit short, very well fielded to his own bowling, and just as well because there's a bit of a long hop there, and Wesley will feel that he perhaps missed out on one on that occasion. But Essex 160 for 3. We're now 4 overs short of the adjournment, and but Essex 160 for 3. We're now 4 overs short of the adjournment, and Lawrence top scorers of the day, and Barnard has the most wickets for Worcestershire. He's got 2 of the 3 to have gone.
Quite an important knock this for Tom Wesley in many respects, not just because he's captain, but I think in 2020 Tom Wesley would have been a little bit disappointed with his aggregate of 172 runs in the Bob Willis Trophy at an average of 17.2.
Yes, he wasn't in much form, you're quite right.
So an important knock. It's going to be Joe Leach bowling to the left-handed Paul Walter, who plays it on the front foot, gets his rather long front right leg down to the pitch of the ball and plays it out to gully for no run. Worcestershire quite energetic out there, quite noisy because they feel there's an opportunity here. In particular, Joe Leach is bowling to get a wicket here, that of certainly Paul Walter, who's the most recent of the batsmen to come to the wicket. 2 slips awaiting. Vessels at first slip, Darryl Mitchell at second. Walter waiting. Leach bowls. This is played back to the bowler. Good delivery. Nice tight bowling by the Worcestershire captain, and you can probably hear on the effects mic the applause, I'm not going to say noisy, that's probably the wrong word, the enthusiasm of the supporters to support the captain who's bowling his heart out for the Black Pears.
Yeah, fine cricketer. Joe Leach, always a man to be reckoned with, very worthy opponent.
In he comes, bowls and driven out by Water, out to mid off where there is no run. Good looking shot, good delivery, good cricket all round, but alas no runs. 160 for 3.
Yes, that was, he's just in the last 2 or 3 deliveries he's faced, played with a little bit more confidence, Walter, than to start with when he looked really a bit out of sorts.
It's interesting to talk about a young man like Water. Maybe he's not so young, he's 27 I think, might even be 28 later in the year. But Paul Water, if he's not going to bowl, there's going to be a lot more pressure on his batting.
Yeah.
When you're an all-rounder, you've got the opportunity to do both. Leach bowls, and this is short and pulled out to deep backward square where the fine leg fielder has to run round, and he dives and prevents the ball going over the boundary, and I think the players can congratulate the fielder down beneath the Tom Pierce stand for some super fielding. That's good fielding. 2 runs to Water. He moves on to 4. Score 162 for 3.
Yes, on what he's achieved so far, you'd say that Walter is perhaps a little bit flattered to bat at 5 rather than 6 ahead of Tenderscarter.
Leach in and through to the keeper, dot ball. Well, Paul Walter opened a little bit last summer in the Bob Willis Trophy instead of Nick Brown.
That's right, he made a good job of it.
Well, I'm going to give you this. His stats were 266 in the 5 games at 9 innings. Highest score of 46 with an average of 30.
Yeah.
So last year he batted at the top of the order with Sir Alistair, often at the expense of Nick Brown, who didn't play, but Leach is on his way in. 2 slips are down. This is down the leg side. There is no run, and the umpire calls over. Dot ball, 162 for 3.
Yes, and I'm just wondering, we've got are they taking tea already?
Are they?
Well, I don't think they are, but for some reason they all seem to have got into a huddle in the middle.
Drinks break, or do they call it a sanitising break?
Yeah, I suppose it could be. We don't seem to have seen it all that often, though, but certainly it shouldn't be the tea interval yet. There should be another 3 overs to go, and so they will continue as the sun, which has disappeared in the last quarter of an hour, but it's just found a little crack in the clouds to reappear here. Yes, Walter played particularly well in innings. I was at Arundel last season to see him play. Strictly on the little cricket that was played, in the first session he actually outscored Cook and played some imperious shots, so he's certainly got talent, there's no doubt about that. He also has quite a good temperament, which has come to Essex's rescue on occasion in both the Championship and in one-day cricket, where he's kept his head very well indeed. But as you say, the pressure is on for him really. He's not going to get many overs with the ball, because Essex, who already have a very strong seam attack with Porter and Cook and Beard, but of course Peter Siddle As soon as he's cleared from COVID restrictions, will be rejoining the county again. Very popular here, Peter Siddle. As first ball of a new D'Oliveira over is played straight to mid-wicket. There's no run, and it's 162 for 3 in the anti-penultimate over before tea. As D'Oliveira over the wicket passes umpire David Milnes. Good delivery. And just defended into the onside to short mid-wicket, no run.
His good deliveries are genuinely good deliveries. No, he's not a tall man, Brett D'Oliveira, so sometimes he has to get it above the eye line.
Yeah.
Not like Edmonds Embry that's very tall as a spinner.
Gives this a bit more air, and Wesley helps himself to a single down to long off. Score goes to 163 for 3, and 63 of those to the Essex skipper, and will have done Tom Wesley's confidence a deal of good to have won that Bob Willis Trophy last season in his first season with the captaincy, as has been reflected really in the way he's played today. Very good knock from him as D'Oliveira bowls to Walter.
Googly.
Shorter, flatter delivery, googly, and Walter plays this back to the bowler.
I think we can see something. We're at sort of third man, that kind of angle, or long off to the left-hander. We're not behind the arm, but I think we can see D'Oliveira's back of the hand a bit different as well.
And here, Walter plays the ball, not entirely sure he was aiming where the ball went. It ends up at deep backward point, and the deepness facilitates the single that takes him to 5, the score to 164 for 3 in the 62nd over.
This is a really good over by Brett D'Oliveira. 12. He's got one ball shy of 13 overs, 0 for 31. One maiden, but I think this has been. He's bowled it quite nicely. He's been quite. He's probably much better than a part-time leg spinner here. Bowled nicely.
Has indeed, and here he is now then to bowl to Wesley.
Bowled.
And another good delivery, played in the offside, end of the over, 164 for 3, just the 2 singles from it. Just run you around what's happening elsewhere. Durham going well actually now, 171 for 4. Derbyshire not so well, Durham were playing Nottinghamshire, I should have said. Derbyshire well at Bristol, 185 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Hampshire probably, in fact definitely going the best of any side so far today, 255 for 3 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Middlesex are 188 for 3 at Lords against Somerset. Sussex 185 for 6 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Kent 160 for 4 at Northampton, and Glamorgan 154 for 7 at Headingley.
As Leach comes in, bowls to Walter. Walter plays out into the offside. There's a ring on the offside now, including one sort of short extra cover catcher. Slip and a gully, or is it 2 slips? He's thinking about it. It's walking back to the second slip. So Mitchell, the veteran, an official with the PCA too, doing a cracking job with the Professional Cricketers Association. Walter is waiting. Leach around the wicket. To the left-hander, he bowls an immaculate delivery, which is fully respected by the tall left-handed batsman, Walter, who plays on the front foot into the offside. There is no run. One other small change there might be for this season, and we look and we will learn after 120 overs. In the Bob Willis Trophy last year, there was an enforced declaration after 120 overs, but I don't think it's happening this year. So there's the third amendment from last season. The toss, 8 points for a draw, and the 120 overs enforced declaration. Leach is in, bowls, and again another decent delivery, on line and length. Lots of applause from Joe Leach's men. Nice leader, good leader, respected leader. The players have confidence in the leadership skills of Joe Leach. And I think Joe had a brother, Stephen Leach, who was a decent left-handed young batsman, played in the Staffordshire setup in the age groups, and I think that's where Joe came from too. This time ball keeps a little low to Paul Walter as he gets his bat down just in time against this decent Leach delivery. No run. Still a lot hanging on this session, even if it's a few overs before tea. Worcestershire get a wicket, they'll be absolutely over the moon. Essex need to get to tea with the 7 wickets still intact.
Yes, they're 90 for 1 in this session. Lunch was 74 for 2.
Leach on his way in round the wicket bowls. This is driven up to mid-on where there is no run. So almost, are we going to see another maiden? We saw many maidens. I think we saw 32 overs of cricket, and there were 12 maidens this morning and early afternoon. Obviously this wicket is now quite benign. It's good to bat on. 63 overs have nearly been completed, 164 for 3. Worcestershire have not allowed Essex to run away at all, but it is a good surface. Leach is in, driven. No, inside edge, out through the leg side to deep square leg, where a fielder comes in and collects it by the watering hole, and there is the end of the over. It's not a maiden because the last ball went for a single. 165 for 3.
Yes, I suppose looking ahead to the match as a whole, Don, perhaps it will hinge upon just how Simon Harmer bowls, whether he finds something in the pitch that other bowlers don't. It's not necessarily going to favour his spin, but then again I've seen Simon Harmer take plenty of wickets when the ball wasn't actually turning that much for him. He's certainly the bowler who can, and has done on many an occasion since he signed for Essex in 2017, turn the match as D'Oliveira is in bowls, and handsome drive here from Walter. It's well cut off by Joe Leach, diving to his right at deep mid-off, and just a single, which would definitely have been 4 had he not fielded it, and 7 now to Walter's score to 166 for 3.
Yeah, the captain's thrown himself around wherever he's fielded, and he's fielded well, as has Roderick, as had Libby. So, you know, the troops respect Leach immensely, and for his fielding too.
D'Oliveira bowls, and immaculate forward defensive shot from Wesley, getting that front pad a long way forward. Bat and pad admirably close together, and just defended down the pitch. 166 for 3. Last over before tea being bowled, and D'Oliveira, third ball of the over, bowls Wesley and works this ball down to long off. Gets his 64th run, 167 for 3, 64th over being bowled.
And of course Worcestershire will be looking at the overs in terms of when the next new ball might be available, and that will probably be about 40 odd minutes, 50 odd minutes into the evening session.
Walter defends the next delivery, back to the bowler, and on the threshold of tea, Essex choosing to bat, losing Cook for 15, Brown for 26 and Lawrence for 46 for 167 for 3. And forward comes Walter, just 1 ball left of this session, and Essex probably, I think, would have settled for this situation, losing just the 1 wicket in the session unless there's another wicket off this last delivery. Wesley at the non-striker's end will go to tea on 64. Walter drives, but straight to Joe Leach at deep mid-off. There's no run because the ball was struck too well. And that will be tea then. 64 of the 96 overs in the day have been bowled, and with Wesley 64 and Walter on 7, Essex 167 for 3.
Yes, that's tea. They're going to enjoy a nice cuppa. Maybe a rooibos, maybe a bit of strong tea, builder's tea, maybe something, maybe a coffee and so enjoy some caffeine, I don't know. But we shall leave you for 20 minutes apart from doing the obvious updates. So enjoy your 20 minutes break from the cricket here at Chelmsford. Delighted to be with you all.
9 wickets down can be found over on Twitter. Do join us.
So BBC Live, 5 Live Sports Extra. We're delighted you can join us, and we hope you've enjoyed the day so far. Pennington's bowled nicely most of their 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 36 as he turns. He's on his way in, 2 slips awaiting. He bowls, and it's a good delivery that it goes down to third man. It's a fortuitous scoring shot from Tom Wesley, the captain. He gets 4 as it hits the Tom Pearce stand. 4 runs, a moral victory, a good delivery to the bowler Pennington. Good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, he did Wesley a little bit for pace there, didn't he? Wesley inadvertently guides the ball past the slip cordon to the boundary along the ground, and that also has been frustrating for the fielding, the bowling side today, because on the occasions where the ball has taken an edge, it hasn't really carried anywhere. There was one in particular, the Dan Lawrence edge, just in front of Mitchell at slip.
Pennington on his way in, he bowls outside off stump, a little bit of decent carry and a bit of bounce as it goes through to the keeper Ben Cox for no run, 171 for 3. It's Essex are now going to hope that they can carry on, not lose any wickets, and build a decent first innings, perhaps overnight and into tomorrow morning. Worcestershire, on the meantime, are hoping for a wicket, but they just mustn't allow Essex to run away with any runs here at Chelmsford as Pennington comes in, slips her down, and that's a good delivery outside off stump, left alone by Wesley, who probably enjoyed his tea with his best score for a little while. He had a mediocre Bob Willis Trophy season last year, but he started the season well with 68 not out of 155 deliveries. But the Worcester bowlers have bowled well as a unit and must continue to do so. More of the same, please, will be the rallying cry from their captain Joe Leach. Pennington bowls, this nips back, it goes into the leg side off the inside edge. Wesley takes one, he looks back and says no to his partner Walter, well fielded by Gareth Roderick, who's fielded brilliantly all day, square of the wicket on both sides. Together with probably the second best fielder has been the leader, Captain Joe Leach, who has dived and saved runs regularly.
Yes, he has fielded very well. Don't I remember him wicket-keeping, in fact, on occasion with his previous county?
Don't know about that one, Paul.
But certainly, as you say, he's been very lively in the field today.
He has. Are you talking about Libby or Leach? As Pennington comes in and Walter plays stoically with a good forward defence, and that's the end of the over. Essex are 172 for 3. They've had the best part of 64 overs, so there is, I think, 16 before, so within about an hour.
Talking about Gareth Roderick.
Roderick, I think he has kept wicket, sorry.
And he's pretty adept at that as well. Of course, you do often find that wicket-keepers make very good outfielders.
Bairstow?
Billings? Adam Wheater's a splendid outfielder for Essex, if he isn't wicket-keeping. Covers the ground very, very quickly indeed. Good, strong arm on him. Well, we're going to see Charlie Morris resume after tea from the River End, City End, can be variously known, and just before tea it was Brett D'Oliveira who was doing the bowling, but he predictably, I think, gives away because now that the players have had a chance for a rest and some refreshment, quicker bowlers coming back in the immediate aftermath. As Don says, only another 15 overs now left till second new ball, as Morris runs up the slight slope bowls and Wesley guides the ball into the offside, no run, 172 for 3.
I'm sure Captain Leach, together with Alex Gidman and any other senior professionals within their coaching setup, would have said, well done, chaps, you've not allowed Essex to get away. But there's no point having 2 good sessions with bowling well, fielding well, doing a cracking job in the field, but then our post-tee let runs come and go. So that would be the rallying call from the captain.
Morris is in and bowls, been very, very economical so far today, as well as getting the wicket of Alistair Cook. Next ball goes to shortish extra cover. There's no run, 172 for 3, and I always believe in that mantra that you can't win a county championship match in a single session, but you can lose it.
Very true.
And that generally means where the fielding side don't bowl very well and runs come far too quickly.
Wise words from the professor.
Thank you. Here's the next ball. Professor of lethargy, please note, that's my only boast. This ball is played into the offside. There's no run. It's Wesley on strike on a fine 69, and with him Paul Walter on 7.
Morris's figures, well, he's bowled 12 previous overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25. Ed Barnard, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. They're the guys who have got the wickets, but D'Oliveira, as a young, well, not so much young, but as a part-time leg spinner, he's bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 33.
Next delivery from Morris is nicely on driven, not with full timing. They'll get 2 here. Chased back towards the boundary, which it won't reach. Joe Leach is first to the ball down beneath us. Tom Pearce stand just in front of us. Riverside stand, I should say. And they get back for 3 runs there to Wesley. Moves along to 72 and scored to 175 for 3.
Yeah, really important session in the context of the game. Both teams have been patient with what they've achieved throughout the day, but now, this last session, people will get tired, bowlers will get tired. Some of the bowlers will be required to bowl with a second new ball, absolutely right, and Essex have to negotiate that second new ball. So it's an intriguing session. Hope you're enjoying the commentary with BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and BBC Live, 5 Live Sports Extra. So enjoy it. 175 for 3. It's sort of probably 55-45 in Essex's favour, only because they haven't lost any wickets.
Yep, that's Don Topley speaking there. I'm Paul Newton, and looking forward to being rejoined by Kevin Howells of 5 Live Sports Extra in a few minutes' time. But it's Charlie Morris from the River End up and bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Paul Walter, but brilliantly fielded there by Jake Libby in the covers, and he's certainly earned his corn for his fielding today, along with at least 2 or 3 other Worcestershire fieldsmen who've really distinguished themselves in the field. 175 for 3 remains the score. Walter will be a little bit miffed that he didn't collect any runs from easily his best shot so far, a handsome cover drive. Morris into bowl to him again, 2 slips, and Walter comes down from his great height. He's about 6'7" and steers this one up to the shortish extra. There's no run. That completes Morris's over. Busy cricketer Charlie Morris. 175 for 3 on the board, with 72 to Wesley and 7 to Walter.
Yes, still a bit chilly. We've all got our coats on in the commentary box. The windows are open. We're trying to socially distance in these rather difficult times, and hopefully wherever you are, you're enjoying hearing some cricket commentary, live ball by ball action as Pennington comes in just short of a length. The ball is now 66.1 overs old, and Wesley stands tall, rocks back, gets into line and plays with the full face of the bat into the offside. There is no run. Both slips have got their hands in their pockets, probably got those old-fashioned tea bag hand warmers, which we certainly used many times at Fenners and Derby and places like that. As Pennington's in, driven into the leg side, found the fielder, but no, goes through the fielder as he returns to track down the ball. He does at sort of 15 metres inside the mid-wicket boundary, but in the meantime Wesley takes 2.
Yeah,
good shot.
Rare misfield from Brett D'Oliveira there. There haven't been many misfields from Worcestershire today.
Not at all.
Clouds just looking a bit more ominous now, and the light beginning to fade a bit. We've got floodlights here, which I think can be used should they be needed, and it looks to me as if they will be.
They were put in 2019, and they've never been needed yet.
I think they might be now. Well, not now, but within half an hour or so.
Right.
74 now to Wesley.
Pennington. Ball in hand, comes in, plays. Bowls a short delivery, which Wesley goes back and across and plays with the full face of the bat, very, very stubbornly. He'll be looking to invest. He's on 74 not out. He hasn't had a 4-day championship century since probably 2019, which I will just...
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what it was. He very nearly got 200s in the game. We'll come back to it after this ball.
Pennington in, bowls, short, bouncer, there's a man back, but it's gone out to him on the bounce. So no chance of a wicket, just the single run for Wesley. There was a man back. It's a long boundary on that leg side to the old hospital, which are now flats. 75 to Wesley, Walter to face on 7, score 178 for 3.
Yes, on a slow pitch at Edgbaston, and they nearly always were slow at Edgbaston. He made 100 in the first innings. Essex unaccountably failed to get an extra batting bonus point, but it wasn't to matter. They won the title in the end. But he was out for 97 second dig, so it could have been 100 in each innings.
Walter facing Pennington. Comes forward, plays with a dead bat, plays it up to D'Oliveira, mid-off for no run.
And that was at the end of 2019, and then last year, as you've indicated, just averaging 17, which is well below what not only we'd expect of him, but he'd expect of himself last season. He was really out of sorts, but he's played very well today, and he's kept his concentration going well.
Walter, 2 slips in the gully, waiting. Walter with his bat aloft. This is forced off the back foot, goes across the netting area, and this will be a 4. That's a top shot by the very tall left-handed batsman. He moves to 11, and in fact that's worthy of a 52-run partnership between Wesley and Walter. Walter's only added 11, but that was a super shot, short and wide, forced, and he stood tall. He is tall, and he punched it off the back foot, and it raced across the netting area here at Chelmsford. 182 for 3.
Yes, although he was very unsure of himself in the start of his innings, he has actually played 3 or 4 very, very fine shots and just picked out the fielders previously, and at last he's found the gap there and got a boundary to his name, and that was the last ball of that over. So Charlie Morris begins a new over from the City / River End, from which we're commentating here at the county ground in Chelmsford, and Morris is on his way now. Economical run-up, comes in and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley heaves this ball into the onside. Didn't really time it, but he's going to pick up 2 runs here as the ball goes out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It was never going to go over it. It's picked up about 10 yards short and scored to 184 for 3, and Wesley to 77.
It's a good wicket. It's a very good wicket, considering it's April and the first game of the season. Good batting wicket, but I do think Wesley just lost his shape on that particular ball. He was looking for the short ball, and I think Worcestershire just need to make sure they don't bowl too many short balls, because Wesley is looking for that.
Morris again. Bowls, that's a better length, and D'Oliveira, who retrieved the previous ball from his mid-on position out towards mid-wicket, now has to run to an area pretty close to being behind the bowler's arm to cut that one off. There's no run, so Wesley remains on 77, and Essex 184 for 3.
Collapse at Bristol. Surrey, who were asked and invited to bat, are 203 for 8. Amler top scored with 56, and the only recognised batsman of note is Jamie Overton, who's making his championship debut for the Surrey club. He's on 36 not out.
Next ball from Morris to Wesley, played back to the bowler, no run, 184 for 3. And yes, both the Overton brothers are no mean practitioners with the bat. Useful men to have coming in down the order. But Surrey, yes, in a bit of disarray there, and Shaw's got 4 of those wickets, and a man that I still wonder why on earth his previous county let him go, Ryan Higgins, has got 3 wickets. He's also very useful with the bat, not least in one-day cricket, where he's a mighty hitter of a cricket ball. I saw him one time hit Essex for about 6 sixes from about 12 deliveries faced, as here is the next delivery from Morris, and Wesley works it for a single. D'Oliveira shies at the wicket-keeper's end, but Walter comfortably home, 78 to Wesley with the single, 185 for 3. But I just think Higgins would, Surrey have struggled a little bit in recent times. Middlesex, I meant to say, not Surrey.
Yes.
Middlesex let him go, and I think they've missed him big time.
A few Middlesex players over the period of time have gone down to Bristol, isn't it? Is it Tom Lace has gone there recently, or certainly George Scott? So Middlesex have got a regular exit down the M4 to Bristol to add a few players to their staff. Another side that's struggling this afternoon is Derbyshire, 168 for 8 against Warwickshire.
The next ball is driven firmly back by Walter, but not firmly enough to beat the backing up D'Oliveira behind the bowler's arm, and score remains at 185 for 3.
Robson of Middlesex, he made 130 and he's still in, but he looked particularly good in their pre-season game, which I saw on the screen. Anderson is with him on 8, so they're 212 for 4 at Lord's against Somerset.
Morris coming in again. Now the sun long gone, bowls to Walter, leaves the ball outside off stump, and that completes the over. 185 for 3 and 68 overs, and however cold the players have felt out there, they can be very grateful that the first day of the season wasn't Tuesday, which was absolutely perishing cold with a wind speed of 30 odd miles an hour. It's only sort of around about 15 miles an hour out there today. It still is quite windy. It's not warm in any regard, but at least it's a darn sight better than Tuesday, and we have had 2.5 hours of good sunshine.
Yes, it's the first day of the county championship season. We are dreadfully lucky to be here watching it and bringing you live ball by ball commentary. Pennington on his way in, bowls, good delivery to Wesley. Wesley respects it, plays it on the front foot into the offside for no run. Durham and Nottinghamshire, Trent Bridge. Durham 182 for 5, looking down there. Runs for Burnham and Beddingham, and Alex Lees, formerly of Yorkshire. Good player, him. I've always thought of him as a reasonable player. Alex Lees.
Come back to him in a moment.
Pennington on his way in, bowls, and this is played and respected by Wesley again. Good bowling by Pennington. He's got a bowler good over here. You can join those, we call them dots, dot balls, join the dots up to create the pressure, and a maiden. Hampshire.
Yeah, just wanted to say before you go on about Alex Lees, at the start of his career he was scoring runs by the bucket load for Yorkshire, and then it just suddenly fell apart for him.
Yes, that's right. I think when they had their full 11 out, he didn't always play, when all the internationals came back. As Pennington bowls, another respectable delivery, which is really testing for Wesley, who's on 78 not out. He's got to respect it, he's got to be patient, he knows, and he's got to put a value on his wicket. Meanwhile, Pennington, well bowled, sir. You've only bowled the 3 balls, but another 3 like this just creates pressure. What I was going to say, yes, Hampshire got 2 centurions, Tom Alsop and James Vince. They're 302 for 3 of 66 overs. That's some going. Wesley pulls a delivery out to deep square leg, who's just in front of square. Shows you the lack of pace in this wicket, and Wesley takes a single. Score moves to 186 for 3. I think Hampshire are going to be a good side in that group this year, because you've got Sean Abbott back. He didn't play for them. Carl Abbott back, who didn't play last year, and then you've also got Abbas, the Pakistani seamer, who is a tremendous bowler. So you have your work cut out if you're an opening batsman playing against Hampshire, in which Leicestershire are doing. But at the moment, Hampshire are putting on the runs, 302 for 3. Pennington bowls, driven down the ground. Pennington fields off his own bowling. Well fielded, sir, well bowled. A dot ball.
Yeah, one thing Hampshire have to put right, they've got a very strong squad. I quite agree with you, not only could they have a very good season, I feel that they should have a very good season nearly every year. The thing they've got to put right, though, they can be utterly formidable at the Aegeus. Not so good on the travels, and they've got to put that right if they're going to win a competition.
Pennington turns, gets It's into his stride, running down the hill, bowls, bouncer through to the keeper. Quick delivery, maybe just a little bit leg-side-ish, but a decent paced delivery to conclude that over. His over, which was the 15th over. 2 maidens, 0 for 49. Good endeavours from him in particular. 186 for 3, having won the toss, the home team.
Yeah, well done to Pennington for bowling the bouncer. Very tall man that he's bowling at in Paul Walter, so he's plenty to aim at, as it were. Walter, for his part, was very quick to duck underneath it. But it's good to see a young bowler, wanting to intimidate the batsman a little bit. Meanwhile, Charlie Morris probably being held back for the second new ball, which is now only 10 overs away, and gives way to the man who was bowling before the tea interval, Brett D'Oliveira. And it's been good that Joe Leach has given D'Oliveira a fair number of overs today, because he's bowled 14 overs already. We were just only, a matter of 5 minutes or so late for the tea interval. Now, had there not been any overs of spin, we would have been sort of doing an extra half hour's overtime.
Your tea would have been cold.
Yes, I think it was already getting that way, but no, absolutely right.
You're right, 14 overs. He's only gone for 33.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Tidy.
Here he is then, and he won't go for any more here, as he bowls one that is left outside off stump by the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley. 79 not out, 186 for 3.
You just wouldn't expect a day 1 wicket in April, and it is a good surface.
Championship season in which Worcestershire
An update?
Chelmsford. Live from the ground with BBC Hereford and Worcester's reporter Don Topley.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back. 186 for 3 is the Essex score, having opted to bat earlier today. Worcestershire have done a very good job in making sure Essex haven't run away here today. They haven't got a wicket since tea. Walter's on 11, Wesley's on 79, and I've got to say the Worcestershire bowlers, the unit of bowlers, have done a good, impressive job. They've been disciplined and they've bowled tightly. D'Oliveira is now bowling. He's gone for 33, but the pick of the bowlers for me are both Morris and Barnard. Barnard has 2 for 28, Morris 1 for 31. Essex 186 for 3. ...
You've missed while Don was doing that update. 2 of them defensive shots back to the bowler, and the other clipped firmly by Wesley off his pads and well fielded at short mid wicket by Barnard. And here another attacking shot from Wesley is well dealt with in the covers, and again there is no run. 186 for 3 as some dark cloud becoming ever more prominent as it approaches from a west-northwesterly direction, and this next ball is clipped away to square leg. Wesley was interested in a single, saw immediately that the fielder was far too close to it, and that's Jake Libby, and so the over is completed. Very tidy return to the attack, let it be said. Maiden over to Tom Wesley, 79 to him, 11 to Walter. 50 partnership, consecutive 50 partnerships for Essex this afternoon, both involving Wesley, and 186 for 3 in 70 overs is the current Essex score.
Glamorgan, who were asked to bat at Headingley, are 167 for 7. Wickets have been shared around by Code, Fisher, Patterson and Dwayne Olivier. Looking elsewhere, where was it? There it is. Lancashire and Sussex. Sussex are 205 for 6. No James Anderson today. The Mahmood's got 1, Bailey's got 2, Wood's got 2, Lamb's got 1, so they're shared around, but the Sussex are under a little bit of pressure just at this moment. Van Zaal's played. Haynes got 125 and he's undefeated. He got some runs the other day in a pre-season friendly. So Tom Haynes, I suspect, is in very good nick in such early part of the summer, so good news for him. Good news for Ollie Robinson, the bowler, the chap who's been in the England setup for some time. He's now vice-captain at Sussex as Pennington comes into bowl short of a length, which Paul Water turns round the corner. It goes out to deep square in front of the pavilion for just the single. Water moves on to 12. Wesley 79, score 187 for 3.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the umpires have a conflab between this over and its predecessor, and probably with an eye to the weather and whether they might instruct the floodlights to be turned on if the light gets any worse.
These new ICC approved lights, I might add. Pennington bowls outside off stump through. Good carry with this 71st over, and there is no run. Lots of endeavour with Dylan Pennington. He's a big, strong unit, and he hits the crease and he hits the pitch hard, and it was nice to see the ball still carrying. I don't think it's the quickest wicket, so congratulations to him on his efforts. Impressive day for many of these Worcestershire bowlers.
Yes, I've enjoyed watching him bowl. I think he's done well.
In he comes. He's at the crease. He bowls short of a length. Played it back to sort of mid-wicket really for Tom Wesley, who's been disciplined himself, as have the Worcestershire bowlers. Wesley, 79 runs in 180 balls.
Yes, not thrilling batting, but he has played some lovely shots, as we know he's more than capable of doing, and a most important innings both for himself and for the side.
Very much so.
Not only ball hats being warm, but it's still very cold out there. And Essex,
in he comes, bowls. Pennington bowls another dot ball. So he's bowled 5 balls now. He's gone for 1 run in this over, down the leg side. The left-hand, right-hand combination of batsmen always upsets bowlers and bowlers' lines. Water's left-handed, Wesley is right-handed, so as a bowler you have to perpetually change your line. I know it's their job, but it just mucks up your rhythm at the crease. Pennington in, bowls outside off, dump through to the keeper, no run.
And it's also very nice if you're part of a partnership out there and you can manage to get a single off every ball in an over at times and see the field have to change round every time. I always enjoyed watching that sort of phenomenon.
Annoyingly, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to annoy the opposition.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Particularly if you're, as was often the case in the team I played in, playing for time because you're trying to avoid being defeated, and the draw would suit you fine.
Oh, really?
And you know that every time you get a single, you're wasting a little bit more time.
As Pennington's in, he bowls short, and this time it's pulled by the right-handed Wesley. He's only going to get 1 as it goes down to fine leg in front of the rather large scoreboard here at Chelmsford. Well fielded, good throw, and that is the end of the over. It's cost Worcestershire just 2 runs, and indeed Pennington, who's bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 51, and Essex have moved on to 188 for 3.
And I think it's me to come off, is that right? Yes, we said I'd go first,
right,
so
no
you
worries.
stay on, Don, and we'll welcome Kevin Howells back to the microphone.
Brett D'Oliveira, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 33. I think he's done a good job. I really, really do. Asking a leg spinner in cold, freezing conditions to come and bowl and help out the seamers, and he's done an honourable job. 15 overs, that's not part-time either. Right arm leg spin over the wicket. He bowls to Wesley, where Wesley comes forward, plays with soft hand, plays it back to the D'Oliveira, the son of the great Basil D'Oliveira.
Yes,
so
I'll rejoin you then.
D'Oliveira turns, a couple of strides into his run-up, bowls, nice delivery, not much turn, well directed at the right-hander's off stump. Dot ball. Welcome back, Kevin. He's got his bobble hat on, he's got his coat on. You look as if you've just been fell walking. D'Oliveira bowls, driven into the offside. There's going to be 1. There's only going to be 1 because it's well fielded at long off by, I don't think it's Joe Leach, I think it's Charlie Morris, as there is just a 1 run to Essex, 189 for 3.
Oh, Don, there's no hope for me. I've just spent the last minute looking for my glasses.
And you had them on?
Yeah.
Do you wear bifocals?
No, but I should, shouldn't I?
I've been told I should, because I
Oh, but it's the looking for glasses when you're wearing them. That's the bit that worries me most.
I've done that trick.
Yes. as D'Oliveira around the wicket to the left-handed Paul Water. Paul Water comes forward and plays a deft touch just with soft hands and allows the ball to hit the bat rather than the bat hit the ball. The right way to play the spinner in this environment. Just the slip adjacent to the keeper. D'Oliveira around the wicket. This time it's whipped. I don't think he's picked that. I really don't think he's picked that. And I'm looking. Was there a drop catch from Cox? I don't know. I would love to see that again. Something happened. D'Oliveira looks a little bit disappointed. And I'm wondering whether that was a googly. D'Oliveira bowls again. Round the wicket. Shorter, quicker. And he fields off his own bowling. Well bowled. That's a super over. And it's cost him just the one run. So 16 overs, 0 for 38. Essex 189 for 3.
Perhaps worth pointing out for anyone watching the stream and listening to us that you will perhaps see some replays there that we won't, because we haven't got. No, hold on. Let us know.
Please.
Let us know what you think.
And you can tweet us on.
We will take us the truth.
9 wickets down.
9 wickets down, yeah.
And at Toppers Senior.
Yes, Toppers Senior.
SNR.
Yeah, that's right. Most respected Esquire, I think it should also perhaps have afterwards as well. But just Toppers Senior will do for now.
That's very kind. There's a few that might disagree.
But we don't need to worry about them. Anyway, here we are on the first afternoon. We're into the third session. And I'm rather brave, and I think I was quite dismissive of the temperature this morning, saying it's fine, what's the problem? During the afternoon I started to think, it's getting a little bit chillier, and right now it feels a bit like winter. And there's no bobble hats though, no beanies out there.
I think there's only one in the ground.
And I'm wearing it. Well, perhaps I'm the only one who's come. Look at the umpires. They look a bit.
What do you call those things? They're not scarves that come up around your neck or around your face. They're
snooks or something.
Snooks. I think Neil Mallander's wearing a white one.
That isn't right. What I've just said isn't right. It sounds like that, but it isn't that. You should not be asking me about clothing.
Fashion.
And fashion. Anything like that you should not be asking me about. Okay, start of this next over. Past of Westley, the bat of Westley, through to the keeper, and there will be no run. So 189 for 3. Now, I heard you talking about 15-20 minutes ago, which is always good because you're the commentator, and I was just wondering where you thought this day could end up, and we've still a lot of cricket to come, hopefully, if the light is all okay. And 189 for 3, and again wide of the off stump, because we've talked about how well and tight and disciplined, including Barnard here, who's coming in from his close end. As a unit, they've been terrific here, Worcestershire, and Essex have not got away with it. They're still there at 189 for 3. But the fact is, they are only 3 down, and they're battling hard, and Worcestershire may feel they deserved a little bit more. Who knows? But just where this day may, where we might actually look back at the day and what we think come the close of play, up onto his toes here. Wesley worked away to mid-on and no run, and therefore really looking forward to the next hour or so.
Definitely. I'm excited by this. This is traditional 4-day cricket, a war of attrition, concentration, discipline is required. But there's a bit of bad news, Kevin.
No, I won't have it.
They're off at Bristol.
Well, that's Bristol. I'm at Chelmsford. Next delivery, and that's pushed into the offside square, and there will be no run. I'm only teasing you because it is bad news for
match delayed, so I think it might be bad light. It doesn't say rain.
What I thought you were going to tell me is that you were looking at some app which told you there was definitely rain heading here. And that's what I thought. That's why I was dismissive of you, because it can go anywhere. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'm not
How
sure
many overs have we got left today?
73rd.
23. If we can get them in. So let's see. With the light and everything, that's past the off stump and through to the keeper and no run. And for the first time, I'm able to. I love these moments. These moments where I can say, for the first time this year, are we allowed to use the lights? Because if we are, you tell me that's quite an exciting thing. I don't suppose we get the all singing dancing version.
Not today.
Not today.
But they are meant to be very impressive. There were 8 here. There are only 4 now.
Yeah, they look good. And it's Delivery played by Wesley again to mid on for no run. They look like a series from where I'm looking at them right now. I mean, how many have you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got 7 across each line, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 11, 12 down.
Do I have to take my shoes off?
They look, they look like an array of.
Lights
are on.
They didn't warm up, did they?
Oh, they don't need to warm up these. Oh no. But the thing is that they look like a series of closed-circuit TV cameras. Their shape to them individually. And the lights are on, and it's the sort of thing you might expect on the first day of the season when it's April the 8th.
First thing I've noticed about them is they obviously put them in an angle so every light, the whole lot of lights will shine on a particular area of the ground, and to be honest, they're very bright. They're actually shining on us as well, and you can't actually look at them.
You're squinting a bit.
I am. It's awkward. So what happens when a ball goes up in it? As D'Oliveira bowls his first ball round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Water has played into mid-wicket. There is no run.
There are 1 or 2 still shining in on the box here a bit, aren't there?
So they cover, but D'Oliveira bowls again, and it's played back to D'Oliveira off the back foot by the left-handed Water. Yeah, they're shining everywhere on every part of the ground.
You're all right though, Don. We're all right. We'll cope.
I'm not moaning.
Good.
As D'Oliveira bowls, that kicks a little bit, just probably as he bowled it, a top spinner that hit the seam and carried on, just a little bit of bounce. Look, I'm impressed with D'Oliveira here at the moment. 17th over, 0 for 34. He's bowled a jolly good job for his captain. And he comes again, round the wicket to Walter. He bowls it a little bit quicker, no run. Fully respected by the tall left-handed batsman. Good cricket from here from Brett D'Oliveira. Good to see. Just a slip. No other catches. He bowls. Looks like a googly. It's driven out to long off where Joe Leach, the captain, does the fielding. That is the 5th ball of the over. I think that was an attempted googly. Just sense with the way he's from behind him. We're up at long off in the gods. I just sense occasionally that I see something different in his wrist position looking from behind him. So I sense that is the googly. Over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley for the last ball of the over. It is a dot ball. So 1 run to Paul Water that over. He moves to 13. Wesley on 81 and Essex are 190 for 3.
Because if you're looking at it from the Essex point of view, they're thinking, you know, throw everything into the mix here. We're doing okay.
Tomorrow tea time, they're thinking. 300 and plenty. So, possibly 400.
And yet Worcestershire, yet they've been made to work hard.
Very hard.
For what they've achieved. So.
And Worcestershire must keep their eye on the ball here by not allowing Essex to get away. And they are just hoping that the second new ball, which is due in 6 or 7 overs, they can then make an odd inroad with that tonight. And if they can keep Essex in check, if Worcester could walk to the pavilion tonight, say, 230, 240 for 5, maybe 6 with a bit of luck, they've done particularly well.
They have indeed, yeah. Start of the next over, and it's the tall figure of Walter. Bless him, he has to get a long way down to the ball sometimes, doesn't he? But I guess he's got used to it because he's been tall for a long time. But he sort of has to bend down and work the ball defensively onto the leg side for no run. D'Oliveira's bowling, first class bowling coming into this season. His figures are 57 wickets, an average of 49.98. His best in an innings is 7 for 92. But he's done a really good job, as Toppers has been saying here today. Ed Barnard, in the meantime, is in past umpire Malander and reaching forward. So I just felt that maybe rushed on Walter a little bit. Played behind square on the offside. And do you know, also I think that D'Oliveira thinks he's doing a decent job. And the reason I say that is he's running around like he's 5 years old out there. He looks as if he's really enjoying himself in the field as well.
I wish I could do that.
Oh, you can if you put your mind to it. You can.
Nah.
Barnard again, coming from the Hayes close end. Right up, in bowls and played by Walter up to mid-on. You just get the feeling these are not far from just maybe sneaking through. He's coming down fairly late on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what's good to see and hear, and we were a long way away from the action, Kevin, there's quite a lot of noise out there. They're interested. They're keeping their energies up and going. And it must be quite difficult because they're going to tire. Bowlers are going to tire. Fielders are going to tire. They haven't spent many days in the field yet.
Barnard to Walter again, who comes down on that into the offside. Pushing the ball out there. I just got a feeling something might be about to occur and happen here. And if Worcestershire feel that way as well, they'll keep up that chirping away out there. I don't think any team, in my experience in the last 12 months, 24 months, chirps away more than a Somerset team. They're a noisy team. Very noisy.
Just the team?
Next delivery is pushed up to mid-on, and there will be no run. We're not even through the first day of the season. Come on, Toppers, cut that out. I'll excuse you in August, but not in April. Go on.
Joe from Cumbria has rightly put us right.
Good.
It's called a snood. What goes round your neck, face, the lower part of your head.
What did I call it? A snoop?
Yeah, I can't remember.
A snood. Okay.
Yes.
Next delivery. But Walter will try. He's played a nice shot, actually, beaten the man out there at mid-wicket, and in beating him, it goes over the boundary rope for 4. So at the end of all that hard work from the bowler, 4 off the last ball, it steers the Essex score now to 194 for 3, and Walter with that boundary moves to 17 off 63 deliveries, with Wesley on 81. Barnard has bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens, taken 2 for 32.
Well, Joe Johnson has contacted us to say, like you, he had the opportunity to watch it on the review.
I said, people could.
They could. Yeah. And he says, just seen the replay, and I think it was that the ball nearly rolled onto the stumps after Walter hit it onto his pad rather than what we said, a drop catch. D'Oliveira back in, and he bowls a good ball that just outside off stump, which was well watched by Tom Wesley, who allowed it through to the keeper. He was watching the wrist there of the leg spinning Brett D'Oliveira. Well bowled, sir, bowling very nicely. Apparently you've taken 50 odd wickets at 49 or something. Listen, you've bowled much better than that today. Brett D'Oliveira bowls, Wesley goes back, forces it into the offside, it goes straight to the fielder. There is no run. 194 for 3. Wesley on 81. Can he get to a century? Something that he hasn't achieved for a couple of years. Here he goes. He's facing Brett D'Oliveira, who bowls a decent delivery where he respects it, plays it back to the bowler, dot ball.
Plenty to talk about James Vince in that century. He's not at the IPL. He's playing first-class cricket, championship cricket. We do this. The narrative of will that be noticed by England?
D'Oliveira bowls, played by Wesley into the leg side. There is no run.
The suspicion being that ship may well have sailed now for James Vince. Who knows? And I'm certainly not saying it should have done, but maybe it has.
D'Oliveira bowls, cracking delivery again, bit like a top spinner. There was just a hint of bounce that is played into the leg side, negotiated well by the Essex captain, but well bowled again from D'Oliveira.
We'll probably go through some of the scores over the next 10 minutes or so.
Bowls short, wide, well fielded by, I think that's Gareth Roderick, number 99, so that is a dot ball. End of the over, a maiden. 18 overs he's bowled, that's not part-time. 0 for 35 in the absence of the main spinner and captain of the club, Moeen Ali.
Liam Norwell, 5 for 25 from 15 overs, 5 maidens. He'll be very happy with his returns there. He's at Warwickshire, of course, and Derbyshire. The team batting at 178 for 9.
There's been a couple of afternoon collapses, hasn't there?
Probably.
Yeah, there has.
There were a few where the wickets went down. Generally, the theme of the day was wickets going in the first half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that.
Apart from here?
Apart from here, definitely. And then a quieter period, just before lunch, just after lunch, and then action again, with wickets falling. Apart from here, we've had a good battle between bat and ball here today, haven't we?
I think there have been some good surfaces around for the first championship game of the season. I don't know where you exactly live, Kevin, but have you?
Skipton.
Is it Skipton? Really? I didn't
It
know
is
that.
It is really, it is
I'll
Skipton.
tell you a story one day.
Oh dear. Okay, back to the action here at Chelmsford. And Walter worked away onto the lakeside, and there should be no run as Barnard continuing to bowl.
Has it been quite dry in Skipton?
Yeah, compared with other winters, it has been.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of days, and it doesn't take a lot for the old floodplain to flood, which is supposed to, I suppose. That's the whole point of it, just down below us. But it's been nowhere near as wet as previous winters.
No. And the last month, I think, has been quite dry everywhere.
Barnard to Walter. This has been a good battle, and Walter again fends the ball off more than anything onto the lakeside. Just a reminder that what happened in the previous over, that he was really struggling here with Walter, and then he managed to pick off a 4 off the last ball. So Barnard is back in, and he wants to get back at him, saying that's not going to happen again.
The first and the last ball of an over by a bowler is the hardest balls to bowl. Firstly, the first ball you've been grazing at fine leg for 5 minutes, haven't you? And the last ball of the over is the hard one to bowl because of pressure.
Barnard again into Walter and push to mid-on for no run. So the new ball is due in 3.3 overs time. So Walter and Wesley. So a decent partnership between Wesley and Lawrence before Lawrence was out for 45. He didn't look best pleased with the decision. He was shaking his head a bit because he felt he was a bit high, but Neil Mallender thought differently, the umpire, and he gave him out. But again, the partnership being built here. With Walter on 17, edged low past second slip and races away down to the boundary. Another 4 and frustration again for the bowler, because that was a genuine outside edge which flew away there. It third or fourth, and it would have been even quite low then, but it did fly out that way, and he didn't know a lot about it.
He went at the ball, did Paul Walter, and both bowler and captain. The captain is standing at mid-on, next to the bowler on his follow-through. Both threw their hands in the air in sheer frustration. So, he went for a boundary last over, but look, that was a terrific ball. Could have got a wicket, but it didn't, sadly. Moral victory, but only a moral victory.
He's getting a few of those, but the one he really wants, that victory he wants, is the batter out. And again keeps low. Now that's flowing again, just short of Mitchell this time at second slip. I said that in the previous over, something's got to give here, something's got to happen. Well, at the moment, Walter is riding his good fortune a little. And Barnard here as the bowler, Don, okay? Do you think he's ticking? Is it a good thing to tick at this stage, or do you need to keep calm? I wonder what he's thinking.
Mixture of both.
Yeah. As he turns again to come from the Hayes close end, in past to the umpire, in and bowls, and again he keeps it out, fends it away into the offside.
Good over.
It was, but he hasn't got him out. 198 for 3, 81 to Wesley and 21 to Walter. Terrific championship cricket in the LV Insurance County Championship, day 1 of this season of 2021.
Isn't it lovely?
It's cold actually, Don, but yeah, I know what you mean.
It is lovely. There's a bit of dark cloud coming over from the west, from the pavilion. Hopefully it won't cause any inconvenience. Unlike, I think, still Bristol are off. No, Bristol are back on, I think. So everybody's playing. That's good news. Brett D'Oliveira is going to begin another over. 18 overs, 0 for 35. He bowls right arm over the wicket, drags Tom Wesley forward. There is a dot ball. Yeah, you talk about, do the bowlers get fired up? They do, but as soon as that ball's gone for 4, you've got to finish being fired up. You've got to be calm, because you're going to bowl another piece of history in the next 10 seconds. As this balloons into the air onto the leg side, there is no run, but there's a bit of interest from the keeper, Ben Cox, but alas, it is just a dot ball. Were you a bowler or a batsman with,
Batting.
Were you?
Batting would be my thing, yes.
Culture, I would imagine.
Yeah.
As Brett D'Oliveira bowls, and this is driven out to long off, where it's fielded about 10 yards in from the boundary. D'Oliveira concedes a single.
I could catch a ball, Don.
Could you?
Couldn't throw one, but I could catch one.
You can't throw one these days, can you?
I certainly can.
Shoulder.
Oh, don't. Because if you start me on my frozen shoulder, I won't stop.
Dr. Topley this morning.
Thank you, Doctor.
Can't believe you turned down a massage of the shoulder.
But everybody else can, Don.
Brett D'Oliveira to Paul Walter, slip waiting to the left-hander. He's driven it into the offside. There's going to be a single. It was thrown out quite wide. I'm interested because as this game develops in the next day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, there's going to be a bit more rough for Brett D'Oliveira to work with. But at the moment, that rough, where as wide as that ball was, there just isn't the rough, because we've only had 77 overs, of which half of them have been from the Hayes close end. D'Oliveira again, he comes in bowls, short, wide, played into the offside. There's a man scouting on the boundary, on the long offside boundary, where there is just the single. Water's now going to face. Wesley is just 18 away from his century. Can he get there? Will Water support him all the way? He's facing, D'Oliveira's bowling the leg spinner, and it's played back to D'Oliveira, who dives over the ball. Couldn't quite prevent the single. Water will take the single, 202 for 3.
What we're seeing around the country, of course, is individual batters who generally are scoring more than half of their team's runs. So apart from the batters who get the century, the others are really struggling. So you only need one to come off, and you can have a half decent day. We've seen that at Sussex, away to Lancashire. We've seen Robson score a century there for Middlesex. I think he's still there against Somerset as well. The score of 236 for 5, with Sam Robson now 149 not out in that game. Barnard coming in from the Hayes close end, and he's going to bowl to Walter, who's on 23 around about middle and leg. And I mean, there are times when, being such a tall person, he does look a little bit awkward in playing that defensive shot and just keeping it away. But he also looks a little bit rushed here. He's having to sort of look as if he's playing things fairly late and a little bit uncertain.
The bat in his hand looks like a little toothpick, doesn't it?
It does look as if he could do with one a little bit bigger. Next delivery. Oh, and he ducks out of the way of that one. Now, that one, you see, for most people would have gone over the top of them, but for him, he still has to lean out of the way of it. But Essex have brought up their first point of the season, of course, at 202 for 3. Worcestershire have picked up a point. Just voices at the back saying it won't be the last. Well, we all hope not, Paul. Barnard again running in towards us under the lights here at Chelmsford, and defensively played by Paul Walter. The Cloudfm county ground, appropriately named today, because there is a bit of cloud around.
Yes. Statistically, we don't get the rain over here.
So I understand.
No, definitely.
And there's a bit of a gardener yourself, Don. You'd know about that.
We
You need to collect a bit of water in the water butt, given every opportunity.
Definitely.
Next delivery bowled on the leg stump, and Walter will find enough space and gap square on the onside for a single, and he will move his score along to 24, and Essex now to 203 for 3. I think you probably have an update to do, would you, Don, in a moment's time?
Yes, they have.
Myself and Paul will see it through till 5:30. Just before Paul sits down, I just might throw in the little question. What happened to the heater that you managed to get working very well? It just stopped. It won't come back on again. We overworked it, I think, this morning.
Hasn't been used for about 7 months.
No, and I don't think it'll be used for another 7 months as well.
Another shilling for the slot.
Okay, Wesley's on 83 not out, and defensively plays this into the offside, and no run. Well, what do you make of Wesley's knock today here?
Very good, very important, you know. Alistair Cook has scored the 2 centuries from last season. No one else got really close to a century. Tom Wesley hasn't had a century since 2019, and from Essex's point of view, other players have got to chip in and get proper runs, not just smart 20s and 30s. So it's an important knock today.
And Wesley
County Championship match of the
will get a run there.
Worcestershire and Essex at Chelmsford. Let's go live to the ground and get the latest from Don Topley.
A warm welcome back. We've got a bit of cloud cover here. We're still playing, the lights are on, but alas, Worcester haven't taken a wicket in this post-tee session. What I can say is they've bowled tight, they've bowled disciplined, and their captain, Joe Leach, will be very proud of his troops. Brett D'Oliveira's bowled 19 overs for 39. They've got to keep going. More of the same is required here to keep Essex in check, but at the moment Essex have made 203 for 3, but that's in 79 overs. Brett D'Oliveira commencing a new over from the river end, bowls, and Walter takes a quick single down to long on, where the fielder is back probably 10 yards within the boundary at this very small ground that is Chelmsford. D'Oliveira over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, one slip waiting, bowls, played off the back foot back to the bowler Brett D'Oliveira. He might just be starting, he's bowled a couple of shorter balls which the Essex batsmen have got back and across and try to force him on the offside or play on the back foot. Is he just getting a little tired? But the new ball is due, so this could be his last over. Another delivery, a dot ball which is respected on the front foot by Wesley back to the bowler D'Oliveira. So I would expect them to take the new ball any moment now, really, as D'Oliveira comes in, bowls, gives it a bit of air, a little bit of turn as it played with the spin into the offside for 1 run. So Walter is on 25, Westy 84, 205 for 3.
Sam Robson's brought up his 150. Now 150 not out.
D'Oliveira bowls outside off stump. Don't think that was the leggy. I think that was the top spinner or googly, and he's left it alone as Paul Walter.
That out of a Middlesex score of 237 for 5. So again, another major individual contribution there.
D'Oliveira bowls, driven back to the bowler. Oh, that nearly was a chance. Walter's gone at the ball, he's driven it back in the air. D'Oliveira on his follow-through has to jump away to the adjacent strip. He dives on it. I think it might have carried, but nonetheless he parries it. His mates at the end of the over all come and pat him on the back, and rightly so, because it was a great effort to try and have a caught and bowled off the left-hander, but the left-hander takes the single. He moves to 26 at the end of the over, the 80th over. It's 206 for 3.
It's starting to get annoying here for Worcestershire, isn't it?
It is. Do you think that was a catch?
Yes, I thought it was. We haven't got the replays to look at, but I thought it was.
Maybe, yep.
Diving to his right.
Tweet us, please.
Well, I don't.
Oh, please don't go off. There's a leg spinner on.
I don't know about the... No, I'm just talking about this catch. Did he then just signal as though it maybe just bounced in front of him and came up to him? I just look at the way he seemed to be communicating with his teammates. We haven't got the replays. But either way...
Please tweet us.
It was... Well, do that. That's for certain. At 9 wickets down or at top as senior to let us know. However, what I would say is it was another very close call. Anyway, I should pick up here. Paul will come in and replace you. You can... you can make a cup of coffee or something. I don't know. Well, that's what a very kind offer, Don. I wouldn't have mentioned it myself, but that's very kind. 206 for 3. Everywhere is so lit up now. We've got the floodlights, the scoreboard away to my right-hand side, really standing out. And this Essex pair of Wesley on 84 and Walter on 26. And the start of the next over. Walter again, fending that one back to Ed Barnard. Barnard's figures, what are they? 15.1 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 37. And all I would say, the umpires again are meeting. What I would say is we might have got away with that one umpire meeting, but it's starting to look a little bit ominous. If they were concerned then, and I tell you what has definitely changed here, Paul, is the fact that, one, you've gone to the trouble of, they are going off, you've gone to the trouble of plugging in, and now they leave the field. And that's because we talk about the shadows being cast off the players or the umpires, and that most definitely is very clear to see right now, isn't it?
Yes, it's taken over.
Yeah.
So that could be it for the day. There's a little bit of a suspicion of lightning on the far horizon.
Is there?
Well, yes, I think there is actually.
Well, I wasn't doubting it. I was just
It'd take quite a while though to come across. The cloud's not particularly fast moving, and it would take half an hour at least, I think, to get here. And by that time, the overall amount of light is likely to have fallen in this very early part of the season. So my suspicion is that could be it for the day. We'll certainly be back with you should there be any further play. And the new ball was just about to be taken, we think, after 80 overs, when the players left the field. It's up to the umpires now, of course, nothing to do with offering the light to the batsmen, who are Tom Wesley, who, whenever play does resume, perhaps it will be tomorrow now, he's 84 not out, and with him is Paul Walter, 26 not out. 206 for 3 in 80 overs. This current partnership is the highest of the innings on the day, beating the 73 of the Wesley-Lawrence partnership. Lawrence, who made 46 earlier, 15 to Sir Alistair Cook, and 26 to Nick Brown. So all the batsmen have got some sort of score on the board, but it's really been Tom Wesley who's dominated the day. Not been a dominant innings, you would say, but an invaluable one, both for himself, because he had a poor season last, and for his team, of which he's now captain. So well done to Wesley, well done to Worcestershire for the way they've stuck at it. Nobody's bowled at all poorly, and all have bowled with considerable merit to make sure that Essex didn't run away with proceedings at all. 206 for 3 then in 80 overs. Over to Kevin.
Yes, well, you can hear me actually still kept shouting from the back of the box there, and maybe you can actually hear me now on my microphone as well, to say that we're hoping to still continue broadcasting here with some cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra, but whether we'll get in more cricket here or not, I don't know. If we do, we may well return, but of course the way to find out about all these things is keep in touch with us on Twitter.
notice you got the red button to move? I couldn't get that.
No, that, if you want to move, I think it's seized.
Yeah.
But it hasn't brought the power on though, is it?
No.
Absolutely not. If I can get in downstairs, which is where the trip is, I will see if I can reset it. I have to wait till tomorrow, don't you?
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, thanks for your help today. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Sound much better.
Yeah. Cheers. Now the snag here is that just as they're going to come out, it's beginning to darken up again on the...
How much play have we got left?
Well, there'll be time for about 10 more overs. Yeah.
Overs minimum 10.5.
Do you need me to count you down?
Hello, we're a bit early at the moment. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, it was a bit...
Hello?
Yeah, the players are just at the moment showing beyond the boundary. Probably get going, I would think, in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
And just to let you know that although play can start again, it's starting to get darker again, so it probably won't last for long.
Okay. Well, let me know when you're about to talk and I'll count you down.
Yep, will do.
Update into the 6 o'clock news and then see what happens.
Yep, thank you very much.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
10 overs plus the rest of that one.
Yeah.
You still lock the doors to get in there, do you?
No, I don't. Somebody wanted to go home.
Yeah.
Oh dear, no.
Right, okay, let's log it down, right?
Yeah, okay.
Nice things anyway, right?
Not bad, how are you?
Yeah, not so bad,
Yeah?
Like what, Essex, yeah?
Yeah, well, definitely, yeah. Catch up.
Sorry, how many overs?
10.5.
Left.
Yeah.
Who? What, is he locked out? Or?
Yes. I think he knows the number for the Dan, is it?
Dan Feast, that's that gentleman this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good fellow, Dan, but a bit premature to lock up. Still. I've got a key, but it only fits this door, not that one.
You've got a key? How on earth have you got a key?
I went to a keysmith, locksmith. I said, I want one of these, please. It's the first thing I do wherever I go in life. The same at school, I always had a master key.
What's that? A Clinton?
Caretaker said to me once, what are you doing with one of those? I said, none of your business.
What is it?
Kleptomaniac. Yeah. No, it wasn't stealing, I was just using my brain.
Borrowing it for a long time.
Yeah, using my brain. Okay, the players are coming out now, so if you count us in. And welcome when they went off for bad light. Then it improved considerably. After a second further inspection, the umpires said play can resume. The bad news is that it's once again rather filled in, and I don't think it'll be long before they come off. The second new ball is due and will almost certainly be taken straight away, with Essex 206 for 3, 84 to skipper Tom Wesley, 26 to Paul Walter. And they figured in the second consecutive partnership in the 70s for Essex, with the third wicket between Wesley and Lawrence putting on 73, and this one currently 76 unbroken, not without the moments when a wicket might have gone down. Worcestershire have stuck at it nobly, but we just had one ball of the 81st over. Not absolutely certain whether they might have taken the new ball or whether they're going to take it now. But Don Topley is with me. I'm Paul Newton, and let's have Don describe the action from the Hayes close end.
Ed Barnard, 15.1 overs. 5 maidens, 2 for 37. He's been the most productive wicket taker of the day. He comes in to bowl to Paul Walter. Paul Walter drives out to extra cover, where the matting for next week's game against Durham here at Chelmsford is laying. It's going to be just the other side of the middle of the square. And Walton played a good shot there. So, with 10 overs left in today's proceedings, gosh, wouldn't it be fortuitous for Worcester to get a wicket? 3 slips, 2 slips and a gully awaiting. Walter
Plays, there's an ooh and an ah, plays on the front foot, it goes out to gully where there is no run. I mean, from Worcester's perspective here, if they could get a wicket or two with the new ball in the next 10 overs, that would certainly look a very prosperous day. For Essex, well, to lose Wesley on 84 at the moment would be silly. They would want him to walk out tomorrow morning. Barnard's in this time, nice and straight. It's squeezed between bat and pad into the leg side where there is no run.
Yes, I think it's fair to say, Don, that news from the umpires that play would resume will have been greeted with very lukewarm feelings by the Essex batsmen, who want to be there for the morning and have little to gain. But the Worcestershire fielders, on the other hand, will have been delighted to go back out because they're not going to concede many more runs. They might pick up a couple of wickets.
Absolutely, it's an opportunity. For Barnard, the bowls are wide, a genuine wide delivery, wide of the crease, and Water leaves it alone. Only perhaps Paul Water would have been able to have reached it had he been interested, but it goes to the keeper who's standing in front of first slip, so that's a genuine wide which has to be rebowled. 206 for 3.
207, of course, now with that wide. It's the only one of the day so far.
Yeah, not too many no balls either. If I look at extra 4, there's been 4 no balls. Actually, 1 wide, as that's a good delivery from Ed Barnard, formerly of Shrewsbury School. Father Andy Barnard, who's the master in charge of cricket there, I think also worked with Paul Pridgeon, who is the one of the officials here at Worcestershire County Cricket Club. A fantastic performer in his day. Paul Pridgeon, John Inchmore, that era, as Barnard comes in, bowls outside off stump again, wide-ish, not wide enough, and that's the end of the over. 207 for 3.
Yeah, of course, I think we have a native of Shrewsbury behind us, and he was saying that he would tolerate. Yeah, of course, I think we have a native of Shrewsbury behind us, and he was saying that he would tolerate Kevin Howells, I refer to, 5 Live Sports Extra. Always a treat to have Kevin down here, and I hear a whisper he might be making a return visit here for the Nottinghamshire game at the beginning of May, and this is confirmed none other than by the man himself, so that's great news. And in the meantime, we're going to see Charlie Morris resume from the river end, city end if you prefer. Both are in the direction behind us. You'd think the river would be the River Chelmer, after which Chelmsford's named, and indeed it does go through Chelmsford, but it's actually the River Cann that's behind us here, and then that trails straight into Chelmsford city centre, and it only takes about 3 minutes to get there, even when you're old and decrepit at my age. Here is Morris coming in past umpire David Milnes, bowls to Wesley, his first delivery that he's received since the resumption. 10 overs remain, or 9.5 now, as that one goes through low to keeper Ben Cox, who has to virtually take it on the second bounce. I don't know if they have taken the second new ball, Don. What do you think?
No, something I've been looking at. The 2 umpires don't know. And
it doesn't look new.
Normally we could go and knock on the door of the scorers who are adjacent to us and say, can you just confirm, please? But they're not in this building.
Well, this ball is so wide that I'm slightly surprised that that wasn't the second wide since the resumption, and now the 2 umpires are already getting together, and if they go in at this point, I really think it will be it for the day, and Essex will be quite delighted to have survived if indeed this were to be the close of play. But it's interesting that after that very wide delivery, umpire David Milnes immediately made tracks in the direction of his colleague Neil Mallender, the Ghost, for another conflab, and they're leaving.
Sad.
Yeah, it's somewhat inevitable. I did say as soon as we started up again that I thought it would be for a very brief period indeed, and I think now, as I look to where the weather's coming from, it's particularly dark. It's not going to get any lighter. We did say on the occasion they first left the field that on the horizon you could see some brighter areas that have duly made their way over, but those have gone now.
Body language and hand signals. David Milnes has just looked across to the ground staff sheds and suggested cutting off at the neck. So
Yeah.
I am suggesting that may be the end of play today.
They have guillotined the day.
Yes, they have.
And that wonderful French invention in those days when you could do things like that. So 207 for 3 is going to be, we're pretty much 9 parts certain, the end of story for the day. Nevertheless, we've had a lot of enjoyment from an intriguing day's play. You would, I think, have to describe it as attritional, but never less than interesting. And 2 wickets before lunch for Worcestershire, who've bowled really well and kept at it all day long. So Essex 74 for 2 at lunch. But Tom Wesley has been the outstanding performer of the day with 84 not out. With him is Walter, who'll resume 26 not out, 207 for 3, 81 overs bowled, and they were just into the 82nd over. And it looks to me as though it's all going to be about hopefully being able to start again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, it's been very enjoyable to have you here, Paul. Kevin Howells from BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And I think on that note, we will wish everyone a very safe journey home wherever they are. Stay safe, and we look forward to them joining us in the morning. Good night all.